Oh, it's Friday. I'm happy it's Friday. Friday's a good time. But I hate working with composers that don't understand the hustle. Got 3 composers out of 4 right now. Talk to them. I always make sure to tell the composers, hey, this is what I'm gonna be expecting out of you. This is what we're gonna do. I try to help people on Fiverr. What I do, instead of ordering a 10-pack of tracks, I order 10 individual tracks. That way they get 10 gigs delivered. They get 10 ratings. Doesn't affect their money. It's more expensive for me that way, just a little bit, but I'm all about helping a Fiverr artist get 10 good ratings, start moving up to level 2. Composer sends me, each track's supposed to be 3 minutes, but I tell the composers 3 minutes, 10 tracks, you owe me 30 minutes of music. Some tracks are going to be longer, some are going to be shorter. First track the guy delivers is 2 minutes 19 seconds. I said, okay, it's about 41 seconds short. Second track he delivers is a little better, 2 minutes 30 seconds. And I'm like, okay, but that's still 30 seconds short. You've gone short on 2. That's 71 seconds. So at this point, you owe me about a sixth of a gig. Track comes in yesterday, 1 minute 52 seconds. I kicked that back to him. I said, that I'm not accepting that as delivery. That's not going to happen. Guy comes back, well, I'm busy and I have school and I have exams. And I was like, I have no fucks to give you. I don't know why you would suddenly think that you could deliver a 1 minute and 52 second track and that would be acceptable. And so, now we're kind of in a weird position. I hate being in this position because I promised the guy 10 tracks, but the guy got to deliver a third track that's acceptable. I have a feeling this project is going to get canceled. I'm going to end up releasing these 3 songs as just an LP. Actually, that'd 3 tracks would be a single. I'm just going to release that as a single, put the 3 videos up on YouTube, and then I'm going to tell the guy we're going to do this the other way. Here's the rest of the project. You deliver it. And if I like what you're delivering, why does he keep doing that? I don't know why it freezes up there. But here's the rest of the stuff. If you deliver something that's worthwhile, we can talk. Otherwise, not interested in talking. So I hate to be like that. My other guy comes back. I don't know what his problem is. He's like, okay, I'm ready to work. He knocks out like 2 tracks. I give him the 3rd one and then he's just like gone again. I'm like, what are you doing? So, I'm gonna have to find some new Fiverr composers, I think. I don't think these guys are gonna work. I don't think these guys are gonna work out. The 3rd guy, I had to send a message. I'd be like, dude, you are almost 60 days late on a 4-track pack. I told you could have 16 tracks. I just sent him a message. I'm gonna need delivery by the 23rd of February, and is that gonna be a problem? I don't get people, man. I do not understand people who don't treat their hustle with the level of respect you got to treat your hustle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just responded, I have a week off from school, so that's fine. Good. Knock out that track. And then I think from this point on, I'm going to just give people the bid sheet and tell them, when you have the contents of the bid sheet, let me know. But you have until this date if you're not going to make delivery by this date. Because I mean, that knocks into all my plans. I told you guys I want to have 200 songs released this year, and I'm struggling to get these guys to. It's like, you don't want to work. Like, if you don't want to work, don't accept gigs. But with that said, it's Friday, and how is everybody's Friday? First, I have to admit, I didn't do Friday's work. I finished Final Fantasy. Not really, was not impressed with Endwalker. Was not impressed with Endwalker at all. Not the storyline. I am kind of impressed with the way they did the post-story stuff. That's working out pretty well. So oh, people are pinging me. So, no new sponsorships. That's a shame. It's going good for me. Just got a week off school now, so I'm chilling with some games and reading my book. What's the next book you're reading? What's the next book? What's the next book you're reading? Because I am reading Children of the Fleet by Orson Scott Card, and then I'm gonna be out of books again. I don't know if I'm gonna re-pick up on the Mistborn, or I was hoping Naomi Novak would be releasing the third book in her series early, but she didn't, or I don't know what the release date is. So you finally got into Lost Ark. I'm not really enjoying it, but I want to get further, as I've seen many others say it gets better with dungeons. Yeah, Lost Ark. Hold on, let's take a look at Lost Ark. Let's see where Lost Ark is today. So I don't want to be a naysayer, but it looks like Lost Ark is living up to exactly the expectation we thought it was going to live up to. Now, I want people to realize I am not taking anything away from Lost Ark. Lost Ark has 1 million concurrent players. 1 million concurrent players is absolutely huge. So, 1 million concurrent players is huge. The problem is that it's 1 million concurrent players in a free-to-play game with pay-to-win. So when people start saying, oh, it's got 1 million players, it's an absolute success. No, that's not what I said, and it's not what you should say, and it's not what you should think. Sorry, dealing with, I'm always helping people. Right now, it's a web novel called Forge of Destiny that I'm reading. But if you like fantasy, there's a great book called Mother of Learning that's running a Kickstarter for its first physical release. So I'm gonna be honest. Ready? And this might seem a little weird. I no longer believe in Kickstarter. I no longer believe in Kickstarter. I no longer believe in crowdfunding. I no longer believe in crowdfunding at all. And here's why. I sat down the other day. Some people had said to me, when I said I wanted to get 200 songs made, some people came to me and they said, well, why don't you Kickstarter it? Why don't you Kickstarter the music, the PGN music? And I said, that's not a bad idea. Let me think about that. Then I thought to myself, what could I give as rewards for Kickstarter? And I said, okay, I could do a limited run press of the CDs. And then I said, okay, I could do, depending on how many CDs I needed to give out to Kickstarter backers, and then I would have CDs, and I could do those as giveaways on my show. But then you know what I really kind of started thinking about? I started thinking about all the other I thought about all the other business opportunities, business ventures that I've done. And part of what makes you hustle, right? Part of what makes you hustle is you finding a way to finance it, and you having that make or break, that all or nothing, that game of inches. How are you going to make your hustle happen? I kind of feel like if I kickstarted PGN Music, a lot of the onus, a lot of the pressure would be off of me, and it's pressure that makes people either deliver or fold. The Kickstarter is just because it's a small publishing and they are doing stretch goals. It's already exceeded its goal by about 40K. Yeah, but here's my problem with that. And that's great, But I feel that if you make money, and because when you invest in your own hustle, then it becomes you must survive. You're hungry, you must survive. I feel that Kickstarter takes that necessity of success off of the person because it takes the risk off of that person. So I have a project, I want to see it come to light. I put $20,000 of my own money in it because money makes money. Now it's my $20,000 on the line. I have to deliver. The Kickstarter, I think, takes some of that away. Now, would I want to see a small project like what you're talking about not happen because they can't get investors? No. So it's like I don't have a final decision, a final, like, is this good or is this bad? But I'm kind of leaning towards the fact I see a lot of projects on Kickstarter that should never have been on Kickstarter because they weren't flushed out enough. But the problem is most of those are MMORPGs. So I'm still, you know, I'm still rattling around in my head whether or not I think crowdfunding is the wave of the future. But since I'm not decided, I'm not going to utilize it at the moment. How long do you think Lost Ark will keep the concurrent player on Steam? I feel like it's going to start dropping off after maybe a month or two. So Lost Ark's numbers are going to be hard to track because, again, remember I said the biggest problem with Steam charts is it's a piece of data, and you have to know what the piece of data you're getting. Their all-time peak was 1.3 million. They're playing 4 minutes ago was 1 million. But that doesn't tell you if the 1 million playing 4 minutes ago were also part of the 1.3 million that were playing during the all-time peak. You could have had a huge fall off. You could have had 50, 60, 70, 80% fall off in player retention, but you're just rocking it on player acquisition. The problem with Steam charts is it never tells you. I imagine it could maybe somehow parse that data that way, where it would tell you how many unique players have played in the month is really the piece of data that you would need. So if it had one more column, if it said playing 4 minutes ago, 24-hour peak, all-time peak, unique users who've launched this application at least once during the month of February, that would give you so much more insight into the player retention. Right now in the first month, you can't really look at player retention. Will Lost Ark hold on to that number? Yeah, for a while, because it's a free-to-play game. The other answer I can't get, the other question I can't get an answer to is sitting in queue counting to their concurrent player? And I believe it does, because I believe Steam charts simply tracks, appreciate that sub, 17 months. Look at that. I believe that number does, because I believe the Steam charts number simply tracks who has launched the application. So yeah, I don't want to say sitting in queue does count to active players. I want to be careful with that, because I don't want to say with 100% certainty, because I don't have a 100% certainty answer. That's why I like to frame it as I think it does. I'm pretty certain it does, but that's, I always say on the show, words matter. Always leave yourself an out. I've never used Kickstarter before this, but for book releases, an example, I think it's doing what's supposed to. They are creating some hype by seeing the number of purchases live, different tiers with some limited merch. It's the most popular fantasy book on Royal Road, so everyone wants to support the author now that they have a chance. Yeah, so I definitely think that you are a bazillion% correct when it comes to Kickstarter and a physical, tangible object like a book. Specifically, let me say why I think a book is okay. because the book's written. I'm assuming the book is already written, and it's a web-based book that they're trying to do a physical edition release on. This is a lot different than, say, somebody in the community still hasn't gotten their coffee press. That's a physical object, but you still have to pay to get the physical object run. And then an MMORPG, which you back it in 2017, and it might not come out till 2025. And then I think that heel is where the difference is. The work is already finished, and now we're just talking about paying for distribution. I think that's a big difference. I worked with, about 20 years ago, when I was in the Camarilla, I worked with a couple of the authors that the Camarilla had, and they were always setting up booths at the conventions to sell their books, because it's very expensive. If you guys didn't know this, it's very, very, very expensive to get your book into bookstores. It's not really expensive to get your book into like the local comic book shop that has some novels. They might take 20, but they may not buy them from you. They may take 20 from you and sell them for you. But to get into like a Barnes & Noble or a Walden Book or any of the big ones that either exist, I know Barnes & Noble still does. I don't know if Walden does. You have to pay for a run count of like 20,000 books. And the problem is that once you give them to the bookstore barely break even on the run, so there's no money to be made for you. So I think Kickstarter for a book that's already written might be the truest intention of Kickstarter. Oh, with that said, I do want to give a shout out to a couple of people. I want to give a shout out to Roshan and Vaknar over on the official Discord. Sometimes you have to just keep saying something loudly and aggressively until somebody hears it. Roshan is old school community management. He's been around since the EverQuest days. He replaced Lieutenant Toast. Roshan, absolutely on the ball. Want to give him mad props. There was a problem on the Discord. You guys know, on the official Discord, there's been a long-term running problem of what acceptable is. What's the level of acceptable? And people press the line all the time. People step over the line. And let me back that up. In my opinion, people press the line. In my opinion, people step over the line all the time on the official Discord. The AOC channel was becoming just a pile of filth. Just really a pile of filth. And it got so bad that people in this community, in the Paradox Gaming Network community, have voiced their concern on the official Discord to moderators. And the moderators are like Sparky says, long-term problem of softcore porn on the Discord. I left because of it. A lot of people have that opinion. I was talking to Vaknar about it. I said, there are people in my community who won't come over to your community because there's no need for them. There's really nothing of substance on the Discord, and all the news alerts automatically funnel into my Discord from your Discord, so they don't need to be there. I was talking to him, and I got the at first contact, I got the usual corporate answer of yeah, we're looking into it. Well, I pointed something out to Vaknar, and Vaknar actioned it. I pointed something else out to Vaknar, and he actioned it. And I said, okay. I said, you and Roshan are actually interested in turning it around. Roshan jumped into chat, I believe it was yesterday, might have been the day before, and he said, folks, we are way beyond NSFW. You shouldn't be memeing NSF, not safe for work stuff on this Discord. And like went up the line and deleted a bunch of posts that people had made. That's community management. The problem is that when you take a concern to a moderator and you say, I don't think this is in good taste, and the moderator's response is, well, in good taste isn't one of our rules. No, your rules are there in order to create an environment that is in good taste. If you have a rule in your Discord, right? And you have a rule about porn. In fact, I don't even want to misquote them. Their rules actually say sexualization and gore. No, not safe for work content. Here is the definition of that. I shouldn't have to fight with you about whether or not something is not safe for work. The trick to it is, if you're going to tell me that's safe for work, are you going to print it out and are you going to post it on your cubicle wall? No. Okay, well then you know it's not safe for work. So what are we arguing about? What are we discussing here? Intrepid can make whatever rules they want, but Discord itself is the bottom line on rules. Yes, Discord, not to throw anybody by name under the bus, because people who talk to me with the belief that they have anonymity. There is somebody who was so disgusted with the Ashes of Creation official Discord, they went to Discord Trust and Safety. And Discord Trust and Safety came back with, that is unacceptable, and we are going to be looking into it. Remember, Discord can see into your Discord server and you never even know they're there. They don't have to join your server to see what's going on in your server. You're the server owner, but they're the platform owner. They can just see your Discord. And the thing is that you do not, as a company, want to lose your Discord, because then they'll just be like, well, you're not getting another one. You can't get another featured, partnered, whatever the name is. Yeah, you're the president, they're God, is basically the way it works. So I know Intrepid. Roshan, if you look up, I'm not 1000% fluent with Roshan's background, but if you look up Roshan's background, Roshan is old school community management. He ain't gonna tolerate that shit. And he, like I said the other day, he jumped in and he said nope, this is unacceptable. The other one was somebody had something cute or quirky to say at 11 o'clock this morning. Let me go back. And this is one thing that they do need to fix their moderators. But one of the things was the Roshan and Vacnar came online at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, and it was like, yeah, we just came online because it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We work at 9. Now, Video Game Studio starts work at 9. Pretty solid. Personally, do I think both of your community managers, when right now, see, I don't know what else the community management team is doing. I don't know what their in-office responsibilities are. But do I think that both your community managers should be coming on at 9? No, I don't. I think, honestly, like, one of them should be working like 6 to 3, and one of them should be working like 11 to 7, so that you have that community manager presence on for a lot more of the day. But again, I understand that the community moderators are volunteer positions, but you guys have heard me say on my show several times, I don't think police officers should be police officers for more than 4 years in a row. I think every 5th year, police officers should go do something other, dare, teacher, something other than being a police officer, because they deal with them, for the most part, the dredges of society every day. And what was the line from Game of Thrones? If you put the nail to people every day, you start to feel like a carpenter. If you deal with the dredges of society every single day, if you deal with the trash every single day, you start to think of yourself as a garbage man. And then you get Denzel Washington in Training Day. Fuck him. That's garbage. Let the garbage men handle them. He's referring to patrolmen. I think police officers every 5th year should do something other that lets them detox, right? With the same thing in mind, I think the community moderators should be a moderator for, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years, and then, hey, you're not a moderator for 6 months. Detox. Bring more people in there. It's funny to see the ham-fisted attempts at some of the moderators. Like, some of the moderators don't know how to moderate. It's they need to stop bringing in brain dead moderators. That of course, the Karthos is the direct one-for-one correlation with getting quality people to work for you in this economy. I can't get anybody to work for me at $9 an hour. Well, then you might want to raise your rates to $15 an hour. It's really hard to get good moderators if you're paying them nothing. If you're paying them zero, it's hard to get good people. Now, I'm not saying that every one of them is bad. They do have really good moderators, but you know, some of them are just ridiculous. Just like they did with the content creator program. Might be time to fire everybody and then let people reapply. Some people might just be, oh, I've been a moderator for that. I've been a moderator. It's just what I am. There's just a select few that are objectively terrible. I'm not going to disagree with that. I also think that there are a couple of moderators who use their red status to speak down to people, and then they're taken as a joke. It's like you think you're, and then there's people who use the fact that they're a moderator. Like, if you're talking about politics as a moderator, you should be fired. You should straight be fired, because one of the rules is no politics. You feel the need to jump in on that conversation. The only jumping in on that conversation you should do is to shut it down. But then there's also people like Karthos and I are both historians. Karthos and I are talking about the history of politics, the history of a political system, the history of a legal system. We are not talking about Biden or Trump or, Johnson or the Prime Minister of Canada. We're not talking about the issue at hand. We're talking about the historical significance of an issue. And the moderators come in and they're like, no politics. And you're like, we're not even fucking talking about politics. We're talking about like the historical significance of truckers of boycotting. No, you're talking about politics. So, you like the mod who was arguing with me on the definition of communism? Yeah, it's like talking about the definition of communism is not talking about politics. Talking about communism as a political style is like your pinky toe over the line of politics. But when you start saying like the People's Republic of China is communist, okay, now that's a fact, but you're still not talking about politics. You're not really talking about politics. You're not really talking about like, you got to realize, just because you're talking about something that is political, like if I say China is a communist country, I'm not talking politics. I'm stating a fact. If I start talking about why China's one-child policy, now you're talking politics. Now you're a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet past the line. But with that said, I think they are leaving the capital today. The truckers, I don't know. The big thing about truckers, or the big thing about I saw yesterday, I was more concerned about bourbon and bad decisions, and there wasn't enough bourbon because there was zero bourbon involved. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday. We went to Hibachi because that's where she wanted to go. I desperately try to never have to cancel my kids' birthday dinners. And I will cook if my kids ask me to cook for their birthdays. They usually want to go to Hibachi. They usually want to go to Texas Roadhouse or Longhorn. So my kid wanted to go to Hibachi. Well, the school district let out 30 minutes early due to ice and snow. So I said, okay, And my wife said, are we going to be okay? I was like, yeah, I got the SUV. I looked at the weather. No big deal. What's up, St. Gabriel? Looked at the weather, said, okay, we'll be good. Drove my family to the hibachi place. Had a great meal, little sushi, little hibachi. Get out of the restaurant, and the whole driver's side of my SUV is just a sheet of ice. I was able to get in the driver's door. Took about 10 minutes of sitting there with the defroster on to thaw out the window. Driving home, I began to think that maybe this wasn't the best of ideas. I see cars sliding into the ditch. I'm doing about a reasonable 57 behind a snowplow. Somebody passes me on the left doing about 72, 75, ends up in the ditch. We got home, watched A New Hope with my daughter. We're working our way through all the Star Wars movies. I checked Twitter. My phone was blowing up with winter advisory alerts, so I just muted it. I looked at the 100-car pileup in Illinois. So I thought to myself, okay, we got hibachi done, but might not have been the best idea. I don't get why people push the weather limit. The risk is too high. Yeah, I mean, we were in no hurry. So there was a salt truck. I don't know, maybe 10, 15 seconds ahead of us. I was just chewing along down the highway, but this person came flying on the side of me, and I was like, what the hell are you doing? But stupid is as stupid does. Fuck around and find out, right? The other thing I'm finding out more and more is that the insurance companies, to get political for a second, the insurance companies are the people that are lobbying for all these safety diagnostics in your car. The reason why is if you slide into a ditch in the middle of an ice storm and you were speeding, the insurance company wants to pull the diagnostic data off of your car and not pay for your car to be repaired. Because remember, when you sign your insurance policy, you actually say that you acknowledge that if your accident occurs while you're illegally operating the vehicle, you waive the right to compensation. Well, people don't understand that. What that means is that just doesn't mean if your license is suspended. And I've seen people get into car accidents while their license is suspended and then get told by the insurance company, well, you're just shit out of luck. We're not paying any of that. And they're like, well, why not? Be like, because you're driving on a suspended license, bro. Like, we're not paying that. But now if you were speeding, living in Colorado, had a snow day a couple of weeks ago, been in Cali 20-ish years, not exactly used to snow. Yeah, so Saint Gabriel is not the person that should be in the left-hand lane passing me at 70 miles an hour, but they'll still collect your insurance payment. Actually, Araj, if your license is suspended, you're supposed to immediately contact your insurance company, because you no longer have a driver's license. But the problem is that, as we all know in the insurance business, if there's any licensed drivers in your house, you have to pay the premium for them. And being the father of a bunch of teenagers, once your kid turns 16 and you let your kid get their driver's license, there is no such thing as, I'm letting you get your driver's license, but you're not allowed to drive. You are going to say, I'm going to let you get your driver's license, but I'm not giving you a permission to drive my vehicles. But as soon as your 16-year-old turns 16 and you let them get their driver's license, you must add them to 95% or more of insurances. 95% or more of insurances don't allow you to do not all licensed drivers in a household. So that's another one of those crazy things. Wouldn't they have to post laws, signs, and limits on for different weather severity? No, because most of the time, unless if you're exceeding the speed limit. If you're passing me at 72 and the speed limit's 70, you're driving in unsafe conditions. There are a lot of there are a lot of states that already have standard laws, and it doesn't matter if you're aware of them or not. In snow or ice, you are instructed by state law to reduce your speed by 10 miles under the posted. And people are like, I didn't know that. Shit, a lot of cops don't even know that. Yeah, if you had a note on your car, you'd still need to have theft and damage, like trees falling. Yes, absolutely. When I went near Fort Bliss, it snowed and I didn't see anyone at all in town. I felt like I owned the town. Yeah, right? People don't even clear snow from the roofs. You don't actually need... Oh, car roofs. Yes, car roofs. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. The mountain passed by me just hangs a sign up in September that says, carry chains or traction tires. They just keep it up there until June. Yeah. I have to get 9 dead birch trees taken down by my new house. Oh man, that's rough. Getting dead trees taken out is never a fun time. Never a fun time. So 7K, a lot of firewood. Man, 7K, you should be dropping those trees by yourself. Drop those trees on your own. Save yourself 7K. Get a good workout in. My old man's like 82. He still drops 3 or 4 trees a year for his firewood. Splits all that shit on his own. He's also a little crazy. I told him one day you're gonna drop a tree on yourself, and he's like, well, if it's my time, it's my time. They're like 4 stories and I make too much to die from a tree. There you go. There you go. All right. So, a new freehold building, the storage shed. A house can take up a lot of space. How about making a storage shed the size of a water well? You could place a storage chest and a workbench in it. This would give more room for the freehold for gathering, process, crafting, and other buildings. If you're not a house decorator, this could be a great option. Okay, so first of all, why are you assuming that you can't put a storage, you can't put a chest in one of those other buildings? Why? Okay, you redeemed a viewer choice segment. You need to tell me what segment you want. I don't know why people would think that, like in Arcade, you could put a chest on every piece of property. If you were putting it on a farm, you just had to get a little creative. So, you could put a storage chest anywhere. Yeah, you should be able to put a storage chest in your house. No, he's saying that what if you don't want a house, but you want to have storage? Well, I would hope that my crafting buildings have storage chest ability. Okay. Just so you know, I will work on this. The viewer choice segment isn't done when you redeem the points, because it's a viewer choice segment. So I will, since it's the weekend, this is a good time. I have put that into my list of things to do. I will put that video together and then we'll talk about that video. I will try to get that video done this weekend since I don't have anything else on the agenda. And then I will let you know when it's out and then we'll talk about it. But Titan Reach becomes the newest Kickstarter scam. Honestly, when will people learn we have a voice with our dollar? Stop supporting these projects? Yeah, exactly. What is this habit of mentioning Margaret and Steven in random foreign posts? How does one come to the conclusion that this particular thread is important enough to mention these two? Because it's, this is what I call Jay can do it, so I can do it too. Lex can do it, so I can do it too. Kalez can do it, so I can do it too. These people see OGs in the community ping Steven on shit, not that we think is important, but that we know if Steven happens to be free, he would find this important. A lot of times it's creating opportunities for Steven to talk to the community without it having to be a big formal thing. This right here isn't worthy of pinging Margaret, and well, maybe Margaret, because Margaret likes to design things. Maybe Margaret wants to design a storage shed, and then after Margaret designs the storage shed cosmetic, the design team would have to create storage sheds. I don't know. It's hard to say how much space we'll have yet. There might be more than enough. Well, you're gonna have half an acre. Might even be like EVE Online, where every storage station storage was infinite and you only had limitations was how much you personally carry between the stations. So yes, I'm of two minds on infinite storage capability. On one hand, I played EVE Online, and if I logged into EVE Online right now, you guys would probably vomit as to how many freighters worth of stuff I have at random stations. But EVE Online is a space station, and they're huge, so having infinite storage space isn't all that unbelievable. At the same time, I get that your storage in your game should be a commodity. But if you're also going to be doing things like keeping low-level items relevant, remember I said nothing is done in a vacuum, so every design decision affects every other design decision. If you're gonna make it so that like a level 10 flower is needed in 20, then 30, then 40, and then 50, I might have a bunch of stuff that I keep one-offs of, in case I need to make. Karthos comes to me and says, hey man, I need a this. Okay, I have all the pieces to make a this. If I have limited storage capability, then it's going to become a matter of, well, I don't have the parts to make that. I love infinite storage for hoarders like myself. Yeah, I love infinite storage. It's also why my Final Fantasy bill is $19 a month. So I will answer this question, because that is the point of the show. Do we know yet how storage will be implemented? Like local storage, or will they all be globally linked? Okay, so with that answer, gatherables, processed goods, and mob drops are absolutely not globally linked. So if it's an ore, if it's a log, if it's a flower, if it's anything ultimately that goes into the processing part of the, if it feeds into processing, it is not globally linked. Now, if it's processing, it's not globally linked either. A processed good is simply a gatherable that's been processed by a processor and yet has yet to be made into a final product or a finished product. So those we know are not globally linked. Now, Steven has mentioned a couple of things differently when it comes to finished goods. At one point, Steven said that finished goods would be able to be drawn out of your inventory from anywhere. And then Steven heard our objection to that, and he said, got it, but that's so far down the road. It's kind of like Steven said, I'm not blowing you off, but I don't want to think about that yet, because that's one of those other dominoes may fall and lead Intrepid to change that without them saying, we're going to change. We're going to change step 6. Well, why worry about step 6 before you've done steps 1 through 5? Because any change in 1 through 5 may change 6 on its own. But Steven said, when we said to him, there's a lot of disparity between gatherers, processors, and crafters. And he said, got it. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. We're going to readdress this later. Okay. When it comes to chests, will storage have permission rules per chest? Can I make a public chest in my tavern like Take a Penny? And the answer is yes. The building itself will have, and I hope Intrepid does more than just the standard private, public, guild, and family. I hope that Intrepid does what's known as a friends list. So if you're on my friends list, you can go into the chest. I would actually like them to, go a little bit deeper into the permissions setup, because I would like to have something along this line. I would like to have name, building access, chest. These shouldn't have chest access. So it'd be like Parthos, building access, yes. Chest access, no. Barrage, building access, no. Chest access, yes. You know, I'd like to be able to set in my friends menu, I want you to be able to access my building, but not my chests. I'd like you to be able to access my chests, but not my buildings. And then some people would say like, well, how do they access your chests and not your buildings? Well, that's because Araj is my delivery person. I have a chest on the side of my house. Araj rolls up into it, drops that, moves and goes on. I would, because EVE Online has that. EVE, if you've never played EVE Online, you can set up an infinite number of roles, and you can set up people to have contradictory rules to the role. So yeah, I would love for them to go more towards the EVE Online level of management, because if you're going to do that level of management for the guilds, it becomes just as easy to do it for everybody. If there are finished items in the shed and your freehold is destroyed as part of the siege, are those items lootable? Yes. Yes. This is one that, I mean, I have to address. Can we get the items that are already set in stone before they make up more shit to sell? I think at this point, Intrepid is now about to reach the you're a fucking joke level. And I say that because, let me get the exact date. Actually, I'm going to get the exact date. Let me just grab the damn thing. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. On March 3rd of last year, Margaret said, we know y'all have been asking for this information for a while. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestone, but once they have time to send that information over to me, I will relay and make sure it's placed somewhere where it's easy to consume. You're telling me that it's been almost a year and design hasn't had 10 minutes to send you the cosmetics list yet? Your company has major problems. Your company has major fucking issues then. You know this is a growing issue, a growing sore spot, a growing piece of irritation. And you said the reason why we can't have it is because design is getting ready for Alpha 1. Well, if the answer is always going to be you can't have it because design is busy, when between now and launch is design not going to get increasingly more busy? So at this point, somebody needs to sit down and realize, okay, we told you a year ago we're going to give you an answer. It's been a fucking year. It's been a year. Get the answer. So, the intent behind the limitation on the crafting system is to promote interaction between players. Any freehold building created as a workaround to these intended mechanics of keeping a single person unable to master all the crafts or having crafting station ability on the freehold, not going to happen. I like Unknown. Unknown is a really great dude. However, his post has absolutely the fuck nothing to do with the original post. Because The person didn't ask for a workaround for the crafting system. The person said, I want more crafting stations. I want more crafting buildings and processing buildings on my freehold. Also, remember, bad answer, because all of my characters share my freehold. I have one freehold for my account, not one freehold per character. So if I'm going through the method of leveling up alts, I might want to have a forge and a blacksmith and a mill and a carpentry shop. I might be able to do that, I might not. Remember, the freehold is half an acre in square acreage. You have to you have to fit and play Tetris to get the buildings that you want on. Ashes was getting goofed on during Asmongold Rich latest Allcraft. Give me like the 2-sentence summation of what happened, because I didn't see that. Yeah, Jimmy John's. Having a little Jimmy John's, having a little root beer. Trying to settle down my stomach. I had half a sandwich for lunch and half of a pickle. I have tea too. So, I don't think there were any other good forum posts. I'll look at this one. I'll look at this one too. We'll look at this one too. It was written by Tay, so we're automatically going to. So. Okay. We're gonna laugh at this one. Best output by Intrepid. I ask Intrepid what their specs are for a computer to play both PvP and PvE. My pipeline is 1 gigabit line that runs at about 750 megabytes per second. Does anybody notice? Does anybody see the fucking problem with this fucking first statement here? Does anybody see the problem with this statement? Hence, the game should try its best at first-person PvP and yet retain the visual sweeping landscape. Is there a mode switch that will okay, the fuck is wrong with you? Hence, the game should try its best at first-person PvP and yet retain the visual sweeping landscapes. Yes, 1024 doesn't equal 750. Is there a mode switch that Intrepid can toggle between the two? In other words, as a potential PvP player, I don't want lag leading to my death. I think the technology exists. Yet, I want to embrace the scenery and storyline. Did you think about parsing PvP versus PvE? Best regards. What the fuck? This is the fucking... This is what the world is coming to. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? So my internet does what my GPU does client side. What does your internet speed have to do with PC specs? Let's move on. This is trash. This strikes me as someone whose native language isn't English. Oh no. Oh no, no. Their native language is most certainly English. The quality of graphics will not cause your network-based latency. Graphics can cause your computer to slow down, but your connection speed has no impact at all on this. We have been truly blessed by this post. Yes, lag latency is purely a function of your connection between the computer and the server. No. People have to realize this. This is not 100% true. Routers, ISP, network interface card, network cable. Okay. Then they are right. Okay, they're right here. It's not purely a function of the connection between your computer and the server. Right, your network interface card. Heavy graphics can lead to bad frames per second. The effect is different, yes. Lag will lead to things like rubber banding, the system saying you are out of range, when it looks like you're standing right next to something, yes. When you have things slowed down due to graphics, it can lead to difficulty moving and turning, yes. Yes. This is a great response. I don't understand asking for a PvE PvP toggle for a network connection. Now, if you're talking about a toggle to instantly lower graphics settings, that makes sense. Though I don't think it should be PvE, PvP thing. This is more combat, non-combat thing. True. Once I was able to parse what Skev was asking, it's actually not a bad idea. No, because here's the problem, Adama. You're not parsing what you're not parsing what Skev was saying. You're finding the closest thing to what it's even possible that he said and connecting with that. So I just wanted to show you guys that's what some of the shit that gets posted. Alpha 2, I'm very excited to play Alpha 2. I feel like a kid going on holiday again, asking my parents how many miles to go. Shut the fuck up, we're not there yet. Don't make me turn this car around. Oh, wait, we're not in the car. Surely sometime this year. Can't you do an Alpha 2 open day where we get to play for 24 hours? No, shut up, we're not getting McDonald's. I'm not even bothered if it consists of lagging and disconnecting all day, as long as we get a taste, and obviously you will benefit from the data received. No, I hate when people do that shit. No, you won't benefit from the data received. Stop trying to create an imaginary, reason why something is good because you want something is good. Data for the sake of data is absolutely fucking bullshit. It's a bullshit idea. It's a bullshit concept. Data for the sake of data is a bullshit idea. You should not be gathering data unless you know why you're gathering the data. What am I looking at? What data am I trying to get? How many people play? How many people create elves? How many people create Tolnar? I think you know the answer, but are hoping for a miracle. We have no range for release of Alpha 2. We can all make estimates. I think it might be optimistic in suggesting we might see Alpha 2 by Christmas, but a lot also think next year. But unfortunately, you won't find they just pop a random Alpha 2 day because you will get very little valuable data in such a small period. And they still haven't gotten all the features ready for Alpha 2, thus the sparsity of information. Yeah, 4 months minimum, people. Like, shut the fuck up. 4 months minimum, and then I gotta send the person a PM and be like, 2 of your things are done by completely different teams. In addition, you will have to pay for an Alpha 2 key. Bubble broken. Yes, your bubble is broken. Let's see. A question about quests. So I might be wrong here, but this is how I understand it. There will be 103 possible nodes on each server. Each node has the potential to have enough quests from a player to go from max level just that node. No, that's incorrect. That begs the question, will there be 103 different quest lines that can all take a player to max level? Or will there be a copy-paste quest between town? Of course there's going to be copy and paste quests. If it's the first one, who will write, design, and program 103 different quest lines? Nobody, because that's completely insane. If it's the second one, how many will be copy-pasted? How different will the experience be in a player that started in a mountain compared to on the beach? Or are we looking at a few node-specific quests, the rest is going to be general? I think the odds are quite high that we will see a lot of variation in quests. I mean a lot. For example, okay, nodes will vary by level, race, location, religion, node type, season of the year, and other unknowns. No. Nodes in season... I mean, sure, I guess there could be seasonal specifics, but sure. Religion will have quests, races will have quests, archetypes will... no. Archetypes will not have quests, not confirmed. Social organizations will have quests, bounty hunter guild, thieves guild, crafter guilds, no. Oh, okay, they just added more shit. Okay, sure. I don't think the Bounty Hunters Guild has quests. This person's about 50% right. But who will write them? Intrepid has over 120 full-time employees now and still hiring. And so that's fucking wrong. I have 50 people that work at one of my locations, and one of them's the janitor. The janitor doesn't just like jump up and start doing logistics work. Just like the logistician doesn't, the person writing the orders doesn't jump into a forklift. The IT guy doesn't jump into a forklift. The janitor doesn't jump into a forklift. The secretary doesn't jump into a forklift. People have to realize that you don't have 120 jack of all trades. You have specialists. So when you say shit like Intrepid has over 120 full-time employees, but if we have a dozen people working 35 productive hours a week, would give us 1,600 writing hours a month. No, I have to respond to this. I have to answer this. Red line, typo. Wow, my typing today is horrible. I don't know why I capitalized engineering team and not art team. What's up, fellow paradoxicals? That's right. Yeah, but the thing, he does acknowledge in the post, not all writing quests. I don't care because it's a bullshit. Like, you shouldn't make that post at all. You shouldn't make that post at all because what you're doing there, for you. You literally tried to put empirical data to back up your argument. Your empirical data doesn't apply here. The empirical data that you're putting is wrong. So it has to be called out as wrong. You think using AI as part of the quest generation is something that Intrepid should pursue? No. I think what you do at this point is you don't I want to make sure that we don't start accrediting things to artificial intelligence that are basically scripted in only appearing to give the appearance of random when it's not really random. You basically could have the quest giver say, I want you to go get X, Y, or Z quantity of A, B, or C mob drop, and I will pay you if X then 1, if Y then 2, if Z then 3 reward. That's not AI. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, when the quests randomly generate, that the quest didn't randomly generate. The quest pulled from predetermined values. So people got to be really, really careful when they say it was a random quest. No, it wasn't a random quest, because you could go to the guy and get go get 5 deer pelts every day. That doesn't mean that guy only gives 5 deer pelts. Now, one thing I would like to see them do. There it goes. One thing I would like to see them do is make it so that you can't get the same configuration 2 days in a row. So if you had configuration number 1101, the next day you can't get 1101. If it were to roll you out 1101, it would be like, nope, you had that configuration yesterday. you have to get a different one. So Cartho's giving out subs. Woodchip got a sub. It's always good. Oh, look at that. We got the new juggling hat alert. I like that one. Putting me to work there, juggling hats, making you laugh. So, appreciate that. But no, I think that we got to be careful. I think we got to be careful when we say AI, because I don't think that that's an AI response. I think that is drawing from a random collection of predetermined events. Now, would I like to see games do procedural generation for quests? Yes. But I'd also like to see games get to the point where they do procedural generation for dungeons and raids. So, but no, this statement here, it could be more, but if we have dozens of people working 35 productive hours a week would give us 1,600 writing hours a month. What portion of them are writing quests? 10%. You don't know. Like, you're throwing out random fucking bullshit numbers. Steven, Jeff's not there, but Jeff did write quests before. And if we have a dozen people working 35 productive hours a week, again, I don't want to go into the number, but you don't get 35 productive hours of people in a week. If you don't realize that, the last number I saw is that due to a lot of bad company management, you might be getting as little as 3 productive hours a day out of people. Steven has already alluded to this, and this is one of those, this is one of those statements that, because Steven didn't have a long background in business management, I feel a ton of Steven's time is being wasted. I feel a ton of Steven's time is being wasted. Because Steven talks about all the time where he's like, I spent all day in meetings. You better have had 16 30-minute meetings if you've been in meetings all day. So this person was good here, but then they get, like, IS has over 120 full-time employees. What portion of them are writing quests? Maybe 10%? Well, then don't say it this way. Don't put numbers out there. It could be more, but if we have a dozen people working 35 productive hours a week, that would give us 1,600 writing hours a month. For years of quest writing, that could be a lot of good quests. Without a doubt, I'm an optimist here. Yeah, you're an over-optimist. Let's see. Oh, and there will be no golden feather tonight. So it's Vertex's birthday. Happy birthday, Vertex. So, I wouldn't expect a full quest line like we see on other MMOs. You'd be wrong. Why the fuck can't people go to the wiki? If you're going to answer people's questions, could you please go to the wiki? Let me get to the wiki. Let's see. So why can't people do this in such a way that they don't give bad information? How hard is it to give a shit about what you do? Narrative quests. The world of Vera will be the same on each server, but nodes will develop differently. Different servers will have different narratives. Things will happen on one server that may not happen on another. Story arcs. Story arcs drive one or more of the quest lines. And I'll appreciate that. Oh, it's Chibi Bree. Just talking about you. Tell Vertex I said happy birthday. Story arcs, personal quest lines, cultural quest lines, regional quest lines. Regional quest lines, which means it doesn't need to be at any particular node. Yeah, hype train. Always fun to see hype trains. What makes you think they care enough to be correct? I don't think people care enough to be correct, and that's the problem. I think people want to say something. I think people want to be the person on the forums who gets regarded as always talking. The problem is that these people are always talking, and they're always talking shit. They're always talking wrong. Right here. This is what I was looking for. Oh, it's Steven Sharif. Zoom in right here. The overarching narrative is that players are the returning children of Vera. They will not be characterized individually as saviors. This is not... Oh, you got me. My foot was off the board. This is not everybody is the warrior of light. In fact, Endwalker did another one of those little tongue-in-cheek things. You're the warrior of light, and you're supposed to have 7 friends on speed dial who are also warriors of light. And in this one, they said, they said, I created those 7 people for you. It's like, no, you didn't. They're players. But no, when people talk about the overarching storyline, we know we have a storyline. So can we, you know, I wouldn't expect full quest line like we see on other MMOs, really, because we already know that it exists. Expect more smaller quest lines that aren't related to each other at all. Wrong. I would expect quests to be mostly node-based, other than social organization and religious quests. So, I think people need to recognize that, of what Ashes is and what Ashes isn't gonna be. So, sorry, I wanted to go back in and clean that up. I felt I maybe been a little too hostile. Maybe a little too hostile, so I wanted to go in there. I hate when people ask, would you rather be right or liked? And someone answers liked. Are you kidding me? It drives me up the wall. Yeah, my thing is that, like I told you guys, so many people contact my wife, who's on my Discord, and they'll contact my wife and they'll be like, you know your husband's an asshole. And Tamir will be like, why do you think I married him? And it throws people off. Like they have no idea what to respond to that. They'll be like, your husband's an asshole. And she'll be like, well, he's not an asshole to me. Like, I knew what I was marrying. Like, he's not an asshole towards me. I'm not an asshole towards everybody. So in a lot of MMOs, once you reach endgame, it generally becomes an endless grind of the same dungeon over and over. In Final Fantasy XIV, I enjoy their hunt system, which works as your basic adventure system from manga and anime. Hell, even the failed New World had something akin to the adventure board request. Okay, let's move forward. This worries me. The basic adventure system from manga and anime. I've watched a lot of animes that don't have a basic adventure system. I think it's a great addition for nodes to implement an adventure board system as well as a bounty system to promote PvE and PvP respectively. Adventure system, requests for monster hunts, materials, and crafted items. It's called the fucking marketplace. It's called buy orders. So I think we're covered there. I don't think we need a specific thing there. Bounty system. PvP bounties placed on people with high kill counts that reset monthly. Based on those, you accumulate large amounts of corruption by PKing non-combatants. Fair and open PvP where both are flagged and engage in mutual combat or accept the risk of being killed while flagged one of bounties. No. No. Absolutely not. Because... Absolutely not. I should not have to face two punishments. I should not have to face two punishments because I go corrupted. Now, guys, hear me out here. I am the best person to talk about balancing because, as you'll notice, I condemn PKers and I say the corruption system is good enough, but then this person wants to put 2 punishments. I really wish Intrepid would show Link the wiki quiz score on their forum IDs like they do other badges. How many trolls would get shut down by, well, dumbass, you only have a 32% on your test. What do you know anyway? You know, I say this, hey, Zenedra, one of my favorite people in the world, Zenedra. Here, I'm gonna show off. So here is my crown jewel of my collection of braggery, right? This is a limited edition Intrepid white hat, and it's autographed, right? And it's autographed. Both times the wiki has done contests, both times the wiki has done contests, I've taken the #1 spot. Because I feel as a content creator, you should know everything there is to know about a game if you're going to be trying to answer people's questions. Notice what I said there. I feel as a content creator, you should know everything there is to know about a game if you're going to answer people's questions. Bustin is an amazing content creator, but Bustin is doing that. Bustin is a content creator for his livelihood. Bustin's a great guy. When Bustin was getting involved in Ashes of Creation, he was watching my videos on his stream to learn about Ashes of Creation. Bustin will refer people to me if they ask him a question. Bustin's hilarious. I can't do the type of content he does. He's funny as fuck. Like, he is one of the few streamers that I watch. He just makes me laugh. But he'll refer people over to me. He'll be like, shit, I don't know that. Go Jahlon. Get the fuck out of here. That's too much, man. He'll be in the middle of a league game, but that's too much. Get out of here. I think that people who are trying to be entertainers don't need to be educational, but I think the entertaining people need to default to the educators, and then stop guessing. Stop guessing. If you don't know, say I don't know. Great news, bounty hunters. Not sure if this is maybe slightly off topic, but I've imagined a player-driven adventure notice job board for a long time where players can boast quests. Like if you're stuck on a group quest. Well, we already have that. Yeah, choo-choo. Choo-choo. I'm thinking that players get to post a notice where they specific... Fuck's sake. I'm thinking that players get to post a notice where they specify what they need help with, what they offer as a reward, and what, where, how to collect the reward. No. If you are going to do a system, later Zenedra, if you are going to do a system where you offer a reward, the reward should be held in escrow. Because we're not going to have any of this bullshit of help me kill Titan super duper triple S Savage, and then I do that and you don't give me the reward. Help me level Plox. I hate the word Plox. I'll tell you right now, I hate that word so much. If you say Plox to me in game, I just mute you. I just mute you. I will never see it again. I hate games that have a fixed amount of people I can ban, because I want to be able to ban the whole fucking world. I want to ban every person. Fucking side note, why does Discord feel the need to not remove the one blocked message? They say they won't remove the one blocked message because it's going to be more disruptive. And yet the competitor to Discord, which isn't supposed to be able to connect to Discord, and they can't stop it, that's one of the main features. Also, what the fuck up? What is up? What is up with Generation Z right now? Did you guys hear about this shit? Did you hear that the Zoomies, the neo-millennials, are trying to cancel Eminem because he took a knee at the halftime show. First of all, I don't know why people are surprised that Eminem took a knee at the halftime show. One of his best songs, he tells you how weak his knees are. But second of all, Eminem doesn't give a shit if an entire generation is going to try to cancel him. He is going to shred anybody who comes after him. Machine Gun Kelly went after Eminem, and Eminem completely roasted him. Who was it that just recently said, somebody made a comment that hip hop is black music, and I forgot who it was, who said, somebody made a comment, R&B is black music, and a black rapper, not Dr. Dre, not any of the people that Eminem is with, literally turned around and said, hold up, and pointed, and a video of Eminem speed rapping comes up, and he says, I don't care if you think a particular style is black. Put any black rapper up against him, and he's going to destroy him. And people want to go after this guy. I don't understand the idea of cancel culture. He body bagged Machine Gun Kelly so hard he changed music categories. Yes, he did. He survived Tipper Gore. Yeah. His palms are sweaty too. Surprised he could hold the mic. Yeah, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I got I'm going to go into that question category when we're after this. I do want to let you guys know next Friday is going to be a little weird. Normally, I'm live for 6 hours on Fridays. Unfortunately, you guys know that Tamir has been having major migraines. Tamir has to go to the doctor. Oh, nope, we're not doing that up there. Tamir has to go to the doctor next week. And so I might have to stop my show next week at 2:50, 3:50 Eastern. It depends on where Intrepid is in their live stream, because sometimes they go really long and sometimes they go really short. It all depends on if Tamir gets out in time to pick up Gizmo. She should be out in time to get Gizmo, but if she's not, I have to go up there because obviously my kids got to get home. So next Friday is going to be a play it by ear sort of show. I may just leave the show running. I may leave. No, unfortunately, it's right when their live stream should be ending. If I end my show, I'll be back next Friday. It's just next Friday. You guys know obviously, the fact that you have to say this in this era as a disclaimer is horrible, but family always comes first. The bulletin board and taverns will make this possible in a player-driven way. You can offer 200 gold for a screenshot of someone standing over the body of a dead player. No, you can't. Why do people think that this bullshit is going to be what people want? You can offer 250 cedar wood and 100 good bricks to complete your quest, whatever you want. If you're going to pay me for a screenshot standing over the body of the dead player, you're going to be very disappointed when 5 of us kill one guy and we take 5 different screenshots from 5 different angles, and now you're giving up 1,000 gold for one kill. It's one of the problems EVE Online had. A player-driven bounty system is almost impossible to work out unless it's an escrow system. You put 1,000, and then EVE, Ashes of Creation would have to create the entire EVE kill board system or kill mail system, which I don't think they want to do because that would be feature creep. But yeah, a player-driven bounty system just isn't going to work very well. Let's see. They have the quests up. Oh, they already have 8 comments. Awesome. Roshan. Let's see. Could you shed any more light on the summoner class? Okay. The summoner class. Remember I said, guys, there are consecutive things and there are concurrent things. Well, the summoner class cannot get designed right now because they don't even know how tanking, healing, support, and damage is going to work. How do you build the class that can fill in for a tank, a healer, a support, or a damage dealer until those other things are worked out? Can't really fault them for asking. No, I can, because one of the biggest things about asking a question is that it's answerable and Intrepid wants to answer it at this point in time. I'll give you an example. How much money do you guys currently have in the corporate account? It's definitely an answerable question, but they don't want to answer that question. So Summoner is the most anticipated archetype from what I've seen. Sure, but what do you want? Do you want an answer or do you want filler and fluff? Because right now, could you shed any more light on the Summoner class? You're going to get an answer like this. Well, Summoner has been done in a lot of different games, and in some games they've been done really well, and in other games they haven't been done so well. So what we're really trying to do is we're really trying to focus on those games that have captured the essence of Summoner well. Right now we've put combat back into rework. We're trying to make some decisions on combat, whether ability is going to be tab and action. And since the Summoner casts all of its spells through its summon, Summoner is going to definitely be affected by that action and tab or action or tab construct. Great question. You got an answer, but did it tell you anything? What question do you think they want and are willing to answer then? Lots of them. Just not this one. Because what answer can they give you that will make you happy? We're making a Summoner class. What do you want? Could you shed any more light on the Summoner class? Yeah, it's going to be the last or second to last class that we release. A lot of work to be done before we can talk about Summoner. Certain player abilities may be enhanced in certain climates. Will this be true on the ocean? Implying fire spells might be less potent than an ice spell on open water. Good question. Do you really want them to talk about the most anticipated class this early so another studio like Amazon Game Studios can steal more of Ashes? That's also true. This is a very, very, very true statement right here. The problem with transparent development is that other studios that are further behind Ashes right now are going to release before Ashes because XL Games has all the funding they need and a team of 300 people working on Arc Age 2. Arc Age 2 is only 2 years away. I want people to remember that. Arc Age 2 is only 2 years away. Do we have confirmation on what class will be in Alpha 2? All of them. All 8 primary archetypes in all 64 classes. Now, does that mean that all 64 classes will be there on the first day of Alpha 2? No. Classes may come in later. But here's the problem, and we've talked about it on the show many, many times. Intrepid cannot launch Alpha 2 without all 8 primary archetypes. It'll bias their data, and it'll be a huge embarrassment. If they don't launch with all 8 archetypes, then they are going to suffer so much hate. Now, some people would say, well, it'd be better to start getting data, and you don't want to make that argument with me because I'm going to completely fucking shred. I'm going to completely fucking shred the argument that any data is better than no data. Did they say all 64? I thought they were only having some of the secondaries. Everything will be in Alpha 2. So everything will be in Alpha 2. Yeah, wasn't it only last stream when another game studio forgot which Twitch account they were on and started asking questions in Intrepid stream? Yep. Last month, people were asking questions from their official Twitch account. So it is what it is. I don't think it's a bad thing for AOC community to influence the genre. No, what are you talking about? The Ashes of Creation community influencing the genre? They're not influencing the genre. they're getting their ideas stolen. And let me back that up. I think it's a huge fucking problem. I think it's a huge problem for the Ashes of Creation community to influence the genre. I want to remind you guys, the Ashes of Creation community is one of the worst communities for games in development. The Ashes of Creation community is piss poor for several reasons. Number one, people think it's funny to continuously post softcore anime hentai porn in the Discord. Number two, they completely alienate and shut down people that have legitimate, honest questions. You'll notice that I get frustrated and then I go from frustrated to fucking angry about isms. Stupidism, racism, sexism. I don't tolerate that shit. I don't tolerate that shit at all. And my response of anger is because the people who do that shit need to see your behavior is fucking bad, right? Bad. With that said, I don't think Ashes of Creation has a community to be revered and said the Ashes of Creation community is a great community. I don't think they do. I don't think Chronicles of Illyria did. I don't think Fractured does. If I had to pick a community, I would say the Pantheon community. The Pantheon community pretty much, for the most part, leaves the rest of the genre alone and says, this is our game and we don't shit talk anybody for the most part. And we're just going to be supportive of our game over here. But yeah, Alpha 2 may not be the same as betas due to data and feedback. That is incorrect. Alpha 2 may not be the... First of all, Alpha 2 is still going to be going on while Beta 1 and Beta 2 are going on. For the people that don't understand what Intrepid is doing, Intrepid isn't doing a standard Alpha into Beta development. Oh my god, that is painful. So, the way Ashes is going to work is... Here's where we're at right now and whatever this development piece is. And then we're going to move forward. And then we're going to have Alpha 2. And then this server is going to go through and we're going to have launch, right? And then at some point, there's going to be this little hash line, and this is Beta 1, this is Beta 2, and that will line up with launch. The Alpha 2 server does not invite the beta players to it. The Alpha 2 server continues to run persistently. The Alpha 2 server will have already done a version of this right here. However, these servers are going to be launched and brought online to be dress rehearsals for launch day. Dress rehearsals for the first 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, however long they leave these beta servers up for. But these are not 24/7 persistent servers. They've never planned to be, right? They have never planned to be 24/7 persistent servers, because what you're testing in beta and what you're testing in alpha are two different sets of things. Alpha, also remember, this is the launch of Alpha 2 and this is the final build of Alpha 2, and these aren't the same product. Will the Alpha 2 server be open to the public after the full release? Yes. The Alpha 2 server will become the public test room. So, good question. Have you made a decision to include voice acting for NPC characters? If not, why? Yes, they have. And the answer is money. Voice acting is prohibitively expensive. Voice acting is one of the largest costs. Is one of the largest costs of any MMORPG. Star Wars The Old Republic had a $400 million budget. $100 million of it went to licensing, $100 million of it went to advertising and marketing, $110 million of it went to game design and development, and $90 million of it went to voice acting and sound engineering. A lot of people say, well, just have the community voice lines. Well, that's great and all, but that only gets rid of half of the problem, half of the cost, and it also creates another cost in that, what if I voiced the librarian in every scientific node scholarly building? So what if, out of the goodness of my heart, I recorded 700 lines, and then they come back with the first major DLC, which focuses on node unique buildings, and Steven comes back to me and says, hey, I'd like you to voice another 700 lines. And I'm like, great, I'll voice another 700 lines for $70,000. And he's like, well, I can't afford that. That's not in my budget. And I turn around and I said, well, you know what that really sounds like? That sounds like a you problem. It doesn't sound like a me problem. So now Intrepid is faced with two problems. Number one, they're going to have two different sets of voice actors for the same NPC. Or number two, they're going to have to realize that people who lent their voice to the project at the beginning aren't going to continue it. And I'll tell you right now, the game that has the largest example of how disruptive this is Final Fantasy XIV. They only had the major characters voice acted in the original build of Final Fantasy XIV. Because if you remember, Yoshi P was given 2 years in a very small budget to make A Realm Reborn, because Square Enix only had a very small amount of money because they were broke, right? And I'm not trying to be funny. They were flat broke. The company was broke. And yeah, Ventharian says, I hated that switch. Roban goes from being like the bull of Alamigo to like a politician. It sounds horrible. The entire switch out sounds bad. But guess what? There's nothing you can do about it because the actor wasn't available. What if they get one voice actor that can read the quest for you like an audiobook? Money. Intrepid doesn't have that kind of money. Intrepid doesn't have that kind of money. That is a lot of money because, like I said, it's not just a matter of paying for the author or paying for the voice actor. They're also paying for the sound engineer. So a sound engineer can only work on so many lines a day. So what happens is the sound engineer says, oh, great, got it. I have to normalize 100,000 lines. Yep. Are you paying me on contract or paying me by salary? You're paying me by salary? Great. It's going to take me a year to do this. That's another thing Final Fantasy XIV did. It launched without a lot of its voiceovers. And then it came back and it said, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to add these in. You had to go back and play the game a second time in order to experience all of the voiceovers. Well, people don't want to do that either. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into voice acting. It's also, like I said many times, quality of life things that go backwards aren't a good plan. Why are you going backwards? People have already played. You don't need to add voice acting to the 5 starter areas. The bulk of your people have already played through the 5 starter areas. They're not going to make a new character to go back. Some, of course, will make a new character, but they were going to make a new character anyway. Very few people are going to be like, oh, you added voice lines to the starter camp? Let me make a new character. Let me play through another character for 15 hours. Will players be able to be a citizen of a node and belong to a religion from another divine node? And if so, could players create custom religions at divine nodes level 3 Sid Meier style? Okay, so will players be able to be a citizen of a node and belong to a religion from another divine node? I'm gonna reply. So religions are not tied to divine nodes. They are tied to temples, which are buildings the mayors and build in a constructible plot. So I want people to realize this. You do not need to be a member of a divine node in order to be a member of a religion. Temples are a building that are in every node. Can you build 2 temples in the same node? Yeah. The mayor can allot 2 Hold on, I got that wrong. Yeah, okay. I'm right. Sorry, I was confirming something. So you do not need to be in a divine. Is it supposed to be buildings or building singular? What did I put? Buildings. Oh. Divine node. Unique building. So basically just like the economic node has a market, but all nodes can put down a marketplace. You do not need to be in a divine node to have a religion. You just have to have access to the religious building. Now, temple, I don't like what Intrepid has done with some of this stuff. I don't think there should be a market and a marketplace. I think the marketplace should be called the bazaar, and then I think the market should go through, because they have Galleria, Exchange, what? They have Market, Exchange, Galleria, Emporium. They have Library, College, University, Academy. They have temples, but temples is used in two places. So a divine node will build a unique temple, and everybody else will just build a temple or a shrine or whatever the other word is going to be. I think Intrepid really needs to sit down and think about their nomenclature for certain things. But no, you can be you do not need to be in a divine node to access the religion. Can you put them on a freehold? You can put a shrine on your freehold, but we don't know what the shrines do. So, even though summoners may be one of the last classes to be revealed, as they will be built upon other classes, would it not be prudent to test some form of basic summon, even for a mage, during these alpha network stress tests? When you could have a path to 100 to 300 summons, pets, and cosmetic pets, along with keep, guards, NPCs, dragons. If the summons lag, rubber band don't operate as intended, it can make more issues down the line. This is a great question, and it also is going to be one of those lessons learned that, no, this is great. This is a great question. No, the first part is great. Would it not be prudent to test some form of a basic summon during these alpha network stress tests? Absolutely, because they're going to run into the EVE Online problem. If you guys remember the EVE Online problem that I talked about, is there's a race in EVE Online called the Galente. And their specialization is not the firepower of their ships, but the technology in their drones. Well, a base character could drop 5 drones, and then in the Galente ship line, if you had cruiser level 5, you could drop 5 more drones. And then when you trained the drones skill, you could drop 5 more drones. And then one particular ship had 3 extra drones. And then you could put 4 drone control modules on a ship. So pretty soon what you had is you had this one Galente ship that would pop 22 assets out. Well, what would happen is you would go into a system, you would pop out your drones, you would get your momentary lag spike, and then you would call your drones back in. Now, the next time you pop your drones, you're not going to have any lag. Well, you warp in on top of somebody, pop out 22 drones, they get a momentary lag spike, by the time they get you locked up, you've already chewed through their shields. CCP quickly realized, holy shit, if we have 100 people in the Galente fleet drop 22 drones apiece, that's 100 ships and 2,200 drones on grid. They said, no. What we're gonna do is you're only gonna have 5 drones out. And then your drone skill level is gonna make each drone 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% more powerful. Your ship skill is gonna make your drone another 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% more powerful. Now, you got a ship that drops out 5 drones and each one's hitting about as hard as a frigate, but you still only have 5 additional assets. When it comes to the summons, I am really worried about the fact that if you have perfect balancing, which we won't, but let's pretend that we do. If you take 250 and you divide it by 8, that means you're going to have 31 parties. And so if you have 31 parties on each side, you're going to have 62 summoners. Times 3, you're going to have up to an additional 186 assets on the grid. That's a lot. That is a lot of extra shit to have out there. Not to mention that if you have 250 versus 250, you're going to have 500 horses, potentially. Not to mention that you potentially could have 500 battle pets. So now you're talking, let's just look at how much shit you're going to have on the grid at one time, right? You're going to have 500 players, 500 mounts, 500 battle pets, right? 500 cosmetic pets. And then what did we say? Based on 1/8 summoners times 3 equals 186 summons. That's a lot of yeah, it's a damn fucking petting zoo. You're right. So first and foremost, right? I would hope that in combat, there should just be a setting that if you are in combat, your cosmetic pet desummons. I think that right there, this is just a simple solution, right? This is a simple solution to a complex problem. The moment you're in combat, the cosmetic pet fades out. Non-combat pets, yeah, that's the cosmetic pet. The moment you're in combat, it's a non-combat pet, it fades out, it desummons. Now, I said you could have up to 500 battle pets. Not everybody's gonna pull out a battle pet. But that's still a lot of extra shit that your GPU has to render. I would like to propose a solution to keep these out during sieges, right? During sieges, hitting the mount button during a siege, you should get an item that is the only thing you can put into your mount, and it's just called the double time buff. For sieges only, you can just run the speed of a mount or the speed of your mount, but it won't render the mount. It's going to be unrealistic. Well, again, it's a game. What do you want? Do you want realism, or do you want your fucking computer to be reaching lava temperatures and melting through your desk and through your floor and into your basement? So I think this person is this is a great question, and this is one of the ones that you need to answer. Does the tier of the mount matter? Yeah, I would say the tier matters. And like I said, you saw I was spitballing an idea, and then I said everybody gets the double time, or no, it would be your mount, whatever you have in there. It won't render your mount, but you'll get your mount speed. So let's see. We will have small games and taverns between players and with PNJ. What's PNJ? Between players and with card games. Will we have small games and taverns? Yes. This is This is the example of I hate people because all they have to do is go to the wiki. So. Question about combat. Will there be action target only and tab target only combat skills, or will all abilities be available either way? This is an example of somebody who I know follows the game, but who's trying to ask a question. Remember, I said a question has to be two parts. It has to be something they can answer, and it has to be something they want to answer. I'm sure Intrepid wants to answer this question. I don't think they can answer this question. Back in November, they put combat back in a redesign. And one of the things they are redesigning is, are abilities all going to be action and tab, or are they going to be action or tab? Which, to be honest with you, this is an example of one of Intrepid's failures. One of Intrepid's major failures. You should not be 5 years into development. I don't care if you're using Agile or Waterfall. I don't care which one you're using. You should not be 5 years into your development and now changing combat to maybe be the other. It's basically, did you identify your target audience? Did you come up with your plan? Combat, the game should be about a year more developed than it is, because they have lost so much time hopping back and forth from one foot to the other, trying to figure out what they want to build. I hope Steven comes back with, guys, I'm building a tab target game. But I think that's great. I listened to you for 5 years. I've lost so much development time listening to people. I'm building a tab target game. But I want to play action. Then go play an action game. But I'm building a tab target game. I hope Steven comes back with, I'm building a tab enhanced game. I'm going to make really good tab enhanced. And that's it. That's the direction we're going. But I want a refund. Fuck you. I never said I wasn't going to build a tab enhanced game. If certain abilities are stronger or weaker in different climates, does that extend to the seasons and weather? Or only the fixed climate? For example, ice spells in winter, water spells during rain, lightning spells during lightning. Lightning isn't a season. Lightning is weather. So let's make sure that we clarify that. But the other problem is that I would then go so far as to say, how are you summoning a lightning spell when there's not clouds? Gotta be careful with that, because there are some magic systems where believability and disbelief is a saving throw against your spell. It's a perfectly clear day. You and I are facing off in a field. All you've loaded is lightning spells. You're fucked. Ain't no clouds, bro. So, I think EA Sports Intrepid Games, it ain't for everyone. Yeah, right. All right, let's do a quick reload and see. Here we go. Here's me responding to that one. Will you be able to negate fall damage while mounted? If not, would there be a reduced amount of fall damage or no reduction at all? Right now, you negate fall damage with your mount. But that's subject to change. Will there be submarine type vehicles available? Also, how customizable will our ships be? Like, can we put two different types of cannons side by side? Same with sails. Okay. So first of all, you get one question. Second of all, I doubt there's going to be submarine type ships because Steven hasn't mentioned submarine type ships. There is one type of ship Steven hasn't mentioned publicly, but it's not my place to reveal it. How customizable will our ships be? Fully customizable at the time of creation. Can we put two different types of cannons side by side? Yes. Sails? Sure. How do you plan to deal with queues at game launch and empty servers after some months? We've talked about queues many times. I don't really think I need to go into that discussion again. Intrepid has a plan to deal with queues. With that said, I have called their plan into question. I don't think their plan is good. I think their plan doesn't meet the sniff test I think that they need to I think their plan of 10,000 to 15,000 at launch isn't gonna work. I think I'm qualified enough to call that into question, because it's a logistics thing. I spent a large chunk of my military career doing logistics. I can only load 1 aircraft per hour, so I don't need to have the next 3 aircrafts worth of people lined up there in queue, because I can't do anything with group 3 until group 1 is on an aircraft. I don't have enough room to hold all these people in the terminal. So yes, I understand that every commander in the world wants every single person checked in, ready to go on the aircraft, but I have an hour to deal with group 1. And so then when I have group 1 checked in, I check in group 2. There's no point in checking in group 3. It's the same thing with the launch day. You don't have anywhere to put the people, but you're going to assign them to a server with a prime time. I don't, like, explain to me how you got to that conclusion, because when we look at Lost Ark is maintaining hold on, let's do Lost Ark is maintaining 82%. Hold on. They're maintaining 82% of concurrent to peak. Well, could you imagine if at launch Intrepid would need 12,300 slots per server? So no, those are from today, actually. Those are up from last stream. Yeah, but they were having server issues the last stream. Plus, different type of day, different time of day. Wednesday was the morning show, Friday is the afternoon show, different time of day. Always got to factor in those things. But yeah, so if Intrepid had an 82% hold on, then they would need 12,300 slots, which they only have 10,000 slots. So I don't know if Intrepid's plan is gonna work. I don't, like, a lot of times people say when I'm saying something Intrepid wants to do isn't gonna work, I'm being negative. I don't see how me saying, hey, 500 yards from now there's a pothole, 400 yards from now there's a pothole, 300 yards is a pothole. Why do you keep telling them a pothole? Because they haven't changed fucking course, man. They haven't gotten out of the lane yet. Like, hey, you're running towards a cliff. You're running towards a cliff. You're running towards a cliff. Shit, I fell off the cliff. Why didn't you tell me? We could have never expected there would be a cliff there, except for the guy who for the last 500 yards has been yelling cliff. So it's like the Titanic, you got to plan early. Yeah, it's like the Titanic, you got to plan early, because number one, you can't just assume that you're going to be able to change the course. Remember, the crew of the Titanic did absolutely everything they could think of to not hit that iceberg. They did everything they could think of to not hit the iceberg. The boat was not designed to dodge icebergs. If they had what was it, 1 more minute is what they needed to not do as much damage as they did. 1 more minute. So is there a lot of naivety on Intrepid's part? I don't think so. I don't want to say that they're being naive. I think that what's happening is that Intrepid has really, wow, we got crushed here. I should have waited. I didn't think we'd get crushed on a 1 skull. We got beat up. I think the problem is that people are applying ideas that worked in different games to Ashes, and Ashes isn't like every other game on the planet. So the 5-to-1 ratio is pretty much industry standard. Most games eventually grow to a 5-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 ratio. The problem with Ashes of Creation is, for example, if you guys remember Arc Age during Prime, during Arc Age, the castle sieges, there were people who could not get logged on to do the castle siege because the servers were filled, and Castle Siege Day, people were excited. They wanted to be online because you had all of your reserve people would get on like 3 hours early. So all your reserve people are lined up hoping to get a spot, and the main people can't get on because the server's full. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but that's how it was. An Arc Age server back at that time held just under 5,000 people. Just under 5,000 people. And it launched. Siege Day sucked. If you got disconnected during Siege Day, your team was fucked, because unless they had people already lined up ready to come in, you couldn't replace the person. Well, that was one day. That was one day on a Sunday for a 90-minute window. Well, let's call it a 2-hour window. 2 Sundays out of 4 in a month had this big event that spiked the servers. Well, what about Ashes of Creation, where every night is prime time? Every night has a prime time, so every night is going to be pushing queues. Like, for example, I always give you guys the example. On Friday mornings before I stream, I play Final Fantasy. So I got on a Final Fantasy, I ran my raid, my trial, my leveling dungeon, my 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 dungeon, and my expert. And then, of course, I ran the new raid. So I ran 6 things today. And now I'm off the server. I'm out of the way. I don't affect the nighttime primetime slot for a North American server. But you bet your ass I'm going to be online. If it was Ashes of Creation, I'd be in Ashes right now. I would have already, what is it? 2? I would have already been in Ashes for probably, 8 hours. Because I'd probably be up at 5:30, go for a run, lift some weights, take a shower, eat some breakfast, and then get on at 6. I would have already been on the game for 8 hours. And I wouldn't be off the game for another minimum 8 to 10 hours at launch week. I don't think this 15,000 to 10,000 ratio is going to work. But then it leads us to the second half of this. How are you going to deal with empty servers? I think the only part of Intrepid's plan that they've detailed out to us thus far is the server pre-registration. I think server pre-registration is going to help Intrepid because I think guilds are more likely to stick with a game, gaming organizations are more likely to stick with a game, and singletons are the ones that are more likely to fall off. So if you take a server, right? And remember, you don't... Why am I hitting that button? Because I'm dumb. So here's your server. And here's your numbers. So this is 10,000. This is your concurrent population. This right here is 15,000. This is your launch queue window. This is 50,000, which is what you eventually want to build up to. And I don't think that works in any scenario. But the trick here is, you know that between 8 to 10,000, you don't have to touch the world manager. The world manager functions the same at 8,000 to 10,000. And then I think here you have, and I'm just going to make up a number. I'm going to say 6,600. This is the critical mass number. If you have less than this many people on the server has to get merged. If this is how this works, right? Then I don't think this number needs to be 15,000 at launch. I think that number can be about that 12,800, about that 12,800, because sure, you're not going to have a lot of people assigned to each server, but if you only need 6,600 to stay, then, you know, maybe this number is not 12.8, maybe this number is 13.2, because it's twice as many what you need to stay. So you know that your loss ratio is going to be a 50% arc. You're expecting that 50% player retention with 0% player acquisition. Not realistic, but we're going to say that because it's what we're planning. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay there then if we don't make this 15,000 at launch. We bump that downward to whatever we think our player retention is going to be. For example, and how do you know that? Ready? How do you know what that player retention number is going to be? Right? How do you know what player retention is going to be? You got your pre-registered people, right? Your pre-registered people, and you also know a fact about them. The number of months of sub time. Right? You already know how many months of sub time I have, right? I have 12. So you assume the player retention for me is 12 months. Tamir's is 12 months. Frostpaws is 12 months. All the people lined up in Paradox, you're going to look at all these organizations and you're going to sort them by how many months. People that have 12 months of subscription time should retain for 12 months. Lost Ark players got mad when the early access servers locked before the non-early access players could get in, so a lot of friends guilds got split and had to re-roll on new servers. Classic day one fumble fuck. Classic day one bullshit. There should always be pre-registration in MMORPG launches. Period. Server queues, populations. How are you intending to manage and minimize server queues during launch? Actually, I'm gonna walk out of the room real quick because I've been drinking a lot and I, need to dehydrate. Be right back. Alrighty. How do you factor in those people with lifetime subs? The people with lifetime subs don't really matter. Sorry, I was craving the pickle that was in the fridge. Yeah, you don't matter. It can be mitigated, but do you think queue issues are kind of unavoidable? Queue issues are unavoidable. And players have to start to realize, what is it you want? Do you want to be able to play right fucking now on launch day? Or do you want to not get merged 3 months down the line? How are you intending to manage and minimize server queues during launch, when typically there is a large influx of players for MMOs, while also ensuring there aren't low population servers post-launch, since the node system doesn't seem to lend itself to server merges? Well, like I said, I think Intrepid needs to stop, and they need to sit down and I think the problem is, and this is a complete wild ass guess, But what I believe the problem is Steven has surrounded himself with a bunch of people. And those people are giving Steven a analysis based on previous experience, which is all anybody can do. But, damn it. But you have to realize you're not building something that you've built before. You're building a completely different product. So while you look to the similar products in the past, you really have to sit down and you have to say, you need to bring in a CPI person who doesn't have a background, who literally, you explain it like I'm 5. Steven needs to bring in somebody that's not a producer, not a designer, and literally say, okay, you're going to explain this to me like I'm 5, and then I'm going to ask a whole lot of questions. And the thing is the people doing the explaining need to be infinitely patient with the people asking the questions and not have confirmation bias that they've already covered the answer. Because I don't think the fact that Steven said 15,000 to 10,000 at launch, that's great you said it, but you never justified why you said it. Why is that the magic number? What piece of data did you use to come to that magic number? Steven needs someone who is not his friend. Yeah, everybody in a leadership position at every company needs to have somebody that's not their friend. You literally pay somebody to be the no guy. You literally pay somebody to be the yeah, but guy. 15,001. Yeah, but this. What's this? How would you even do a server merger? Where the hell is that comment? How would you even do a server merger with the node system? Yeah, what happens is this. Server number 3, server number 7, and server number 9 don't have enough people on them. So what we're going to say is your attempt to reclaim Vera failed. Back to Sanctus you go. So 3, 7, and 9 are all going to get merged together. You all lose all of your node progress. See, there's only 2 ways to do a server merge. There's only to do a server merge. There's only 2 ways to do it. Either everybody loses everything, or one is the losing server and one is the gaining server. Those are the only 2 ways to do it. The other way that you do things is you allow free transfers, but Ashes doesn't. And you only keep your bare necessity items. No, you don't need to do that. That you don't need to do, because then you lose players. At that point, if you punish the players because of your inability to properly manage your servers, those players stop playing at the server merge point. It's just that simple. I'm not going to accept a punishment for your inability to manage your company properly. It's been a year and I have no more free sub time, and there's another game on the horizon. I mean, think of it this way. Ashes comes out a year before Arcade 2. I have 12 months of sub time. We have a good run. Our server gets selected for merge. Legendaries should be gone at least. Why? Again, why are you going to punish the players? Every holder of a legendary would quit your game. They would say, fuck that. It doesn't matter if you're taking those items and putting them on a new server, because the company fucked up. That's why if the person wants to transfer, then they have to lose their shit. They're electing to transfer. I am choosing to leave my server. Therefore, in order to leave my server, I must leave my good shit behind. I'm choosing to get on an aircraft, and therefore I must leave my gun at home because I can't take a gun on an airplane. However, if you force relocate my neighborhood because of toxic waste on your poor planning, you're not going to tell me what I can pack up and what I can't pack up. I'm going to pack up my whole office and put it in my truck, because my office, all my cool bric-a-brac, that's all my stuff. Would there then be 2 world legendaries plus new legendaries? Sure, yeah. Because the company fucked up. That's the company owning it because they fucked up. Remember, the only legendaries that are unique are called legendary uniques. Now on this particular server, there's up to 4 of each unique. I don't think this is very realistic, but I think it would be cool if their server architecture would allow it to be server versus server war in a multiplayer event. The winning server doesn't wipe. No, that's realistic. Your architecture would allow it. However, that would be a bad idea. the fairest way to do it, right? Because there is 2 merge ways to do a server merge. Like I said, there's 2 ways to do it. You have, wow, that is a very not straight line. You have this server, and this server all merge into the new one. Everybody loses everything. Or you have this server is healthy and this server is not. And this server, everybody just gets dumped onto this server and they get told fend for yourselves. This way is not going to endear your player base to you. This way is going to cost you players, but it's going to cost you less than this. There's just really no other way to do a server merge. So this is the play-by-play. Don't drop the ball. Yeah, right. It has been stated that freeholds may be placed. I'm going to say placed in the zone of influence of a stage 3 or higher. Does this mean I can place my freehold in a vassal node and get citizenship in the parent node? Can I choose which node I have citizenship in? All right. So this is a great question because it demonstrates a lack of understanding that we have about the node system. So, give you an example of what they're talking about here. So, this is a stage 4 node, and this is a stage 2 node. And because zones of influence don't have to be circular, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make it so there's the zone of influence. Now, as you can see, where this stage 2 node is, the stage 4 node has its zone of influence extending beyond it. However, what people always forget is that this stage 2 node is going to have its own zone of influence around it. Its organic zone of influence. Now, whatever is keeping this node from going to 3 may eventually get deleted. So what's going to happen there is that node, the block for that 2 goes away. And so this node levels up to stage 3. And now that original zone of influence is going to push out against its parent node. Just like a teenager says, I'm growing up, I need some space, I need some elbow room. Well, eventually this piece of the heart is stage 3's organic zone of influence. It belongs directly to the stage 3 node, right? It belongs directly to the stage 3 node. One of the things that Intrepid has never really thoroughly explained is when the vassal system happens, is it the organic zone of influence that absorbs the child node? Or is it a separate vassal system zone of influence? So we're still waiting on that answer. So if this node, right, if this is the organic zone of influence, and this little node down here has this zone of influence, then are we doing something like this for the vassal node, where it only goes out and absorbs it? These are the things we don't know. I also want to tell people these are the things Steven has already said I'm not going to tell you. I am not going to tell you how the world manager works. I am going to give you some information, but I'm never going to give you enough information that you can start to manipulate the world manager. Also, people have to realize zones of influence are not circles. Okay, zones of influence make up the entirety of the map, right? The entirety of the map is covered. However, this map, which was tech demo, seems to indicate that every node retains its zone of influence and then changes as the world changes. So ultimately, to answer this person's question, I believe that your node's organic zone of influence must be stage 3 for you to place a freehold there. If it's the vassal zone of influence, I don't think that counts. That's my opinion. I am waiting for more information, just like all of you. Most MMOs support a nice balance between PvP, PvE, and those guys who spend all day in town running a business, selling their wares and crafting skills. Okay, I want to let people know that the guy who spends all day in town running a business and selling their wares, that's PvE. That's not... I don't know why people always want to take the merchants out of that. That's PvE. The artisan system is inside PvE. I think a lot of times people equate dungeon running and raiding as PvE content, and then all this other stuff is superfluous. No, the artisan system is inside PvE. I'm super into crafting and has always found great joy in spending tons of time and effort playing game content to allow me to farm and craft and become valuable in my own way. Will there be any updates on crafting coming over the next few quarters? Will crafting be a challenging and valuable skill to one of those everyone has 3 max crafting skills types that have a backseat to the rest of the gameplay? Well, this person should be happy because of how Ashes is doing mastering of crafts. There is a difference between a max level crafter and a master crafter. One game that I think does this really well is Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV does this incredibly well. When you hit level 90 as a carpenter, that doesn't mean you've unlocked every recipe. There is a ton of side stuff you need to go and do. You have to do your scripts. In earlier stages, you have to make high quality of items. So I think that you can do a game where max level and mastery are 2 different things. I think Ashes is on the right path to the secret sauce with having social organizations and node social organizations, node development, node citizenship, node buildings. I think all of that is going to play into crafting. When will details regarding the angel and demon racial skins become available? I could see people upgrading their Kickstarter package, just saying. To be honest, the angel and demon racial skins are one of the worst things that Intrepid ever put into Kickstarter. You don't know how many people I know that are angry to the point that they won't play Ashes because of the Kickstarter rewards being blocked. This is one place where whoever was advising Steven gave Steven really bad advice, or an example where Steven got really good advice and didn't listen to it. Running a Kickstarter in 2017 for a game that's going to launch in 2019, really good plan. Running a Kickstarter with exclusive rewards in 2017 for a game that's not going to launch until 2024 or later, really piss poor plan. There is a reason why the minority is called the minority. And I know the minority never wants, not minorities, the minority. I know the minority never wants to hear this, but sometimes you have to realize what's better for business is you becoming okay with something. The Kickstarter people, anytime you mention opening up the Kickstarter rewards to the masses, fucking rage. They get angry. Well, I wanna point out a little fact. Even among backers, even among total backers, the Kickstarter backers are less than about, at most, 15% of the backers at this point. Among all the registered accounts, right? Among all the registered accounts, the Kickstarter backers are 0.5%. Think about that here. The Kickstarter financial backers are less than 0.5% of the overall Ashes community. Now, am I saying to open up all of the Kickstarter rewards to for resale? No. Am I saying that the Fire and Ice and the Angel and Demon racial skins should be something Steven says, look, guys, in order to increase customer satisfaction, yeah, I'm reselling those skins. Yeah, I kind of do. And I say that because you're not going to have a very successful product if the 99.5% of customers with cash in hand who might make a purchase are shut down in order to keep the 0.5% of people happy on a purchase they made 5 years ago. Unfortunately, you're not going to see them showcase too much of the Kickstarter stuff because it's a reminder of all of their failures, all of their monumental failures. So don't expect them to show these off until much, much later, where they can show them off and then pile 5 or 6 things. I'm glad Steven likes exclusivity. Kickstarter rewards will be super rare, and that's absolutely amazing. They said it was exclusive. I hope they keep their promises. Again, I think you just missed the entire fucking point of what I said is, if you want to have a successful financial business, you don't protect. If you had delivered on time, that would have been one thing. There is now more time that Intrepid is late than there was time Intrepid was in development. Okay, so I don't think that I don't think that's a really good way to run a business. And what I mean by that is, ready? So you ran a Kickstarter in May of 2017, and you said you were going to launch by December of 2019. So you have 12 months here and 12 months here, and you have 7 months here, right? 24 plus 7, 31 months, right? Now you have all of 2020, you have all of 2021, you have 2022, 12, 12, and 2. So you're at 26 months right now, post late, right? Post late. You know the game's not coming out this year, so that's going to be 12. You know the game's not coming out in 2023, so that's going to be 12. That's going to be 48 months. See the problem? You have 20,000 people up here. You have, as of right now, 4 million people down here. Not going to be a really good business decision. It's not a really good business decision to say, to protect the exclusivity of 0.5% of people, we're going to deny 99.5% of our customer base. I mean, you could do that, but then, like Dark and Stormy Nights says, then Arc H2 drops. And Arc H2 drops and says, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take that 99.5% of your population, and we're going to say, hey, we're not going to do stupid shit this time around. And so people are going to still be waiting on Ashes. And in 2 years, you think the mood and the attitude won't be 50% more sour? And then XL Games is going to come out and be like, yeah, we're not doing pay to win, and we do combat better than Steven does. I remember during one live stream, they were sending out some statue thing. Has that happened yet? No. And that's another one of those things that Intrepid does. And, the shit that Intrepid does irritates me as a consumer. You have a functional inventory system, but everything is always, we'll get it to you, we'll get it to you, we'll get it to you. Honestly, the only person that I have any faith in at Intrepid is Steven. And even then, Steven's writing more and more checks against a finite amount of currency. Because when was the last time Intrepid delivered anything on time? When was the last time Intrepid delivered anything that wasn't a clusterfuck? And people say you're so negative. You're so negative. I'm not negative, because if I'm negative, I'm saying shit that's not true. Creative director letter, 3rd quarter, no. 4th quarter, no. We're halfway through the first quarter. Where's the fucking creative director's letter? Are you telling me that the creative director has nothing he wants to say to the player base? Okay. We're gonna get you an update on cosmetics a year ago. Okay. I think the big part here is the rewards are just cosmetic, though. I think people need to stop crying and feeling entitled to everything. They weren't here back in 2017. Honestly, are you a fucking idiot? Like, do you really believe that? Well, look at the way thank you for embodying what I said earlier about the Ashes of Creation community being one of the most toxic communities for games that are in development. I think people need to stop crying and feeling entitled to everything. You mean like the Kickstarter backers need to stop feeling entitled to the fact that their game, you are literally defending the business practices of a game that took your money in 2017, said you'd get a product in 2019, and you're continuing to defend them while being negative to the 4 million people who have shown up and found the game, and you're being condescending. So you are simultaneously embodying being while alienating the 99.5% who have shown up to the game. If you don't recognize how toxic your behavior is, then you really need to sit and reflect and realize you are the reason. This comment right here is why I have to spend so much time talking to people and recruiting them to the game, because you say shit like this, but you're talking to not a slim majority. You're not talking to a slim majority. I'm defending a company not lying to me. Yeah, well, no, you're not. You're absolutely not doing that. You're picking and choosing, and you're being disingenuous. If your statement absolutely starts off with, I'm defending a company not lying to me, but they did lie to you. Launch before 2020. It was exclusive stuff, so I gave them my money. They are currently telling people the current cosmetics are exclusive. Should they reopen sales in 5 years from now? We're talking about two different things here. They're similar, but they're radically different. But you're being a hypocrite. Okay, you're being a hypocrite. I'm defending a company not lying to me. When's launch? Before 2020. The company did lie to you. So it's okay for them to lie to you about the launch date, but it's not okay for them to say, hey guys, we put too much exclusivity into our Kickstarter when we were a young company who thought it was going to be launching their game in 2 years. We thought we were going to be launching our game in 2 years. Turns out we're going to need 7 or 8 years to launch our game. We locked cosmetics into a Kickstarter. You say the people didn't know about it. So before you even had a marketing department, you locked shit behind a launch delay is not tied to the Kickstarter rewards. Hey, yes it is. Here's how much yes it is. Ready? I'm gonna show you, because it's gonna be in every single reward. So you just said one thing. You just see, this is why you shouldn't try to argue with people who have already thought about this argument, had this argument, and had to defend this argument, because what you just said is it's only one thing, and you're about to realize that that was the worst possible thing you could have said. Estimated delivery 2018. Estimated delivery 2018. Estimated delivery 2018. 2018. 2018. 2018. 2018. Tell me again how it's they missed one thing. They missed 2018 on every single tier of packages. So don't turn around and say they missed one thing. Every single backing package was missed. Because Intrepid Studios did nothing different than what every other company does. They put everything on one date. So don't say it's one thing. Okay, so what you're saying is, unless they can absolutely deliver all of the social progression paths, the underrealm, all the barding, and they can, so by your statement, Intrepid must delay launch until the stock exchange works because it was a stretch goal. It was a promised thing from the Kickstarter. Do you realize how fucking difficult this stretch goal is going to be? Do you have any idea? In-depth economic performance metrics for commodities, trade routes, wars, and raids. Allows players to invest in nodes, guilds, and social organizations. Do you realize how daunting of a task that alone is? I have no problem if you want to turn out and tell me you're a white knight and everything Intrepid does is solid gold and you're going to defend them simply for the fact of defending them. And you can do that. But do not turn around and say, I'm defending a company not lying to me when the company lied their ass off to you. See, that's where I'm going to turn around and say we got a big fucking problem. Either you're going to hold them to truths and lies, which means you must hold them to all truths and all lies, which means when I tell you they lied to you about everything, about Alpha 0, Alpha 1 Phase 1, Alpha 1 Phase 2, what target dates they had, what deliverables they had. See, this is where you need to be very, very careful when you white knight. Because white knights are 100 times more toxic than negative people. Because when you say this is I'm the company not lying to me, it's you being entitled because you're a have and not a have not. Do you understand? We were talking about cosmetics reward. No. You don't get to say a company not lying to me and then isolate the thing. You said you are defending a company not lying to you. That is what you said. You said right here. You said, I am defending a company not lying to me. They told me it was exclusive stuff, so I gave them my money. Okay? I gave them my money because they told me a lot. No. See, look at what you're doing right now. You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost. You got 6 guys picking up the net. You're running all over the field, and I'm still scoring goals. Because what you did was you put a big blanket statement out there. I'm defending a company not lying to me. Really? Really? A company not lying to you? So where was all this shit in Alpha 1? A company's either a liar or they're not a liar. You don't get to say I'm defending a company not lying to me, but it's okay that they told all these other lies. These are the lies I care about. Okay, if you want to be entitled and be a have, you're entitled to do that. I'm not telling you can't have your opinion. What I am telling you is you don't get to say it's okay that they lied to me 19 other times over here, but I'm defending them not lying to me on this one occasion over here. Because if you do that, then I'm going to say, well, you're a fucking sheeple and you are entitled. And there's a reason why you don't understand business at that point. And if you just want to say, I'm a have and I don't give a fuck about the have-nots, then that's great. Say that and we can move on. But don't turn around and say, I'm defending a company not lying to me when Intrepid has been like every other company and lied. You're arguing a point. Argue the side. Exactly. You're arguing a singleton point, which is why I tell people do not white knight for companies. Because of your white knighting, I've had to show all the things that they've lied about. Well, if I'm factually incorrect, tell me I'm factually incorrect. But Intrepid has a on-time delivery rate other than the monthly cosmetics. I just don't agree that you think it's okay for them to lie about Y just because they lied about X. I didn't say that. I lie. Why do you say it's a lie? If they come out and say we're changing our business model because of X, Y, and Z reasons, that's not a lie. That's not a lie. I know people don't understand. I know people don't understand how things work because what they could do is they could refund everybody for all of their Kickstarter packages. and then they could crowdfund Ashes of Creation. Let me fucking tell you, if Intrepid Studios was to refund everybody for their Kickstarters and put those Angel and Demon and Fire and Ice Elemental skins in the shop, they would make more money. And later on, the company changing, it's not a lie. You need to understand the definition of a word lie, which the person just above you did. It would have been a lie if they had a pre-existing plan to open them up at a later date anyway. You can say you lied to me and they could, sure. Or they'll turn around and say, we've changed course and we've changed directions. You lied to me back then. You could feel that way. But then I'll turn around and say, well, the whole thing is premised on a lie because they didn't deliver you your product. Can you log into Ashes right now and equip your skins? No. Well, then don't stand there and say you are choosing to defend exactly what you want. You want to consider your entitlement. But see, the problem is ever since I said I countered back to you when you used the word entitlement. Wouldn't you be pissed if all your cosmetics went for sale again in a few years? That's all I'm saying. No, that's not what you're saying. You've taken on a much more aggressive attitude once I said, you said people need to stop crying and being entitled. And I said, no, it's the Kickstarter backer that you are exercising your sense of entitlement. See, I don't say entitlement's a bad thing. An entitlement is an entitlement. You are entitled to this. When I stay at the Portofino Resort, I am entitled to a complimentary fast pass for every person in my room. That is an entitlement. I do not feel bad when I walk past all the sad looking motherfuckers who are in the normal line because I have an express pass because I'm entitled to one. I think you need to recognize when the argument you're making is an entitlement argument. You think you're entitled for those cosmetics to stay exclusive. Sure, you are. Yes, because I would also love to have a few cosmetics that I didn't get to buy and I would never go in public and cry about them. I think it's who the fuck is crying about it? Your ability to have a discussion is about the same as my 9-year-olds. Who is crying about it? Having a discussion, I see it all the time. No, you see people voicing an opinion that you disagree with it. So you become dismissive of it by calling people entitled and saying they're crying. That makes you the fucking clown. People talking about saying, has Intrepid really recognized the problem of protecting the exclusive rights of 20,000 people at the cost of 4 million backers? Is this a good idea? Technically, people are entitled to exclusive benefits that were in the Kickstarter. The problem is Kickstarter's terms of service lets projects off the hook and virtually everything agreed to. No, that's actually incorrect, Zombie Drax, because the Kickstarter terms of service has no jurisdiction over the project. A lot of people say that shit to me all the time, but they don't recognize that Kickstarter has nothing. Kickstarter has absolutely no governance over Intrepid Studios. The only length of time that Kickstarter has governance over Intrepid Studios is for the 14 days post closeout of the campaign while they're holding their money. After that, Kickstarter is simply a crowdsourcing platform where you give Kickstarter money, they take their processing fee and their 3%, and then they give all the money to Intrepid Studios. After 14 days, you can't even get a refund through Kickstarter. Once Kickstarter delivers the money to the project founder, that's it. And the terms of service say you understand that. I'm saying Kickstarter promises can't be held up regardless of what's promised. Right. That's correct, but you brought in Kickstarter's terms of service lets projects off the hooks, and that's completely irrelevant. Kickstarter's terms of service has nothing to do with the company. But anyway, back to the point at hand. The other problem is that Talking about the cosmetics, I think someone saying the company should change their plans and promises just because they can't get a Firefox skin is just dumb. Again, I'm gonna say this to you. I'm going to start holding you to a higher standard. Every time you are dismissive or condescending to the other person's argument, I'm going to delete it from this point forward for you, Rocky. If you want to have a conversation, I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. So when you say cry or entitled or dumb, and dumb is the wrong word there anyway. The word you're looking for is stupid. I don't think the person's inability to speak has anything to do there. I think the point comes in, hold yourself to a higher standard and you're going to find it harder to make your arguments, but you're basically in the trenches. Moving on. Will some starting node locations allow for more unique layouts, such as a tree city, coastal town, or a mountain city? Right. That, Drax, that's the problem. If a creator is unable to complete their project and fulfill rewards, they fail to live up to the basic obligations. To write this, they must make every reasonable effort to find a way of bringing the project to the best possible conclusion for the backers. They recognize the project creators do owe you what they promised, but they can't do, but they can do whatever they want. Correct. There's only been one Kickstarter campaign that's ever been successfully sued, to my knowledge. Because remember, you got to remember, you can't cherry pick out of a terms of service. You have to read the whole terms of service in its entirety. Basically, Intrepid could say we can't do the Underrealm because of technical limitations due to our Unreal Engine 5 upgrade. So the Underrealm and the Talnar are gone, and people could get upset, and they could go to Kickstarter, and Kickstarter would be like, shit, what do you want us to do about a project that we funded in 2017? Now, could you go to the FTC? Could you go to the San Diego County Courthouse and file a lawsuit? Sure. Kickstarter backers complaining about what they were promised during the project is garbage. Yeah, it absolutely is. And that's... Exactly. That's the problem. Will some starting node locations allow for more unique layouts? Okay, so first of all, I want to clear this up. There are no starting node locations. These are the 4 areas of the map where the starting gates are, the divine gates are. This is 4 of the 5 starting locations. There is one more starting location for the Talnar who have come out of the Underrealm and started exploring. Anybody can start at any one of the 5 starting locations. With that said, those starter camps are not nodes. Those starter camps are effectively what you saw in Alpha 1 with the starting point. There will be X amount of stuff to do at the starting point. But those are not nodes. They are inside of a node's zone of interest, or zone of influence. So those points of interest are inside of a node's zone of influence. So what's going to happen is there are in fact 9 nodes that will get a disproportionate amount of XP at launch. So with all that said, there aren't starting node locations that allow for more unique layouts, because although there are 9 nodes, well, between 5 and 9, I should say 5 and 9. There's nothing that dictates which nodes will level. Does Ashes have a way of limiting how many players can start at each location, or can an entire server start at one location? So does Ashes have a way of limiting it? Yes, absolutely. And that would be simply a matter of not allowing passage through a gate that's been used at a disproportionate rate than another gate. So if one divine gate has been used 1,000 times and one has been used 5 times, then they could just close the 1,000 gate and only open the other ones. With that said, that would be taking away from player agency, and they wouldn't do that. So, for example, unless there's a reason not to, my guild is starting on the East Continent. Now, I would love for the rest of the server to start on the West Continent. I would love that, because I would love to be able to shape and control the area I live in so that I can, you know, make my environment a product of my intentions and have the coastal node and then all the feeder nodes feeding into that coastal node. I'd love for that to happen. I highly doubt it's going to happen. I think just the law of averages states each divine gate will be used. Each of the 4 divine gates from Sanctus will be used approximately 25% of the time, with the only exception, throwing a loop in there, is it depends on where the Tolnar starting area is. The Tolnar starting area is probably going to have more people starting at it, more singletons starting at it. Guild members who are Tolnar are going to go wherever their guild says. So I think everything will balance out in the end. Can you give us any more details on the effects the Underrealm will have on professions? Again, this is a good question, but I don't think it's a question that they can answer, because I don't think that they have all of those systems flushed out yet. And remember, Intrepid has learned over the years, the thing that they don't want to do is give people answers, because Intrepid doesn't want to be bound by we said this. You think the people will gather around the divine gates and make their home in that zone? You can't make your home in that divine gate. There's no housing. There's no node there. You have to, like I said, when you look at the Alpha 1 map, Winstead was the node that got the XP from the majority of the starter zone. Winstead leveled up on most of the nodes, on most of the servers. And that's by design. So do I think that the majority of people in this scenario would go over to Winstead? Probably. In Ashes of Creation, if you get the leftmost point of the ocean, do you loop around or would you simply fall off? You can't go any further. You wouldn't fall off, but the world is not a globe. Unfortunately, Intrepid has made the decision to make the game a flat Vera. The reason why I say unfortunately is I would have loved to have seen a globe, even if the way they did it was surround this with corruption at launch until they pull back and include whatever new continents they're going to. I prefer a globe-based game for realism and for tactical reasons, but Intrepid decided to go with a flat Vera. What systems do they actually have fleshed out? Okay, so this is the question that gets asked all the time. And the answer is none of them. The answer is they have nothing fleshed out. The reason why is you can't flesh out the majority of things until after combat's done, because combat touches everything. And I know a lot of people say, well, I could work on this or I could work on that without combat. And the answer is no, you can't. Because if you're going to change the end result of anything, what is the ripple effect backwards? For example, crafting. Takes a crafter to repair your gear. Okay, well, combat, what's the death penalty going to be? How much death penalty, how much item damage reduction or degradation, how much item degradation is there going to be upon every death? Well, why do I need to know that to work on the crafting system? Well, because I need to know that to work on the crafting system, because I need to know how many materials it's going to take to be repairing gear. So I need to take 15,000 people at launch or 50,000 people total, some number. That's how many resources need to be coming into the world simply for a resource sink. And now I need to change that to also allow people to be able to progressively move forward. If I don't know how much item sink I'm going to have, I could conceivably have a world where people are walking around in broken gear because there's not enough iron ore spawning to both simultaneously craft new gear, craft ships, craft ammo, craft caravan parts, and repair gear. So until you know the answer to something over here, you can't work on this system because this system has subsystems. Now, can you do some very Is that no? I'm deleting your comment because your comment takes us off in the wrong fucking road, and you're still wrong. So I'm deleting your comment. You're still wrong, and I'm not having that discussion today. So you can't work on stuff because then you're gonna have people doing rework. And rework is bad because rework is what ends up having the driven system ends up becoming the driver system because a program manager looks up at the board and says, well, that system's done and that system's done and that system's done. So let's go with what these three systems need. And then the top level, most important group says, what the tail's wagging the dog here. So the tail's wagging the dog here, and that's never what we should have. And it seems like our old friend is here, so that's easy enough to deal with. Give me 1 second. Easy enough. So if you work on a system when things that interact with aren't fleshed out, it would be biased a certain way. Yeah, absolutely. So that's ultimately what happens. You have systems that shouldn't be. You have systems driving the development instead of systems that should be driven by development, and you never want that. You never ever want that. Oh, 1 second, guys. Okay. With that said, off topic, doesn't Twitch have a bot that stops people from using? He's not using the problem is using close enough terms creates the, you know, what it is that at the end of the day, the person's just a really sad fuck who lives in their basement, who never had the ball sack to get into the military. The person probably tried to get into the military and got denied because they couldn't score high enough to even be infantry. Anybody that attacks veterans committing suicide literally doesn't have the ball sack to walk up to any veteran. There is a one-legged, one-armed veteran that gets pushed around in a wheelchair that would beat the fuck out of that guy. Because, you know, your feelings of inadequacy because you couldn't join the military, so you're going to make fun of the fact that the military members get PTSD and they commit suicide. Congratulations, you're a fucking coward who hides behind a computer, who, who didn't have the ball sack or the ability to join your own military. Karthos, I prefer working with veterans over the general population at my job. You know why I love veterans? Here's why I love veterans. Because veterans want to go to work, get the fucking job done, have beer 30, and then go to the pub, and then go to the bowling alley. That's what veterans want to do. Veterans don't have time to fuck around because veterans lived 20 plus years. Veterans had 20 plus years of hurry up and wait. Veterans are the kind of people that because they had to go on a fun run at 9 o'clock in the morning, they've been standing around in formation since 0530. Because the base commander says, I want you there at 9. So your group commander says, I want you there at 8. So your squadron commander says, I want you there at 7. So your flight commander says, I want you there at 6. And your sergeant says, I want you there at 5:30. I want you there at 5:30 so the flight commander can see you at 6, so the squadron commander can see you at 7, so the group commander can see you at 8, so we can run at 9. It's like, fuck. We could have fucking worked out for 3.5 hours. What's the thought process on the rarity of collectibles such as mounts or drops? For example, some drops have a sub 1% drop rate with limited time or chances to get it. Time limited is more of a chore, but will we see anything like the WoW Angler where you have to complete challenges or mini quest lines to gain access to something? Okay, so there's a lot in this question. There's a lot here. So what's the thought process on the rarity of collectibles such as mounts or drops? Well, that's a lot, because are you talking about the tier 3 mounts? The tier 3 mounts have a really, really, really low drop rate because there's only a finite number of them. The tier 3 flying mounts only have a total availability of 10. So you could kill the world boss that drops a legendary egg, but if all 10 drop eggs are already in circulation, then you're not going to be able to it's not going to drop for you under any circumstances. Now I don't know if there's going to be other dropped mounts, because they don't want things to take away from the artisan system. With that said, could there be dropped mounts? Absolutely. I don't want to say there won't be, but it wouldn't have the stats necessarily that you're looking for. Some drops have a sub 1% drop rate with limited time or chances to get it. Yes, this is true. Time limited is more of a chore, but will we see anything like the WoW Angler where you have to complete challenges or mini quests to gain access to something? Yes. So. Where are we? So yeah, are there going to be things that annoy you when you're trying to farm? Sure, absolutely. Now that I have a minute. Hope Ashes won't have time-gated content. Ashes has tons of time-gated content. Tons of it. Zetrix, the piece that you're missing is that you're confusing process. You're confusing development with direction. There is always going to be work and rework and fixing of errors and compiling something and it doesn't work and doing it again. That's the natural part of the process. You're confusing process with destination. You're confusing process with requirements. You're thinking inside of one piece. You need to go up a level. You need to go up a level on process management. And you need to realize we didn't win. Guys, we are losing all over the place today. You need to realize that there's parts before and parts after. It's like I said, I can't come in and lay the carpet on the empty field and say, oh, well, I've completed the carpet laying task. So this piece is done. The problem is that there's a window of opportunity where the carpet needs to get put down. If you put it down too soon, you're creating more work. And if you're putting it down too late, you're creating more work. Like you don't, in a brand new construction house, you don't put the carpet down until after they've painted. Because there's no point. There's no reason to. Why make it more difficult for the painters? You were trying to get that across? Got it. Yeah. As long as you know what you're talking about, great. As long as you feel, as long as you're good. Yeah, great. Perfect. Let's move on. But yeah, to grab this one, keep in mind when you say time-gated content. Like in WoW, you can only do that daily to get your mission done. Like, you can only do that. No. Well, if you say in WoW, you can only do that daily to get your mission done, that's not time-gated content. That's different type of gating. Ashes absolutely has time-gated content. It has tons of time-gated content. It has tons of gated content. Absolutely gated content. Siege window is only during prime time. So you can't 2 o'clock you can't midnight op a node. If this node has a garrison attached to it, you've sieged this node 4 times, and you simply can't beat my guild. My guild and Mickey and the Apprentices and Jack and the Skeletons, our alliance does not want our node to fall. So you bring 300 or 400 people, and we put 1,000 people in for defense. You're like, man, I'd love to be able to siege them at 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, that would be an EVE Online thing. The nodes do in fact time gate content. You can't do level 50 content until you have at least one stage 5 or stage 6 node, because the content just doesn't exist. So what do you call it? A game forces you to come back later to be able to complete a quest. Like, you can't complete it in just one long go. That's time gating. So if you're saying like I need to get 50 status with the Beast Tribe, but I can only get 10 status a day, that's time gating. It's specifically designed to force you to play for 5 days. So yeah, that's time gating. Unfortunately, will Ashes of Creation have that? More than likely, yes, because that is a staple of game design. That is a staple of game design. Yeah, I don't mind time gating, but what I hate is time gating with no purpose. So, for example, I could argue with you that in Final Fantasy XIV, the Beast Tribes are time gated because I can only do 3 dailies a day with them. I definitely would make the argument that that's time gating. You're limiting me. Even though I get 6 Beast Tribe dailies to do a day, you're only allowing me to do 3 with any particular Beast Tribe. That's frustrating me. I absolutely, I absolutely agree with you. Especially on the old content, especially on the A Realm Reborn, Beast Tribes. I wish I could just go back through and play through all that storyline. However, you have to factor in, is there a reason why there is a time gate? So for example, a node pops from stage 3 to stage 4. And when that happens, you can put your social organization building in, right? You can put your social organization building in at stage 4. Well, do you want somebody who has 16 hours of playtime a day the first day that the social organization is in? Do you want me to be able to play for 16 hours and become a captain in the social organization, thereby locking out a slot? Say there's only 3. 2025 is what I think. 2022 is impossible. 2023 is equally impossible. 2024 maybe, more likely 2025, my personal guess. So I see what you're saying, but there's got to be there's times and places that time gating is good. How would you feel if you found out you were ranked number 11 in the social organization because you worked your ass off when you got off work today, but all 10 captain slots were already filled because the node finished the building at 10 o'clock in the morning? And me, Araj, Karthos, everybody in that node worked from 10 o'clock in the morning until, let's say you got off at 6 that night. We worked from 10 in the morning till 6 at night with no limit to our ability to do vertical progression. Now all the captain slots are filled. And you're gonna say, but my real life prevented me from being online to even have a chance. So that's why I feel that certain time gating is good. Certain time gating is good. Because remembering it's a game, and people have real lives, especially in a game like Ashes. People have real lives, and those real lives involve jobs, and those jobs are what allow the person to pay for their monthly sub. So these are all really good reasons for why there's a time gating. Now, time gating for the sake of time gating, because the core design is you want the people to log in every day. No, I agree with you. That's bullshit. But I would also hope that the game has enough content. I want to log off at night knowing that I made meaningful choices in what I did today, rather than, so I'm going to pretend that I'm a normal person that plays 6 to 10 at night, right? Time gating so you can then sell a potion in the shop to reduce that time is crap. Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna pretend for a moment that I only have 4 hours of game time a night. I log in at 6 and I log out at 10 because I have to be responsible and go to school or my job or whatever. I want to be brushing my teeth at night, being like, man, I had a really fun time in game tonight. I wish I had time to do more fishing, or I wish I had time to play some more parlor games, but I had fun tonight. As opposed to either number one, I'm brushing my teeth and I'm like, I hate fucking dailies, right? I hate dailies. Or, or number two, you logged out at 8 to go play Heroes of the Storm because you had nothing else to do. So you want to make sure that you have some level of control over what's going on. Don't want to feel guilty. I hate dailies because I have to take a day off and go on vacation sometimes. Yeah, that's my big gripe about dailies, to be honest. Like Araj knows my pain. Araj went to Disney, and by the way, thank you for the mail. Really, really helpful. The package, I will show it off when it gets here. But one of the times I always say to people, the time to catch up to players is when you're the player that's ahead of you is on vacation. So you go on vacation for 10 days and you play Arcage. Well, if it's, on an Arcage server and you're almost done with all your gear, then you're like, okay, that's not a big deal. But if it's Arcage and it's brand new at a fresh start server, if you, like, for example, I couldn't play in the one fresh start server at launch, and I said, well, fuck it, I can't play at launch, I'm not going to play, because the game is so dependent on the first day, the first 3 days, the first week. I would want to play a game because I enjoy its content, not because I need to play in order to compete. Yeah, this is why I hate daily login rewards. I hate daily login rewards. One of the greatest examples of a developer getting that rude awakening was when Steven found out how many people hate daily login rewards. But that's also why I said the big part of that was Steven's always been self-employed. Steven, as an adult, he's always been self-employed. He's always been a hustler. Like, he's been an entrepreneur. Steven wasn't aware that there are people who don't want to log in every day. Like, and that's what sucks. Like, I hate, when I was working on my MA, there were days that I went right from my job to grad school, and I got home and I wasn't playing a game with daily login rewards, but I would have hated to be dog ass tired, be like, man, I gotta fucking log in and because that was back, when it took like 8 minutes to log into anything. I would have hated that. Well, Ash just still have them. Steven said he wanted to put them in. Steven wanted to put them in until he found out how much of the community hated them, and he pretty much said, well, there goes that idea. Because that, again, that Jahlon guy is pretty cool. Yeah, that Jahlon guy is pretty cool. But not as cool as the Ashes 101 guy. Well, the old Ashes 101 guy. The new Ashes 101 guy is a fucking tool. But the old Ashes 101 guy, he was sexy. Roshan posted in AOC Discord a thread for the next live stream questions. You mean the thing that's on the screen? The thing that we've been covering? we've been covering that for the last. Oh dear. There's also terrible when you design them to add up to something, so you need to log in 30 days in a month to get the reward. Miss one day and you're fucked. Eat my ass, game. Eat my ass. Yeah. It's okay, Raj. Yeah, Karthos. I think there's nothing wrong. I think there's. Well, hold on. I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about what I don't think there's anything wrong with. All right, so I think that login rewards are a problem. I think login rewards are a major problem if they give a tangible reward that results in power. I think if your game revolves around needing login rewards to get people to log in, maybe instead of putting all your efforts into the login rewards, you should put your efforts into making better content. I think that you should never have a system where it takes every day to be logged in. I think it should be a system where at absolute most, you would have to log in 15 out of 30 days. And I say that because I understand the marketing behind login rewards. I do understand the marketing behind login rewards, but I think that if you just make better content overall, you won't have to do gimmicks. 100%, if you want a login reward, give it in the form of weekly, monthly quest rewards instead. Yeah, just like I don't want daily quests. I saw somebody mention dailies earlier. I don't want daily quests. Give me an allotment of monthly quests. Give me an allotment of quests that I can, like, you know, I can only do X number of quests from this particular quest giver. You know, 1 per day, get 1 hour buff, well rested, but then have a bit of an advantage when logging in every day. We can talk about the login incentive in a second, because I think you can do that differently, and you can use that as a quasi catch-up mechanic. But one game that I saw did it incredibly well was Revelation Online. Revelation Online had dailies, right? Revelation Online had dailies for your own personal progression. One of them was called the Tower. So if you did the Tower and you cleared it, you got, let's say, 1,000 XP, just to keep the numbers low. You got 1,000 XP. If you didn't do the daily today, you didn't log in on Friday because you wanted to go out to the bar, you wanted to go to the hockey game or whatever. If you logged in Saturday and did the Tower, you would get 2,000 XP because you would get 1,000 and a 200% reward. And if you did it on Sunday, you would get 3,000 XP. Now, after your reward was 300%, you no longer got any future, you no longer got any future buff because there's, you know, so there's no reason to do your dailies more than once every 5 days. Well, supposedly Lost Ark has a decent system for their daily quests. If you miss a daily, your next daily gives you 2 times. The buff stacks up to 5. Well, yeah. Why would you only do it every 5 days then? Well, because it depends. You're going on vacation for 5 days. You're going to knock it out up until the day you go on vacation. Unless you plan on being off for a few days, then you reset it. Exactly. One thing I do want to go back and grab is this one. What do you think about daily, weekly stuff you have to do to progress in a game? For example, WoW made it feel like a job. So I don't know of anything in WoW that you had to do other than raid. Because WoW, when people say I had to do this in WoW, I say, well, why? because WoW is basically a gear grinder. It's a dungeon running gear grinder. So you don't have to do anything in WoW because you don't have to get gear. In Ashes, if you want, I think the thing that Ashes picks up on the best is that you have a tangible home. You have a home that is yours that can come under threat. If you want to keep your home, you must defend it. If you don't defend it, you lose it. So, good sprocket. But why would I do that? A test that gives me 100% reward every day when I can just do it every 5 days and get 500%. It's a good point. I think one of the reasons why you would do that is I'm close to leveling today, and if I do it today, I level. It all depends on how the rewards are done. It's like in Final Fantasy XIV, there's Chloe's journal. If you're level 88 today, and you know you can make level 89 tomorrow, you don't turn in the journal until tomorrow because the journal will be worth more XP tomorrow. It's actually the inverse of what you're talking about. It all depends on, I mean, you're looking at one system, but you have to look at the system. You have to look at the system differently. Is me doing my dailies enough to pop me over a level? So what if on day 5 you weren't able to log in for 3 days? You just lost 300%. Yeah, setting up a timer is on you. Another reason might be there are too many daily quests in order to complete them all in a small time frame. I have on Friday. Also true, maybe it takes too long. Maybe you have to do them on Thursday at 400% because on Friday you can't do them all. So I also want to grab this one. I'd rather have a 1 times per day. You get a well-rested buff if you visit a local tavern. Again, this is rough because I think that your rested XP should be account-wide, and I think the rested XP should be non-linear. So I think if you're gone for 2 days, you should get more than 2, because I think the tavern rested XP should be a catch-up mechanic. So, but you know, that's me. I think the catch-up mechanic needs to be present in order to help alleviate the whole I must play every single day. So I'd rather have a 1 times per day you get a well-rested buff. Also, I mean, keep in mind though, what good is a well-rested buff? What good is a well-rested buff if you're already max level and you have no negative XP? So I think the rewards need to be tavern use, not just sitting in a town use. Encourage players to be in social areas. Slow down. Now you're being discriminatory. Now you're being discriminatory. You're forcing people into social areas. Why do I need to go to a social area if I'm being social with the 7 people in my static on TeamSpeak? Why are you trying to force me to play in a certain way? Use that rested XP to help with crafting stuff. The same XP won't apply. Because remember, the adventurer class and the artisan class have different levels of progression. It's an MMO, but why are you forcing me to be social in an MMO on your terms? Aren't they forcing you to be in a social area because it's an MMO? No, you're forcing me to be in a social area. You're forcing me to be in a social area in order to realize the benefit of this buff. You're assuming that because I'm not in a social area, I'm not being social. It's just like, it's the same argument with proximity chat and guild chat and tavern chat and all that crap. I'll go to Chibi's tavern if Chibi's on my server, and I would jump into voice comms in the Golden Feather Tavern on my alt, because I'm not going to even have proximity chat enabled on my main machine. The computer that I put over here for the top screen, I'll walk into their tavern. Is it forced? There's other content like raids that needs people to be social. No, raids don't need people to be social. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need to be social. What is it? Is it 8-man content? I have my static. Is it 16-man content? I have my static and their static, and we just get together. Is it 40-man content? Then we have 5 statics. I don't want to sit in comms listening to people yell at their kids, yell at their dogs, yell at their cats, drink beer, chew into their throat, scratch their neck beard on the microphone. I want to go into my raid, and the only thing I want to hear from is pulling in 5, 4, 3, 2, pull. Boom. That's all I want to hear. That's all I want to hear. I consider that social when you have 8 people working together. Sure, it is social. So why, for Threather's point, why did I have to get driven to a social area to realize a buff? Never force people to do something. Never make it forced. With limited legendary that may be limited to 1 per server, what will happen to the item if that player leaves the world, rerolls on another server, quits the game? Will it eventually be put back on the world loot table or be gone forever? So the answer to this is simple. It'll be gone forever. And it should be. It should absolutely be gone forever, because if I roll on another server, does that mean I don't have my character that has the legendary? If I quit the game, does it mean I don't have the item that's the legendary? Now, if we go with the idea that legendaries are going to have a clock from the moment they are not legendaries, legendary uniques. Legendary uniques. The moment a player gets a hold of a legendary unique, I think it should come with the clock. I don't think 30 days is enough. I think legendary uniques should be on a 90-day clock. You have 90 days to utilize the Billy Badass weapon, and then it goes into the pool. It goes back into the pool. Some people may disagree with me. Some people may not. I think, again, I think the problem we have is I think we need to remember it's a game, and you want to create as many opportunities for please have as many opportunities for people to get stuff as you can. Please have push to talk. I'm going to be 100% honest. You're going to have my Discords for the raid channels. We'll be on we'll be on TeamSpeak, no doubt, and TeamSpeak, the operations channels will all have push to talk on them. What would you think about a system like Jay gets the revolver? A new revolver cannot be made for 90 days. Once that new one is made, it is locked out again for a third one to be made for 90 days. I think at that point you don't. I think you've walked away from the idea behind legendary unique. I think at that point what you're starting to have is too many copies of the 8-barrel pistol. This is a legendary unique. It's supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be scary, like, hey guys, we're about to oh shit, Jay's on that caravan, never mind. Why are we never minding? Because Jay has his 8-barrel pistol. Maybe I use it, maybe I don't. That's the problem with the bluff. I think that's the problem with having legendary uniques, is that it makes one person too powerful for too long. But I could definitely see the value in what you're saying, Threather, that it doesn't take away from the first person. It just slowly adds more. And obviously, eventually, at some point, they're going to be yeah, 6 years, only 20 are made. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that you should post that on the forums as an idea. Let's see what the community thinks about that. I think that's a great idea. I really do. Now that you put it in the other number for me, and after 6 years, only 20 have been made. Yeah, I think you should write that up and post it on the forums. That's a good one. Would you guys ever consider giving us a middle of the month update on systems that we haven't seen in months, and talk about where you guys are in a production on those systems and how you evolved those systems from last time? No. They won't do that, nor should they do that. That is a horrible idea. That is a player want idea. That is an up and coming content creator is trying to find something that they can make content on. But Intrepid absolutely should not do that, because nobody wants to see the sausage be made. Okay, a few gluttons for punishment want to see the sausage be made. You don't want to see the sausage be made. You don't want to be back there, and you don't want Intrepid to be coming out saying, you know, you don't want Intrepid to be coming out and saying, this is where we're at and we haven't made any progress. So, 1 second. There we go. What is my view? What is your view on gear optimization and calculations? In WoW, everyone used the same gear, talents, and enchants, so in reality, there was no diversity. Same thing in New World. Everyone was running around with Great Axe and Warhammers. All right. So the big thing here is Ashes of Creation will not be able to be brought down to this level of a meta. Ashes of Creation will not be able to be refined down to this one thing works. Let me show you why. First and foremost, there's 64 classes, but in reality, you have one class and you have 8 specs. A mage is not a mage is not a mage. A battle mage is not going to play the same as a spell hunter, as the same as a warlock, as the same as a sorcerer. That's simply not going to be how it works. So we've done this many times in the show. So just to do this real quickly, what we have here is we have a character and they're a mage. And what they use is they use a scepter and shield. Okay. And they're a battle mage. No, they're not a battle mage. They are they're a spellstone. So they are a spellstone and they are wearing plate, right? So what they do is their DPS output is more physical, right? And they are tanky and they are vulnerable to magic, right? This particular mage is going to be different than this mage, who is a mage, who is staff, who is cloth, and they are a arc wizard because they are mage doubled down, right? So their DPS output is magic. They are not tanky. They are bursty. And they are vulnerable to physical. So right here, the problem that you're going to have is if you're a rogue, one of these two mages is your prime target. And one of these two mages you want to walk away from. As a rogue, you don't want to jump in on top of that spellstone. It's a mage, it's got a shield, it's wearing plate. You're going to do physical. He's going to laugh at you. He's going to have possibly damage mitigation augments on his spells. Really not going to be the route you want to go. Now, as a rogue that does magic damage output, because your augments are set to be more magical, you might want to jump on that spell stone. You're a rogue who's doing magic output. A rogue doing physical output is going to want to jump in on the clothy, mage, because that's where they're more likely to succeed. A lot of people I've already seen tons and tons and tons of people do the, well, it's the best counter. It'd be like League of Legends counters will be very class related. No, it's going to be, I can't speak of League of Legends. I played one game of League of Legends. I was told to put my hands in a blender, so I uninstalled. Heroes of the Storm is the MOBA I play, and you have builds. There are certain times you drop into a match with a hero that you know you're just fucked. But you know well enough that you're like, okay, I'm fucked, but I can build my way out of this. I'm not going to be really effective until mid-game, but I can get my way out of this. For example, having a tank with no healer is bad, but having a tank with passive hit point regeneration is good. Having a tank with shared hit point regeneration is even better if you have no healer. The other day, I faced a group that had 1 tank and 4 healers, and I was like, what is this AIDS? This is, you know, this is craziness. So yeah, it's going to be build. It's going to be reciprocated by, or it's going to be based on build. It's not going to be based on, not all rogues. Rogues won't always beat mages. Tanks won't always beat this. It's going to really be your build versus that build is going to make a difference. So, that's going to be the big one. So keep that in mind. But yeah, as far as this question, no, they're not going to do that, nor should they do that, because that's going to lead them into a problem of, like my dad taught me when I was about 9 years old, you can either go ahead and do it, or you can either do what you're going to do, or you're going to say what you're going to do. But while you're busy saying what you're going to do, you can't go do what you're going to do. You don't need to keep the community micro informed. I don't even think they should be doing a monthly live stream. I think that they should be doing a quarterly live stream, and then they should just be dropping the videos every 2 months, the other 2 months. Is there any plan to rework the animations of player characters? I think they feel different and also worse compared to the mount animations, which are basically perfect. I don't agree with you. I think that the mount animations leave a lot to be desired. I think the word feel, I hate the word feel because I think they feel different. What do you mean they feel different? Nobody has really felt the difference, except for Steven and the team with the Unreal Engine 5 change out. I don't get when people, I've never had a problem. I have never had a problem with the movement animations. I know some people do. I just bow out of that discussion. If 2 classes dueled with each other at the same skill level in an ideal game, it should be a stalemate. Duels should be run by better gear or more skill. No, incorrect. That's wrong. Because of what was said. If 2 classes duel each other at the same skill level in an ideal game, it should be a stalemate. Duels should be won by gear or skill or build. So if I've built as your counter, I should win. Because that's how balancing works. Am I in your counter build? It's not just better gear, it's the right gear. Hey, thanks for being here. The trick to it is this. Like I said, if I thought it was implied by saying better gear. No, it's not just better gear. Like I said, if a fighter jumps me as a cleric, if I'm wearing plate, I should have the advantage. If a fighter jumps me and I'm a cleric and I'm wearing cloth, I should have the disadvantage. So it's going to come down to not better gear. It's going to become what gear. Will there be types of mobs that are immune to different schools' types of magic skills? Like a monster with frost abilities can't get damaged by an attack with that same attribute, but is in turn weaker to opposing attributes. Yes, this has already been said. Additionally, if it is that way, will there be items, gems, and chants that can change the attributes of skills magic to a different one? Yes, augments. Augments will allow you to do that. Items, gems, and enchants, no, probably not. Probably not. Can you put a pretty farm in the game with scarecrows that are mean. That's all I want in life. Sure. I will get Steven to get right on that. That's all of them. We've got all the questions done. Sad face. We'll check in a little bit. That was good, though. That was a good use of time. Let's do, Jazz. So, very good. Very, very good. Very good. Let's see. Nope, nothing good there. Check Reddit real quick. Do you have some questions? Ask away. Oh, and I gotta check my Discord too. I thought I saw a question in there. Always ask away. Questions for live stream. I get this question a lot. Japan. Oh, there we go. I get this question a lot. First time here, I love it. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. As you can see, I probably am never going to grow as a streamer because I yell at people, even my own fans and audience, but I would rather have a small audience. Oh no! I would rather have a small audience that's good instead of a large audience that's tomfoolery. I get this question a lot. This is from my Discord. When talking about weapon skills, if you dual wield, will you have two separate skill trees for each weapon? Or will the two weapons combine into one skill tree for that specific weapon combo? No, it will be, this is one of the side effects to dual wielding. And, you're gonna remember that if you're dual wielding different weapons, you've made a choice to dual wield sword and dagger, or sword and mace, or mace and axe. You're going to have to buy skill points you're going to have to buy the active skills from the different trees. So this is a choice of going wide versus going deep. For example, you might have a apply bleed ability on the first line of dagger and the third line of sword. Well, you might go 1 line dagger, 3 line sword, because some of your archery abilities proc off of the ability to apply a bleed, or some of your rogue abilities proc off your ability to apply a bleed. So later, Voodoo. So the problem becomes how deep do you want to go versus how wide do you want to go? On the wiki, it said there is reduced corruption in military nodes. I feel this might be wrong. Is this true? It is true. However, we do not know what the plan for the military node corruption reduction is. Couple of ways they could do it. It's not time, because corruption doesn't go away in time. It could be that you get more corruption work off while you're in the zone of influence of a military node. So for example, if you're in a divine, a scientific, or an economic node, you kill a mob worth 100 XP, you lose 100 XP worth of corruption. If you're in a military node, you'd lose 110 XP worth of corruption. That's one way they could do that. Unfortunately, the quest idea, they kind of went the other way with when they decided to say murders on your soul. So I don't know if that route they're gonna go with. But yeah, Steven has said that is still applicable, and we just have to wait for the military and divine node blogs. It's only been 2 years. What's 2 years between friends when we're waiting on updates? So, good question. I was thinking you should flag up by hitting people, and I'm also flag up by choice, so a group of rogues can one-shot somebody without corruption if they flag up. Well, a group of rogues would one-shot somebody, and one of them would get corruption. You do flag up by choice. So you're getting everything you want. You flag up by hitting people, and you flag up by choice. You flag up by choice by hitting your PvP enable button and tagging somebody. A group of rogues can one-shot somebody without corruption if they flag up. They can do that. If some... Yeah, where's the confusion? If I'm okay. If I'm flagged up... If I'm flagged up for one person, I'm flagged up for everybody. There is no private flagging up. So if I'm purple to everybody. If I'm purple to everybody. The only time you can be fighting another player and be an illegal target is if a green is attacking a red. A green does not have to flag up to attack a red. I disagree with this. Steven knows I disagree with it, and he said we'll talk about it later. Yeah, yeah, you're correct. There could be wars. I'm referring to in the flagging system. There is, of course, guild wars and node wars. Remember, flagging up for combat does not make you a purple. Okay, I'm gonna fucking put this to bed. Flagging up for combat does not make you a purple. However, you can't flag up for combat. The only thing you can do is press it. Basically, what you can do is you can hit the "I want to hit another player" button. I didn't think I would have to dumb this down to the fucking like the lowest level. There is a button you have to hit if you want to make the transition from green to purple by hitting another player. It is the equivalent of taking the safety off of your entire skill bar so that you can hit other players with it. I was pretty fucking certain that flag and tag was clear enough, and then somebody wanted to argue with me. You know how many people don't understand it? Here's the thing. I don't want to dumb the fucking curriculum down. I want to make the people smarter. I don't believe in teaching to the lowest level. I believe in holding the bar at the appropriate level and making everybody rise to it. I also thought corruption would spread by all people who attack, so I guess I should read up more. No, right now you only get corruption on the killing shot. That's it. Flagging needs to be changed to going aggressive, going aggro. I think that would be less confusing. No, because then it would just confuse other people. Like I said, I didn't think the idea of flagging for combat would be misunderstood, but somebody wanted to argue with me that said you can't flag as a combatant. And I said, you're right, and I never said that you could. And they said, well, you said. I said, no, I said you'd flag. You flag for PvP. You flag and tag. You hit the button and you hit somebody. You can't flag into a purple state. Again, I never said that. A really great quote I heard is, the image of me that you have created in your mind is not my responsibility. Your inability to read the words I'm writing is not my problem. Could I recommend you an Ashes 101? I will sell it to you for a special price, free of cost, except your time. Yes. You know, I love people. I love people and their shenanigans. I love people who are arrogant little fucks. I love the guy that was arguing with Unknown today about the English language. Given the fact he's a fucking English teacher. It's like, are you really going to, are you really arguing with a fucking English teacher about English? Like, so it was just absolutely amazing arguing with an English. It's like there's a difference. I just want people to know, when you're arguing with a historian, there's two ways to argue with a historian. You're either arguing the facts of the matter, or you're arguing the subjective cause and effect of the matter. The Titanic hit an iceberg. The Titanic sank. These are facts. If you say anything other than the Titanic hit an iceberg and the Titanic sank, you're wrong. The Titanic hit an iceberg, the Titanic sank, the Titanic did not have enough lifeboats on board for all the passengers. Again, these are all true statements. You can't argue with the facts of the matter. Well, why didn't the Titanic have enough lifeboats? Now we get into subjective. Sorry for being dumb. I was just ill-informed. No, it's okay, man. That's why I do this show. There you go. Sprocketbot will tell you everything you need to know about Ashes 101. But, you know, Titanic was too long of a movie. Yes. I remember going to Titanic in the movie theaters an unacceptable number of times. I must have been 15 or... How the fuck old was I? Oh my god. I was 18? Yeah. I was 18. I went to see Titanic an unacceptable number of times. I'll simply say that. People usually struggle to find the right class to play. I hope there'll be some kind of questionnaire and it'll give you a few suggestions. Ready? Here, I'm gonna help you out. You want the questionnaire? It's real simple. Ashes is really simple for trying to figure out what you want to play. Do you want to be a tank? If yes, be a tank. Do you want to be a main healer? If yes, be a cleric. Do you want to be a support off healer, debuffer? If yes, be a bard. Do you want to do steady damage? Be a fighter. Do you want to do burst damage? Be a rogue. Do you want to shoot people in the butt with an arrow? Be a ranger. Do you want to shoot people in the butt with a fireball? Be a mage. There you go. There's your questionnaire. I don't know what to be. Well, I mean, really, it's going to boil down to, do you want to be a tank, a healer, support, or do you want to be a damage dealer? Forgot summoner. I specifically left summoner off the list because when people say, I want to be a tank, I say, okay, you could be a tank or you could be a summoner and you could be a brood warden, but we don't know how well they're going to tank. I don't really like to talk about summoner yet because I kind of have a belief that Intrepid's not going to be able to deliver on summoner. And I'm not trying to be mean. Summoner is like the hardest class ever to get right. Even a company like Square Enix that had two amazing pet classes in Final Fantasy 11 had no decent pet class in Final Fantasy 14. And that my friends takes a whole lot of effort. The same company that had Puppet Master and Summoner in Final Fantasy 11 failed to do a good Summoner. In fact, Vale, you play Summoner, don't you, in Final Fantasy 14? I think Vale plays a Summoner. I am really disappointed in Summoner in Endwalker now. I'm really disappointed in it. I feel that literally I can macro my my entire rotation because I don't have to think. Summon Bahamut. Okay, am I fighting am I fighting trash or am I fighting boss? I'm fighting trash. Use all of my AoEs. Am I fighting a boss? Use all of my single targets. I'm struggling to even log in now because Summoner is my main. Yeah, I feel you there. I switched from Gunbreaker main to Scholar main because I gotta show these sages how to throw it down old school. Like all these fucking sages with their 92 AoE heal abilities. All these sages getting uppity. You gotta give them the back of the hand a little bit. These sages, oh, I'm the king of AoE healing. Oh, you are you? fucking drop my steampunk, scholar on them. But a summoner should deal damage with, its summons. You're right. And what Final Fantasy has done now, Final Fantasy 14 has done now, is done that. Except the problem is a summoner should be a lot like a warlock. And not a WoW warlock, by the way. I'm talking about a warlock who summons elementals. What should happen, in my opinion, so you guys know that I GM this game. It's Rifts. One of the things that I love about their warlock. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, here you are. One of the things I love about the warlock class is that you can either be a single element warlock or you can be a dual element warlock. If you're a dual element warlock, you're never going to be able to summon level 8 or the greater elementals. So you can summon lesser elementals of 2 categories, or you can summon greater elementals of 1. Basically, warlocks are summoners. The warlock doesn't have really any power of its own. The warlock draws its power from its pact with what it summons. The other thing is that there's rules. There's rules of behavior. You don't summon an elemental and leave it to die. Demonology warlock in WoW is a little bit different because you're summoning demons, which is fine. I prefer warlocks that are tied to elementals because basically you're not supposed to let they're really your bigger brother is the arrangement in Rifts. You're a warlock. Elementals look at you like a little brother or a little sister. So like one of the things says is that if you're a warlock of any of the 4 flavors and you come across a warlock or you come across an elemental that's been ordered to guard an area, unless the order has been specifically to kill all intruders, including other warlocks, the earth elemental might be guarding a door and say, "Hi, can't let you pass." And the warlock, the little brother, is going to say, "Well, I really need to get in there." The earth elemental is going to say, "Well, if you try to come in here, I got to kill you." The warlock could say, "Well, is there another way in?" "Oh yeah, if you go down that way about 700 feet, make a left and a left, there's another door. Have a good day." "Well, why are you helping me?" "Oh, because this asshole's had me summoned for like 25 days on guard duty." And you have to actually respect your summons. In Final Fantasy XI, the summoner had the ability to pull out the Eidolons, the big fucking primals. But having them out rapidly drained your mana. They came when you asked them to come. And in exchange, you're feeding them mana from your personal mana pool. If you run out of mana, they disappear. I think summons should require a lot of communication management. I also think that you should be basically worthless. You should be the weakest of the damage dealers if you don't have a summon out. But you should be one of the most... You should be one of the most powerful damage dealers when your summon is out. I think there should be different summons for different situations. Now, when you say found a 5K quote, 2,000 saved. When you say a demonology warlock, a demonologist and a summoner are a little bit different. Even there's like no lore that says a demonologist would be the same as a summoner. A demonologist is literally summoning demons from the levels of hell and forcing them to work for him. So in here, hold on one second, I have it's been a while since I've story told. I don't know if demons are in here. Are demons in here? No, demons aren't. I don't remember where demons are. Demons are somewhere. But anyway, in one of these books, I have the ability to summon demons, right? And you got to remember, demons don't exactly want to show up because demons don't want to show up that you because you ask. Demons should be fighting back against you all the time. I think that demons have no place being summoned by player characters in an MMORPG. I think demons have a place to be summoned in a open world MMO that isn't a theme box. I think a sand park or a sandbox is the more appropriate place for players to be able to summon demons, because you should be summoning demons and leashing them on the world, just like necromancers. Necromancers, why the fuck is a necromancer going to jump in your party and help you? And how is a paladin of a good religion okay with a necromancer showing up and being like, oh, sorry, I'm late, guys, I had to stop by the local graveyard, I had to dig these 3 fucking tools up? How would a paladin of a good alignment be okay with a necromancer that literally robbed the grave of people? How would a Templar of a religion be like okay with grave robbing? You wouldn't be. On the wiki, it says the vassal system was scheduled to be tested in Alpha 1. It was, but remember, the node system kind of fell apart. So yes, it worked, but no, you really couldn't tell. I don't like the idea of summoner being the jack of all trades, but master of none. Why take a summoner tank over a tank X or a summoner DPS over any DPS? Well, here's the reason why. Why would I want a summoner in the party? Well, when we first start doing a dungeon, the cleric and the bard don't have enough heals to keep the tank up. So we run a dungeon this first week and we wipe. We can't get through. We can't kill the last boss. So the next time we go into that dungeon, the summoner is going to run necromancer. So, and I don't know, it never makes any fucking sense to me why necromancers are the healing version of summoners, but it is what it is. They're masters of life and death. So you go into that dungeon and the summoner is the third healer, is adding on additional heals. Now, the next time you run it, the cleric's gotten some more gear, the bard's gotten some new gear, so they say, okay, we don't need you as a necromancer. What do we need? Maybe the second boss changes configurations and there's an add phase now, so the summoner comes in as a brood warden. The summoner is basically that 1999 multi-tool that you throw in your car. You're not going to use it on a day-to-day basis, but it's really nice to have the multi-tool in the car in case you need a random fucking tool while you're broken down. Would I rather have a hammer if I'm putting in nails? Sure. But I don't want to be using one of them jacked up square handled hammers if I'm going to be hanging nails all day. I got to hang one nail. Yeah, I'll use that. I got to hang a bunch of nails. Well, I'll just go get my claw hammer. Thanks. Watching the Ashes of Creation stream again, I don't like the walking is not natural. It looks like the leg movement doesn't match the ground speed. I hope they will fix it. Yeah, they got to fix that animation. I agree with you. Wiki still has node de-leveling confusion on it. From my understanding, a node can start losing services and then gets destroyed, but never de-levels. Yes, that is correct. A node can no longer de-level. De-leveling nodes is gone. A node cannot de-level. A node either starves off its atrophy or the node is destroyed as if sieged. This is one of the things I say to people, and sometimes the wiki staff gets bent out of shape at me, and I honestly, I say to them, calm the fuck down. I'm not being disparaging towards you. The wiki isn't infallible. The wiki doesn't have absolutely every single most up-to-date quote. What happens is that Lex does his very best to go through every live stream and pull out every quote. However, very rarely does Steven give an inclusionary and exclusionary quote. So what I mean by that is it's the old, Steven said in 2017, Vec are red. And then in 2020, Steven says Vec can be green or blue. Well, you'll have one line that says Vec can be red, another line that'll say Vec can be green or blue, and then a third line underneath this, it'll say the Vec appeared as purple in the January 2020 showcase. Well, then somebody says, well, what color can a Vec be? Well, it can be red, green, blue, or purple. And people are like, are we sure that's still accurate? Well, no, we're not sure if that's still accurate, because the problem is you need an inclusionary and exclusionary statement, and we can't always get those. So you'll notice Araj just said, I'm in most of the references. That's because I spend a lot of time on the wiki. I could not do my job without the wiki. Just so we're all clear. I could not do my job without the wiki. I reference the wiki 10 to 15 times a day, more often when I'm doing the show. The trick is when I do an interview with Steven, I talk to the wiki people and I say, what clarification questions can I get for you? The other problem is there are, for a while, and Lex has done an amazing job of going back and getting rid of these. There were people that were removing comments from the wiki because they thought an updated comment superseded the old comment, and that's not true. An updated comment, if it's not exclusionary, doesn't get rid of the previous statements. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people want it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. A lot of people want it to be as simple as possible. All they want is they want it dumbed down as much as they can. Well, in a game that's in development, you can't get it dumbed down. In a game that's in development, you need a certain amount of, you need a certain amount of, it has to be at a higher level. Tell that to almost every other content creator for Ashes. Can I leave feedback where there is a wiki issue? The best way, if there is an issue with the wiki, the best thing to do is to reach out to Lex. They have a Discord for the wiki. I recommend people join that Discord only so you can drop the issue for them. Lex actually takes a lot of pride in his product. So I think his product is absolutely amazing. Hold on, I just realized something. I just got an email from the lawyers. 1 second. Gotta do my corporate annual report, and I gotta not forget to do that. That's one of those fucking things I tell people, like, if you're ever gonna start a business, make sure you know what you need. Holy hell. In the state of Illinois, I pay one of the highest amounts of corporate taxes in America, and I have like 3 or 4 forms I have to fill out each year. It's like, stop it. I don't make enough money to justify all these forms. Stop it. Oh, yeah, people were talking about graphics cards again. Does anybody really believe that the 40 series are coming out this year? Because I don't believe the 40 series are coming out this year. I don't believe the 40 series are coming out this year. I just can't. Oh no, guys, we're about to fall below 9,000 followers. We're about to fall below 9,000 followers because I got rid of a bunch of bots and stuff. This is horrible. We haven't grown as a channel in a long time because haven't had new content, haven't been able to really knock out haven't been able to show off new stuff. Wasn't there recently a chip shortage? Yeah. Here's the problem. And I say this all the time to people who are like, I'm just going to wait for the 40 series. Number one, make sure that you realize when you buy the 40 series, first of all, when you buy a 40 series graphics card, you probably don't even have the motherboard and the CPU to justify a 40 series graphics card. So if you're like, I'm going to buy a, I'm gonna buy a 40 series graphics card. You're just buying a whole new computer. Because it's like, why are you gonna, like, I wouldn't put a 40 series graphics card in my computer. So chances are you don't need a 40 series graphics card. Number two, what are you playing that you need a 40 series graphics card for? Yeah, the 3090 Titans were announced in early January. Delivery start late Q2. Are you really going to have 3090 Titans deliver Q2, early Q3, and then start doing 40 series graphics cards right after them? I mean, guys, remember, research and development makes up 95% of the cost of a product. If you don't sell enough of the product, you haven't recuperated your R&D. So I'm not quite sure why people think that does Nvidia need to release the 40 series right now? What does the AMD have that is going to compete? I do not see us being 5 months away from the 40 series. I need to run 3 Cyberpunk 2077s on Psycho on the same machine. Yeah, I mean, you have to sell the 30 series first to milk the market. Okay, I don't think you need to sell the 30 series graphics cards to milk the market. I think you need to sell the 30 series graphics cards to make back your R&D investment, unless you're going to just pass the R&D investment off to the 40 series. If the 40 series was supposed to release this year, it should be close to production. Yeah, because Bitcoin, man, Bitcoin. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Make your money on Bitcoin if you know how to make your money on Bitcoin, on cryptocurrency. Make your money on it. If you know how to make your money on it. If you don't know how to make your money on it, realize you shouldn't be buying Bitcoin or cryptocurrency with real world money, because you are trading something that has value to something that has imaginary value. There's only one country on the planet, I don't even remember which country it is. I remember one country saying Bitcoin cryptocurrency is now authorized for private debts. It is recognized as legal tender for resolving private debt. You never want your currency to only be used for private debt, because it basically means, you guys know, if you ever played 7 Days to Die, you ever played any video game that has a post-apocalyptic world. If I said that this buys you a beer, right? I have thousands of these. This is my coin. I pay you for doing X, Y, or Z. I give you this. This allows you to pay debts with me. But if you go 50 miles down the road, unless you can find somebody coming 50 miles this way that needs these, you have a coin that's got no value. You have a coin with absolutely no value. I love how China is making a government crypto and outlawing all others. I mean, it's crypto and NFTs crypto and NFTs are just a glaring reminder that P.T. Barnum was right, and there's a sucker born every minute. It's also a fool and his money is soon parted. I don't, like, what was it? Elon Musk said Teslas would no longer be able to be bought with Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin had a huge drop. Last year we had the whole GameStop pump and dump. If you're buying in on a stock that's on its way up, all you're doing is hoping that you buy it and then you sell it. You buy stocks when they come down. So the states are looking at digital currency too. No, they're not. I don't know where people keep getting that bullshit. No, they're not. The United States is not looking at digital currency unless they're looking at an online currency. They're looking at getting rid of a lot of the paper money, but that is not the same as looking at a cryptocurrency. I absolutely want people to know, yes, the United States wants people to do more digital currency, not crypto. The fucking IRS is still fucking around. They don't even, the IRS doesn't even know how to tax the shit yet. But what they're doing is they're like, you know what we're going to do? Treat it like a capital gain. So if you sold it, you owe us your capital gains tax on it. Did I see the phase pump and dumps? I don't follow that shit because it's real simple. I make my I make my money doing what I do. I did not make my target goal last year. But then again, my vacation was a lot cheaper. I was going to go to Disney this year, and I'm not going to Disney this year, so I'm not concerned. I already have my money for my fall trip made. Thank you to Southwest Airlines for giving me so much money and free tickets. I appreciate you guys. The government has set up a community and talking to crypto experts to understand crypto. Nothing about accepting it or banning it. There are videos of it and people are misrepresenting the purpose of those meetings. Absolutely. You got a bunch of old guys. Seriously, and I'm not trying to be funny. You got a bunch of old guys in Congress who were still around when our money was on a physical value. And these are people that were still around when we were on a gold standard, right? They're family money. Their family money, right? Because I'm not talking about Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who's a first generation senator. I'm talking about the families that have been, I'm talking about the families that have been in government and power for, 200 years. When the gold standard, 1933, that's where their money came from. They heard the stories about, like, I think somewhere in this house I have silver certificates. The money used to say silver certificate on it, $5 silver certificate. Those are valuable. How could the government ban crypto? It's simple. The government doesn't have to ban crypto. The government simply says it's not currency. It's not legal tender. And then people won't want it. Do you want to accept something? I don't have fucking anything. I don't have anything to sell you. What the fuck do I have anything to sell? Here, I'll sell you my train whistle. I'll sell you my train whistle for $10. Or I'll buy your train whistle for 5 crypto. And then tomorrow morning when you wake up, your 5 crypto is now worth 1 crypto. $1. Gold is not legal tender. It used to be. Gold until 1933, gold was legal tender. In fact, precious metals are still traded at a fixed ratio. But yeah, gold and silver were legal tender up until 1933. Because remember, the gold standard used to literally mean you could take your bills and you could go into the bank and you could get hard currency for them. You can still do this. Getting off the gold standard allowed the government to spend money that didn't exist. Yes, absolutely. Getting off of the gold standard allowed the US government to carry debt, causing inflation. It doesn't exactly cause inflation. Without going too far into economics, you can do that with crypto as well. No, you can't, because here's the problem. There's no agreed upon. Crypto is not an agreed upon and regulated value. Crypto is literally somebody decides what the price of crypto is. If you guys think that crypto is regulated the same way as like precious metals and stocks, it's not. You can't buy 40 Monopoly games and use the money to pay your taxes. It's not backed by currency outside of Park Avenue. Exactly. The reason why crypto isn't legal tender is you can't do business with the government with it. And if you can't do business with the government with it, banks don't want it and big money people don't want it. I want to share with you a, that's not the one I want. That's not the one I want either. I can't think of who the major money guy was. I said, it's just supply and demand. It's not supply and demand. Crypto is not regulated, and that's the problem. Stocks are regulated. Hard currency is regulated. I do see a lot of ATMs for crypto recently. I think it's moving money without government watching. People have told me that shit. Where do I find an ATM for crypto? People have said that shit to me, and I've gone looking for them. I've looked at tons of ATM machines. I haven't found a single ATM machine for dealing with crypto. How the fuck do you even deal with an ATM machine for dealing with crypto? And why would you deal with an ATM machine for dealing with crypto? Why would you deal, like, answer me this. Why the fuck would I go to a fucking bank with a jump drive and stand at an ATM machine when I could do that shit online? My town is too small. Yeah, but the town civilization isn't, and that's where I went. No shit, we got one bank and one credit union. We got two banks and one credit union here. And no, we don't do with crypto. I mean, if you all wanna get involved with crazy fucking shits and giggles with crypto, make your money on it. All I'm saying is, when you wake up tomorrow and your crypto is worth 10% of what it was when you went to bed. So, I'm not dealing with an ATM crypto machine. Have you ever attempted to create a crypto e-wallet and have it accept all your cryptocurrencies? Good luck with that. Yeah, let me just put it this way. If I could go back in time and mess with crypto when it was first getting started, I would. But I would have mined my own crypto. Buying crypto and selling crypto, I would have bought it, I would have mined it, I would have sold it. I don't mess with crypto, but I see potential with it if hyperinflation ever happened. Why? It can happen with the US if Putin invades the Ukraine. It won't. What are you talking about? The US dollar will get stronger if Putin invades Ukraine. I've got a Bitcoin machine in the gas station. I buy my smoke set. Doesn't mean I trust that shit. I had a buddy watch a crypto go from 100 to 700 in a week. Held on to it and watched it drop to 200 in 30 days. Yeah, I mean, it's volatile. So, I'll be right back. Alrighty. One of the things I want to just talk about real quick, because we're kind of on the topic, is I'm tired of Bernie Sanders. I think Bernie Sanders needs to get the fuck out of government. I think Bernie Sanders needs to have the microphone taken out of his hand, because I'm all for freedom of speech. I'm all for freedom of speech. But what I'm not for is manipulating the masses. So, one of the things I hear Bernie Sanders talking about the other day pissed me off, like really pissed me off, was he said, there are no more skills per class. No, not yet. You'll have less than 30. You'll have less than 30 on your bar. One of the things Bernie Sanders says the other day in an interview, he says, CEOs and shareholders of company say we can't give workers a raise because it'll raise prices, but then we give CEOs hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses, and that doesn't raise the prices. And I said, yeah, that's how that works. Less than 30 on your bar. So my problem with that statement is, what sets prices? Why is a gallon of milk $2.79 instead of $2.99? Why is a gallon of milk $2.99 instead of $3.15? Why is a gallon of milk $3.15 instead of $3.50? It's called supply and demand. And as I've talked about on this show many times, right? It's not as simple as supply and demand, right? You don't chart supply and demand, right? What you chart is price, right? You chart price against supply or demand, right? This is the problem. Okay, this is the problem. The price for a gallon of milk is $3, right? The price of a gallon of milk is $3, and it stays solid no matter what the supply. The demand goes up, price goes up. The demand goes down, the price goes down. They don't stop making as much milk. They lower the price to meet the demand. The problem is what you said, that one person isn't going to buy 100 million cartons of milk a week. A CEO getting a $100 million bonus doesn't affect prices because it doesn't affect demand. It doesn't affect supply. I am all for people not having to struggle. I know some people on my show struggle to grasp this concept. I am not for keeping poor people poor. I am not for keeping poor people poor. I am all about there being a minimum standard for people. I think there should be nobody in America which generates more wealth than like the next 6 countries combined should be living in poverty. However, I also don't want to pay, for all my EU people in the audience, I don't want to pay 40 to 45% income tax on top of 20% value added tax. I don't feel like at the end of the day having 40 cents out of every dollar taken away from me to leave me with 60 cents to then have to give 12 cents of that to the fucking tax guy. I don't want to be taxed when I make it and taxed when I spend it. What I would like, is I would like taxes to go down because I would like to stop wasting money. I don't want to give everybody a fucking hand up. I want to take the fucking I want to take the government boot off of the poor people's neck and say, we don't need to have we don't need to have all of this bullshit tax. Have you never heard of Switzerland? Zero tax there. Incorrect. Proceeds of sales made on goods and services in Switzerland are subject to a VAT at the standard rate of 7.7%. Goods for basic needs are subject to a VAT at a reduced rate of 2.5%. Switzerland's income tax is 40%. So, have I heard of Switzerland? Yes, I have. I have heard of Switzerland. Why did that not work? That's how you register. That's how you register for the game there, Only Dryad. And then if I get back into the content creator program, the more people who sign up with my referral code, the larger my brand gets, the more beta keys I'll have to give away. So, but no, have I heard of Switzerland? Yeah. But when people say, have I heard of Switzerland, 0% tax, you're wrong. Switzerland not only has up to a 40% income tax, personal income tax rate, 40% plus a 7.7% VAT. So yeah, I have, and you clearly haven't. And that's the problem. People hear this shit and they run with it. But that's what I'm talking about with this nonsense. Like Bernie Sanders saying, CEOs are lying because you could give $100 million to the workers instead of the CEO and everybody would be better. Would they? Would they really? Does the average consumer save money? And if they do, then why are we in the state that we're in? Again, I help dozens of people. I help dozens and dozens and dozens of people with their fucking budgeting, their personal problems. And the number one thing I see every single time I help somebody who's claiming they're poor, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, Disney Channel, expensive ass internet connection, cable, phone, cell phone. Like, why the fuck do you have a home phone if you have a cell phone? And then that right there, before we even get into the basic needs, we're at a couple of $100. I'm like, you're complaining about being poor and you got 4 streaming services. How the fuck do you have time to be watching streaming services? Get one and watch it in the little bit of casual time that you have. Casual time, you have a $100 a month fucking cell phone bill. That's if your profit is made in Switzerland. If your income is not made in Switzerland, that's if your profit is made in Switzerland. If your profit is not made in Switzerland, you don't pay taxes to Switzerland. You're right. When your profit is not made in Switzerland, you pay taxes to other countries. The other countries have taxes on riches and property. That's why they moved to Switzerland, to avoid paying property tax and still keep a healthy property income in their native income. No, you're 100% incorrect. That's not the fuck how taxes work at all. At all. Before you start fucking telling me how it works in Europe, please fucking realize that I got 2 fucking passports. I have one passport that's blue and it has the fucking US fucking shit on it. I have another one that's fucking brown and it has a gold harp on it, and ain't nobody can fucking read the words in it. So don't fucking start telling me how it works in Europe just because you think I'm a fucking uneducated American. Don't fucking tell me how Europe works, bro, because that's not how Europe works. No fucking country works like that. No country. Dublin is also a tax paradise. Ireland is a tax paradise, but Ireland is a tax paradise for all the Europeans who file their fucking taxes through fucking Ireland because it's got the lowest rate. Oh shit. The light's fucking falling. Oh no. So yeah, man, here's the big problem there, and this is a serious problem for me when people say that shit. That's not how taxes work. If you make the profit in Switzerland, you pay the profit to Switzerland. If as an individual you are making money in another country over their taxable threshold, you pay the taxes there. There is no way to get around paying taxes unless you put your stuff in a completely tax-free country, and that it's not in Europe. And that's if you're running your money through banks that they're not tracking, who don't report back to your government. But when you say stuff like, if your income is not made in Switzerland, you don't pay the taxes to Switzerland, you're correct, but you pay the taxes somewhere else. The other countries have taxes on riches and property. That's why they moved to Switzerland, to avoid paying property taxes and still keep a healthy property income in their native country. Except they pay the taxes back in their native country. So you couldn't really follow what my problem was with Bernie's statement. It's real simple. Ready? Here. Because this is important for people to understand. So you've got the CEO up here, right? The CEO up here, and then you have the workers here, right? and we're going to say you have 40,000 workers. You have 40,000 workers, and you're going to talk about a $20 million bonus, right? If you give the CEO $20 million, Bernie's complaint is that the statement is, if you give the workers $20 million, it's going to raise prices. But if you give the CEO $20 million, it's not. And the reason why that works is because when you give this CEO a $20 million bonus, right? He still doesn't generate 40,000 new calls on the economy, because he is still one person. So his impact on the economy is still that of a single person. Now you have 40,000 workers, right? And I don't have these numbers pre-prepped. These may work out in my favor. These may not. So instead of giving the CEO $20 million, you split the $20 million among 40,000 workers, and they each all get $500, right? Now, in Bernie's opinion, this is the way that we should do it. That wealth should go to the bottom and not to the top. The problem is now you've put $500 in the hands of consumers. And are they going to buy milk? Are they going to pay off their mortgage? Are they going to pay off their car? Are they going to buy bread? Are they going to buy anything? No. At $500, what are they going to do? They're going to fucking spend it on a vacation, which sure helps the economy, but doesn't help them. They're going to buy shit that they don't need. And when they're doing that, they're going to pay taxes at 7% to 12% on sales tax. How did you better their life? By saying it's better to give the $500 to each of the 40,000 workers because that's more impactful. It's not. Even if we make this a bigger number, and we will in a second, as soon as StreamYard is over, we'll make the number bigger, right? Because I have no problem making the number bigger, right? So instead of $20 million, it's 200 million, same amount of people. So now they all get $5,000, right? Where are all those people? Generally, probably in the same geographical area. You think that everybody else that knows that those workers suddenly have $5,000 more aren't going to raise their prices? Because I'm selling a product for X, because the supply versus demand results in an X price. But now there's suddenly this much more wealth times this many more consumers. I can raise my price because now there's buyers. So, as an owner of a big business, your taxes on your profit will depend on how much you take out of the company's profit. No owner of a business will do that. They transfer it into the business again to avoid paying income tax. No. They will transfer into the business again to avoid paying the tax. That's incorrect. So I don't know where you're going with that, but that is incorrect. I mean, maybe in your country that works that way, but in the US, it doesn't work that way. But then you all have to pay tax on the property they own. So they move to countries like Switzerland, buy property there, and that's where they don't pay taxes. And taxes on their income will be minimal anyway, and you know it. You're wrong again. How many times do you want to be wrong? If you own property in Switzerland, let me look up their property tax rate. Property tax generally range from 0.1 to 0.115% of the property's taxable value. So again, everything you've said about Switzerland has continuously been wrong. Number one is the owner of a big business. A big business is a C corporation. You can't transfer the wealth out of it. You have to disperse the wealth out of it. So, Jesus, I live in Norway and all the rich people in Norway moved to Switzerland. Why did they do that then? So here's the thing. You have no idea why they moved to Switzerland, but you're assuming. You live in Norway and all the rich people in Norway moved to Switzerland. Why don't you ask them? Maybe they like living in Switzerland. You're looking at something, you're making assumptions. You're saying as the owner of a big business, your taxes on your profits will depend on how much you take out of the company's profit. That's not how that works. Companies pay taxes, okay? Corporations pay taxes like an individual, okay? And this is why people need, honestly, and I'm not trying to be mean and I'm not trying to be rude. You have, I'm sorry, Mr. Irish American, I have no more time for you. Yeah, that's right, because you're fucking wrong. And you've been wrong 3 times. And you're talking, and you're teaching people wrong. Okay? So that people, unlike the idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, this is why I love people. I love people that talk out their ass. This is a company. This is a company. Right? It brings money in. In whatever way it brings money in, it brings, property tax in Norway is 0.1 to 0.7 versus Switzerland 0.1 to 0.15. I can see a reason for people buying property in Switzerland over Norway. No shit, right? Has nothing to do with the fact that they have a lower tax rate. This guy thinks they don't pay any taxes. So, a company brings in money, right? Now, it now has money. It can be from goods. It can be from services. I don't want to get into all the specific details of the difference between a goods-based company and a services-based company because there are plenty. I'm also going to say this. I am oversimplifying this, but a company makes this, and a company makes $250,000. Now, the company pays taxes. All right? I'm going to assume that they make money minus deductions, right? This is their total amount, 250,000, 0.3% fucking government tax rate, right? So 250,000 times 0.3, it's like 0.295 or some shit. Now we're just going to do 0.3. They owe $75,000 in taxes, right? Now, this money, this $175,000 is still inside the company. Unlike the person's point that says where you go with the money or reinvesting the money, the reason why he's wrong is because this money is still locked in the company, right? It hasn't left. You see the boundary lines? This is a company. When you want to take this money out in payroll, right? You want to take this money out in dividends, right? You want to buy stock back, whatever you're going to do with it, that money is in there. This is why C corporations have double taxation. Well, you can buy a company car and use it. No. Yes and no. You got to be very careful with that because a C corporation owning a vehicle has to be reported by the individual who's using it because that's still considered compensation. Now, a vehicle that I only use when I drive my personal vehicle to work, I spend all day driving the company vehicle, and then I drop that company vehicle back off at the company, I drive my personal vehicle home, I don't have to pay any taxes on that. I don't have to pay any taxes on that at all because I don't receive a personalized benefit for that. But if the company gives me a vehicle to drive to and from work, I have to claim that on my personal income taxes. That's considered a benefit. But that has nothing to do with what this guy was talking about. This guy was saying you have to reinvest this money. You don't reinvest that money. That money is still inside of the company. You have to get it out through payroll, dividends, some other thing. Now, when we got that guy saying people are moving from Switzerland or from Norway to Switzerland, and he's like, I live in Norway. Carthos is great. It depends on the arrangement. No, it doesn't. Let me tell you, it doesn't depend on the arrangement. It absolutely doesn't depend on the arrangement. The IRS doesn't give two shits what your arrangement is. The IRS gives a shit about what its arrangement is. So keep that in mind. What your company says is fucking irrelevant. Okay, EU, I don't give a shit about the EU. The EU, tell me in the future, if you're going to talk about the EU, start it off with, we're talking about the EU, right? Tell me you're talking about the EU. My dad had a company vehicle. The company let him use it for personal use as well, but that was because he was on call 24/7, and if he was out eating dinner, we would leave from there and go straight to the job. Not sure if that was legal or not. It's totally legal, but it all depends on what taxes he's paying on it. Was he paying to be compensated? If he was driving, like, because he's on 24/7, that's the way you structure it to get away with it. I'm always on call. I'm always vulnerable, but then you're supposed to be keeping mileage logs and all this other shit. Generally, if you're not flaunting it, buying like a $50,000 Range Rover, ain't nobody gonna care. But back to the person who clearly didn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Switzerland has no taxes. Switzerland has a VAT. Switzerland has a property tax. Switzerland has an income tax. If the person had started off by saying people move to Switzerland so that they can pay less taxes, I would have been like, you're right. People move to Switzerland so they can pay less taxes. However, when these idiots are breeding, like, what did Carthos? You had an amazing one earlier. Somebody was giving Carthos shit, and he was like, something like, my town has one Puerto Rican in it, therefore everybody in my town is Puerto Rican. That's these arguments that these people make. But anyway, back to the whole point that started this. When you give 40,000 people, like Bernie Sanders wants the employees of a company to get the wealth instead of the CEO. And he says, he makes the argument that, hey, appreciate it. He makes the argument that, why is it that CEOs and shareholders will say, if we give the CEO a $20 million bonus, it doesn't raise prices. But if we give 40,000 workers a $500 bonus, that'll raise prices. Well, because it will. Because why is it that you can buy a can of soda in my small ass town for 50 cents, but when you go over to the Walmart in the next town over, a can of soda is 75 cents? Because supply and demand dictates at 75 cents, they'll sell less units, but they'll sell less units than they will here. But the differential in price by 50%, they'll make more profit. That's why you got supply, demand, and price and profit. I sell less units, but I sell less units at a higher price. Tesla, great example. Tesla is not going to sell more cars this year than Toyota. But Tesla will sell less units at a higher price and make their profit margin. That was the guy saying the Numenors were all part elf because the royal family had elf blood when Numenor was given extended life due to the War of Wrath. Yeah, I saw you. That was, you know, some of the stuff is fucking just, I don't get people. But it's good. I wish that everybody would spend more time studying economics. You know, if Tesla dropped their price to sell more units, could they become more competitive in units sold and still make a profit? I can't answer that question because I'd have to see what the cost of making a Tesla is. What did I see the other day? If you need to buy the battery pack for a Tesla, it's $21,000. Like, how many, like, damn, it's just ridiculous. How many people would just sit on that money compared to investing it back into a company? Well, I mean, that's always a cultural question. Is giving the poor a tax break better than giving the rich a tax break? And Democrats and socialists like to say it's better to give the poor a tax break. Well, what if you didn't give Amazon the tax breaks that Amazon has gotten over the years? And, what if you don't give Amazon the tax breaks that you've given Amazon over the years? Well, then Amazon doesn't start its own distribution system, which is better for the consumer, by the way. Amazon now has multiple routes. Multiple of their locations have created jobs for independent contractors where, like, my brother was looking into it at the same time I was looking into it as a way to make money. Amazon will give you, I forgot what the buy-in, it's like $100,000 buy-in. Or maybe it's a $10,000 buy-in. I don't remember what the buy-in was. but you buy in, you own a distribution route. They give you 10 vehicles and they do the maintenance on them. You have to deliver 10 trucks worth of product a day. So you got to have the drivers to do it. Now you don't have to have 10 drivers, because the drivers can go back and forth out to their route, and as long as you get everything delivered by 8 o'clock at night, you stay in good standing. And people say, well, that's great for independent contractors. It is. It really is. But Amazon can only do that because Jeff decided that the US Postal Service was too unreliable. So, the environment in this footage looks great. Yeah, you should see this footage. Here's the better footage. This is the Unreal Engine 5 stuff with Nanite. But Bezos was able to take money and was able to put it back into Amazon and create more wealth for the poor. What's the minimum wage? What's the minimum wage in my state? I'll tell you. The minimum wage in Illinois, as of the first of this year, is $12. Is $12 an hour. Okay. It's $12 an hour. Amazon pays $15 to start. So everyone cries out about Amazon should pay its workers more. Amazon is paying its workers more. Amazon is paying its workers $3 more an hour than they're required to by law. And they give them benefits, which means if they're giving them benefits, they're not doing that shit where they're only working 30 hours a week, they're working 40 hours a week. So people are making $28,800. People are always like, Amazon's workers are at the poverty line. The problem here is the poverty line in the US is the poverty line for a single individual is $12,000. Amazon is paying you $28,000, more than double the poverty line. But it's Amazon's fault there's people. It's Amazon's fault that there's people in debt. Do I believe in the trickle-down effect? Yes, I absolutely believe. I absolutely believe in the trickle-down effect. The trickle-down effect absolutely is true. It absolutely is true. The problem is that people have it in their head that because I work for X company, I'm entitled to a company's profits. The problem with that is you don't have any skin in the game. If the company burns down tomorrow, you're out of a job. You're not out of an investment. You feel that your labor should be compensated for more. Great, then negotiate that. Negotiate that. When you take a $15 an hour job, you agree that your labor is worth $15 an hour. Well, I took the job because I have to eat. You took the job because you couldn't get anything better. Because either your state's taxes are so high that there are no jobs nearby you, or you don't have the skill set to demand more than $15 an hour. So yeah, absolutely. Did I see you ask me how I make my money? Somebody asked me how I make my money. I'm retired. If you paid the workers more, would the company grow? Positive return on investment? I don't think so. It depends. It depends on the business. It depends on the company. It depends on the situation. It depends on the scenario. Is there a one size fits all? No, of course not. There is of course not a one size fits all. Everybody is going to, there's not a one size fits all. It's always going to work. I told you guys the story about my buddy. He was having a hard time with his employees at his restaurant. Constantly having people call in at the last moment, not doing their side work, not doing their sides, not being very clean, not being clean shaven, girls not having their hair done, their makeup done, guys not being clean shaven, their shirts being like dingy white. He and I talked a bunch of times. I said to him, put your employees on $15 an hour and the house gets the tips. And then you publish the payroll for the day. For everybody that's on $15 an hour, you publish the payroll every day. And then 50% of the tips get fair share equal distributed to the workers and 50% go to the house to make up for the payroll. He's like, I don't know, man, $15 an hour is a lot of money to pay servers. I said, yeah, but what are all your problems? And he said, they're not doing their side work. Okay, well, then you say, I'm paying you $15 an hour, so you should never be standing still. You should never not be engaged. You should, there's always something you should be doing. Here's the list of side work. I said, what else? He's like, my people come in and they look like shit. I say at $15 an hour, you issue them all new work shirts. You say the new requirement for coming to work is your shirt will be white. It will be laundered. Your men, you will be clean shaven unless you inform management you're going to be growing a beard or a goatee. Ladies, your hair will be done. Makeup will be on. Gentlemen, earrings will be out if that's what you want. I said, but if I have to stay after closing to do side work, then I'm going to be accumulating hours because I can't work you anymore because I'm paying you $15 an hour. I get a fair share of tips. Everybody but one server wanted to jump on this new system. So he said to the one server, he's like, well, this is the system I'm moving to. So everybody else wants to go on it. You either get on board or you quit. And she's like, well, I quit. She leaves. First couple of days, informing management you want to grow a beard, it's because it's your presentability. If you can't have people, the reason why is you can't have somebody come in and not be clean shaven for the day because they forgot to shave and say, oh, I'm growing a beard. And then the next day they've shaved. It's not about getting permission to grow a beard. It's if you suddenly decide to grow a beard, you're going to be scruffy and scraggly for a few days. And you're just letting management know I've decided to grow a beard in. So that way, when all the other workers are like, well, Bad Habit isn't clean shaven. Why do I have to be clean shaven? Well, Bad Habits told me he's growing a beard and that's okay. You see what I'm saying? It's so that it doesn't look like I'm not enforcing this new set of dress and appearance for you. It's so that you're not the favorite. Because then in 2 weeks, your beard looks good, you're nice, you're neat, you're clean. I'm going to tell you something though. As a server, you're going to get less tips if you have a beard. I just want people to know that. If you haven't seen the research on that. So integrity and accountability. If you have to inform people on basic hygiene, I don't think you want them on your team. The problem is that shaving is not considered hygiene. It's dress and appearance. You can't, growing a beard, not clean shaven. These are company standards, not hygiene standards. So I don't know why you're equating a beard to hygiene, because it's not. But anyway, my opinion is that presentability needs to be adjusted. Stating that dyed hair, piercings, or tattoos is not presentable is antiquated. Great. And when you have a business, you write whatever rules you want. This individual owns a very nice establishment, doesn't want that image. Doesn't want that image. So I don't think, yeah, you can have it. No, it's not hygiene though. A trimmed beard or an unmaintained beard is not hygiene. It's presentation. If the beard is dirty, not washed, you got dandruff in it, that's hygiene. But anyway, my buddy, owner of the restaurant, puts everybody on $15 an hour, gives everybody brand new work shirts, sets these new standards. First couple of days was kind of rough going. People coming in look like shit. He's like, nope, go home. You're not working today. And, they were like, what? No, you're not working today. You look like shit. So you can either go home and get presentable and lose pay and be back, or you have the day off. Congratulations. I got a whole restaurant full of people that look great today. He lost a couple of people, but guess what? At $15 an hour, he had friends of all the servers showing up, knocking on the door. Can I put in an application? Guess what? $15 an hour as a server and fair share of the tips after the day's payroll is really fucking good money. So guess what? He never had a problem with side work. In the month and a week that he's been doing it, I think it's been a month and a week, he's never had to stay late. So one thing he enjoys about it is he's leaving 2 to 2.5 hours earlier every night because all the side work is done. The other day, he's got a pretty small parking lot, but one of the problems is that if a delivery truck is late, he has the right to refuse delivery, because they delivered outside of the window. But he needs the stuff off the truck. So it was right at the beginning of the dinner rush. All of his servers had one table, and he said all of his guys literally looked at a female server next to him and said, "Cover my table." His guys went out there, took off their work shirts, like the I gotta keep it nice, gotta keep it neat. Took that shit off, put on a hoodie, did the truck in less than 45 minutes, got everything put away, put their shirt on, came back out. Because it was no longer he has to give an incentive to his servers to help him unload the truck, which could have sat in the parking lot for 3 hours. It was everybody has a vested interest in getting that truck out of the parking lot, so there's parking spaces, so there's more customers, so there's more tips in the fund. He said he'd never seen that before. He was out there busting ass. All of his male servers were out there busting ass. They got the truck out of there in like 45 minutes. Had a good night. Normally on a night like that, they would have seen a dip because half of his parking spots would have been inaccessible. That's the thing about giving people a wage when they feel like they have a vested interest. They have profit sharing there. They get $15 an hour and they get 50% fair share of the tips over the day's payroll. And they make money over the day's payroll on tips all the time now. Everybody looks neat. Everybody looks presentable. Everybody's dress and appearance is good. Everything is good. Everything is running good. That's how you get people in it. But people at McDonald's want $15 an hour, and them motherfuckers can barely get the order right. And then the counter argument is, well, if I got $15 an hour, I would get the order right. You need to be paid more money to get the order right? Are you for real right now? I need to give you more money to do your job right? I don't think I should have to give you more money for you to prove to me that you can do your job. You asked me a question, what do I do for a living? I don't do anything for a living. This is what I do for a living. I'm retired. I'm retired military. I have a bunch of little side businesses, a bunch of little side hustles. Once COVID is over, I'll go back to occasionally motivationally speaking, but yeah, I don't do anything. This is what I do. I do this, and I produce the music for PGN Music. I'm the producer. I don't make it. I don't know. People don't understand that a producer in the music industry doesn't do anything. Will I come motivate you in your office? Yeah. Here's the thing. Second place is you're fired. But the opportunity, I'm going to give you the opportunity to get your job back. Several large restaurants have a clause in their onboarding paperwork that if you're hired as a model under the job duties, you are being hired as a model under the job duties they put in the service duties. Yeah, I've seen that. Second place is the worst loser. Can't even lose the best. Why is it people shouldn't be canceled or hated on for their opinions? Because in 100 years, meat eaters will be savage, evil people that the future people will look down on. No, Raj, here's the thing. Vegans are going to lose the long-term war because when it comes time to be in a post-apocalyptic world, vegans are going to have no muscle mass. And they're not going to be able to run. They're not going to be able to run away from the zombies. So, meat equals energy. Yeah. Oh my God. The fucking TikToker who said that strawberry milk is from strawberries. This is the problem we have. That's how places like Twin Peaks and Hooters get away with hiring only busty women. They aren't hired as servers, but instead as actors, models. You know what? Twin Peaks, Hooters, if that's where you need to go, if that's where you need to go, that's where you need to go. I just looked at jobs like last night. Security is $15 an hour, requires a state license. Arby's is $16 an hour. Yeah, this point right here is what I'm talking about, right? This is that bullshit I'm talking about. Security in most states requires a perk card, a permanent employment residence card. All it is your perk card is basically nothing more than, yeah, you can chat. A perk card is basically nothing more than you have a card that says you've gone to a state agency. You've gone to a state agency, you've had a background check done, and you've had your fingerprints run. But to be a security guard, you need to have that card, and you're only going to get paid $15 an hour. And most places that you're a security guard, you need to have a perk card, which means you have to have a background check. And most security guards know first aid. There was a requirement for me to have a verified account. Yeah, I had the person coming in with all the derogatory screen names. So I think we need to think more about sustainability. I'm no vegan, far from it, but this meat culture needs to change. Why? Why does the meat eating culture have to change? If you don't like meat, don't eat meat. If the vegans don't like meat, don't eat meat. Again, supply and demand. As the supply of meat goes down, the demand will remain the same. So when the supply remains the same and the demand goes up, when the supply goes down and the demand remains the same, the price goes up. I don't agree with you here. Sorry. No, the thing is that you don't have to agree with me because economics agrees with me. Like thousands and thousands of years. It's not everything about supply and demand. It's exactly everything about supply and demand. It's everything about supply and demand. I'm sorry you don't see that. Nope, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You are 100% incorrect. The demand for meat is not going to go down. The only thing, so the demand's not going to go down. The supply is going to go down. The demand will remain the same. The demand will remain the same. So the price will go up. As the supply drops, the demand remains the same, the price goes up. So who will eat meat? The rich. Meat culture will change just because of clean meat. Long-term meat will be very cheap without killing animals for it. No. What the hell is clean meat that doesn't... How do you eat meat? How do you eat meat without killing an animal? Please explain that to me. Cows are bad, bro. Watch the Netflix docs. Yeah, cows are bad. Hold on. Because at one point in America, there were multiple millions of buffalo going from all over. And that wasn't fucking up the planet. So cows are bad, but ethanol is good. Greek yogurt is good. Did you guys know that in the process of making Greek yogurt, you actually create toxic waste? So cow is bad, electric cars good, hydrogen cars good, ethanol good. By the way, ethanol is the worst thing to ever happen. If you think ethanol is good, you have not looked into ethanol. Ethanol is like the most destructive clean environment thing we've ever done. It takes more energy to make a gallon of ethanol than it does to make a gallon of gasoline, and you burn more than 1 gallon of ethanol to go the same distance you go on 1 gallon of gas. Let's take a look at some other aspects. There's a clear transition of clean energy in electric cars. Supply and demand, people, users don't know what's good for them. You have to offer an alternative and push the transition to the more sustainable solution. What the fuck are you talking about? Why doesn't everybody buy an electric car? Why doesn't everybody own an electric car? Because there's no supply. There's no supply. So the demand is low, the supply is low, the price is high. Teslas are... Cost of a Tesla. Cost of a Tesla, $28,000. $28,590. I can buy an internal combustion vehicle for like 14 or 15. I'm not talking used. How much is the cheapest Tesla? Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at Carvana. I'm sorry. The Model 3, $44,000 for its base rear-wheel drive car. $44,000. Electric cars hit 65% in Norway sales as Tesla grabs overall poll. Tesla is 40K. Yeah, I realized that. Could people stop using fucking Norway as an example of anything? Why do people use Norway as a population for anything? Ready? Watch this. I'm gonna drop a little knowledge on you. Okay? Stop using fucking Norway. Right? Norway. 5.379 million people, right? Okay, 5.397. 5.397. The population of Chicago and the surrounding area, 5.15 million. Your fucking country is the size of basically one of our cities. Take a look at China EV sales. $1.3 million units in 2020. So what's your point? I'm looking for a point here. Because they sold 26 million. They sold 26 million internal combustion vehicles and 1.2 million 1.2 million electric vehicles. So what the fuck point are you trying to get to? China EV sales more than doubled to a record 2.9 million. Okay, so fine. I'll give you 3 million. I got a different number, but 3 million. But they sold 26 million internal combustion vehicles. So what point are you trying to get to? Yeah, and also let's say 3 million electric vehicles in a population of 1.4 billion. Where are these numbers you're trying to use make any sort of fucking sense? You went Norway, and I compared Norway to the fact that Norway is the size of one of our cities in America. Your whole fucking country is the size of the biggest city in my state. And then you're like, let's go to China. Okay, 3 million out of a consumer population of 1.4 billion. Again, what's your point? It's great that you have completely irrelevantly connected facts. I'm proud that you're using the Ben Shapiro method of having a lot of facts. China vehicular regulations have changed. Demand has changed. Supply has changed. Sure, but we're not there yet. But we're getting there because of the transition to a sustainable future. The move is clear. It will take a while, but it's not all supply and demand. That's my point. So wait, it is supply and demand. Why doesn't every Chinese driver drive an electric vehicle? Is there a electric vehicle for every Chinese driver available right now? Yes or no? Is there 26 million electric vehicles not being bought? It's supply and demand. And I like how you jumped from food to electric vehicles. Believe me, I can keep up. But you went from meat eaters to electric vehicles. Two radically different fucking products. Also, remember, electric vehicles are one thing. Is the infrastructure there available to have charging stations? See, because Norway, you're talking about, in Norway, you're talking about 5 million people in 148,000 square miles. And in Chicago, you're talking 5 million people in 1,600 square miles. So you see the big fucking differences here? At least. But when we talked about crypto, for example, you said price isn't driven by supply and demand. I never said crypto isn't. I said price in crypto isn't driven by supply and demand because crypto isn't regulated. Because crypto isn't regulated, Elon Musk says Tesla's no longer going to accept Bitcoin, and immediately there's a huge drop in price. It would happen the same with a stock, a little bit different, but in a stock, the floor value of a stock is the value of the company. It's X over Y percentage value of the company. So, I mean, if you want to try to jump in there with the little emoji and being a smartass, you can. but the baseline value of a stock is your equal percentage of the holdings of the company. What is your baseline value of any crypto? There isn't one, because literally crypto is backed by nothing. Crypto is literally, I create sprocket coins and I let it run. They used electricity. Again, it's not the used electricity. Because do I get an electricity allotment back when I own that Bitcoin? Can I trade that Bitcoin in for the electricity? See, when you own 500 shares, of Disney stock, you effectively own 500 divided by the total number of shares of stock, percentage of Disney. Disney has a floor value. Your shares of stock will never drop below that floor. It's not everything about right now. EV infrastructure is growing. Now, here you have supply and demand approach. More EVs on the market equal better infrastructure. That's a fallacy. More EVs on the market doesn't equal better infrastructure. More EVs on the market equals... More EVs on the market equal more demand for infrastructure. More demand for infrastructure equals a tangible I can sell. I can sell you electricity at a charging station. Or are you of the belief that every country in the world is going to start generating enough electricity for free that every fucking parking garage is going to have a charging port? I'm just done with you. I'm done with you. You're done. Enjoy Norway. You clearly don't want to have a genuine argument, and you're a fucking idiot. I don't have time for you. You're a fucking idiot. So why does gold have value? What does gold have to do with anything anymore? The United States, which countries are on a gold standard anymore? So why does gold have... Why are you going into gold? You're sorry for the Norwegian population today? Thanks, Zetrix. Just so everybody knows, I don't hate everybody from the Norwegian countries. Zetrix is amazing. If the government has to give tax credits to incent people to buy electric vehicles, then it fucks the whole supply-demand balance. Yeah, I wasn't going to go there, grumpy old man, but I mean, we can go there as well, because the price is affected by an external condition, just like ethanol is affected by an external. So... the only reason things have value is because humans have come together to agree the price of that object. It's the only reason. You're right. Imagine for a second if 1.4 billion people in China plugged their EVs into charge at the same time. Yeah, exactly. I don't even believe that we can generate enough electricity on this planet for 10% of the population of the planet, the driving population, to have an electric vehicle. We live in a country where in California, they routinely have rolling blackouts. They routinely have rolling blackouts in order to keep their air conditionings on. Did you ban the guy only because you disagreed with him? No, I banned the guy because he was having a disingenuous argument. First of all, he jumped us from cows to electric vehicles, which just proves to me he didn't want to talk about cows, because I owned him on cows. He said we can't sustain meat, and I said yes we can, supply, demand, and then he said he was gonna go somewhere else with it, and I said, well, don't talk about the damn... He's watched the Netflix thing on cows, somebody said that. It's like, okay, we were on cows, now we went to electric vehicles, and you're still wrong. All right, you're still wrong, because you're talking about how Norway and the number of electric vehicles they have. You have 5 million people in fucking Norway, right? You have 5 million people in 148,000 square miles. You clearly don't understand that you have the room to build infrastructure. How are you going to build electric car charging infrastructure in Metropolis that have nowhere to go? Like, holy fuck. They banned gas lawnmowers in California. They also banned power supplies. Did you see that shit with PCs? And they banned power supplies in personal computers that draw over a certain amount of wattage. So you can't even have a 30 series graphics card in California by their new regulation. I never followed up on that one. So, you have a feud with Norway because they're better than the rest of the world at Winter Olympics. My fuel is based on jealousy and I'm not going to defend it. Yeah, what's going on with the Olympics? apparently the United States isn't gonna crush it. I mean, the United States better get on it. Only 21 medals this time. So I was wondering what you thought of my idea of a small freehold storage shed in place of a house. Couple of things. Number one, why are you of the opinion or the belief that you can't put a chest on any of the other buildings? So I don't need to have a storage shed to put a chest on it. Why can't I just put the chest in the forge or in the smelter, like on the little piece? Let me grab the freehold video. Where is it? So you said that you need to have a little like storage shed to in order to put a chest. Why? Unfortunately this one isn't. Yeah, I don't want this one. I want the old video. I want this one. So like when I come to this smelter, right, the building producing the smoke, why can't I just put a chest there? You also said a workbench. Why would you have a workbench in a storage shed? You would have the actual building. There's no such thing as a workbench. If you want to build things with a blacksmith, you need a forge. If you want to make things with carpentry, you would need a carpenter's workshop. So the crafting building is going to be the building itself. This isn't going to be like Arcage where you just have one little 2x4 bench you shove up against the wall and you make stuff at. The multi-purpose workbench that they had in, for example, you want to do smelting, you're going to have a smelter. You want to do forging, you're going to have a forge. You want to do tanning, you're going to have a leather worker's tanning building, unless you're doing the processing part. So I don't think we need I don't think we need a storage shed in place of a house. There's a workbench shown in one of the houses in Alpha 1. Yeah? You were talking about freeholds. A house in Alpha 1. A house can't have crafting stations or processing stations, so they have a smaller workbench for the in-node housing. If you're talking about the level of crafting in the freehold, they're going to have entire buildings dedicated to crafting. Texas receives 30% of its operating budget from the federal government. Yeah, that's isn't fucking Florida like that one too? It's another one if I get more than I give. So, but no, I don't think we need to have storage sheds on the freeholds. Then again, we also don't know what benefits of having a house is. We're also assuming that we're also making a big assumption that a freehold without a house on it makes you a citizen. You might have to have a tavern, an inn, or a house on the freehold for it to register as a place of residence. Now, I doubt that, but anything's possible. But no, I don't think you need to dedicate a corner of your freehold for storage or a workbench. So, no, this is not Unreal Engine 5. We only have the one piece of Unreal Engine 5 footage. So like this particular piece right here, is seen in this particular video. No, not that one. In this particular video, this is the castle on Unreal Engine 5. Now this video is a horrible bane of their existence, which I hope and wish and pray that they would release this with the correct verbiage on it. But you know, it's sometimes rough. It's sometimes rough to accommodate that with people, getting them to re-release something after they fucked up. 30 frames per second on a 1080 Titan. Yeah, that's a big one. You need to know, you always need to know what your artifacts are. Put an idiot card on them. Like, before you talk about something, before you show it, then you should know exactly, precisely what you're showing. They showcased this as 30 frames per second on a 1080 when it was 30 frames per second at 1080 on a 3070. 30 frames per second on a 3070 isn't impressive for me. And if that's going to be your bench and standard mark, that's not gonna work. So, you see the difference? If you knew what you were showing, you never should have shown it. Because when you have this one, nope. When you have this one and you say that you're getting upwards of 21 to 24 frames per second on a 1080, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But when you then show the new piece and it's bad, not a good thing to do. I'm waiting until pre-alpha 2 until I order my next PC, not looking for 30 frames per second on a 3080. Before alpha 2 is a better way to say what I said. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I would not order your new PC. I would not order your new PC before alpha 2. I wouldn't. I would play alpha 2 with whatever you got. Because alpha 2 could take you, alpha 2 could take you a whole generation later in, could take you a whole generation later. You could be at the 40 series graphics cards. You could be on the new RAM. You could be on the next generation, of AMD or Intel chips. So I would not buy a new PC at the start of alpha 2, at all. We don't even know when the game will release. Absolutely. The game alpha 2 could start and have 18 months or more before it comes out. You have an actual 1080 Titan, scary with 3080 hitting 30 frames per second. Now, I do want to clarify that this is not final form. This is not the final version of this optimization. They still have lots of stuff to do with the optimization. However, I think this is a giant wake-up call, and I'm not, again, when I say certain things about Intrepid Studios, I'm not trying to be demeaning, I'm not trying to be demoralizing, I'm trying to be a realist. Intrepid Studios has fumbled, stumbled, and bumbled many times. Yeah, there's no spell effects. I think that you need to be careful about not breaking your arm by patting yourself on the back, and you didn't know what the fuck you were showcasing. And once again, I take it as a personal offense when people set Steven up to look like a fucking chump. I hate when Steven ends up looking like a chump. And Steven looked like a fucking chump with this. How do you not protect your boss? Now, Steven's a far more forgiving guy than I am. Steven's an absolutely far more forgiving guy than I am, because setting me up for failure and making me look like a fucking chump, wouldn't go over very well. But at the same time, the book over my shoulder, extreme ownership, Steven needs to not say things unless Steven trusts but verifies. So I wonder if you and I are the only two that were ticked off about that situation. No, man, my community gives a shit about that. My community really gives a shit about that statement, because a lot of my community are nerds and gearheads who were like, what the fuck you, like, some people care about it as the process, some people care about it with the results, but it's like, honestly, yeah, they're grumpy old man. The problem is I care about it from a procedural process point of view. I care about it because if you can't protect the boss's signature, if you can't protect the boss's reputation, I don't believe you're in it for the long haul. If you're not protecting the boss, is this just a launching platform for your own personal hopes, dreams, goals, aspirations? Because Intrepid Studios is only as strong as its weakest link. And when a lot of the misspeaks keep coming from one link, an outside person it's not hard pressed to say, well, there's your weakest link. That's where your problem lies. Somebody who cares about the long-term health of an organization wouldn't have LOL I'm so randomed when they got called out on it. They would own that shit. And they'd be like, when the tweet went out about the fucking post, when this tweet went out on January 27th, after we'd already gotten clarification on it, Margaret wouldn't have fought with me about the validity, about how they pre-planned social media 6 months in advance, how they have a 6-month roadmap. It's like, I called you out because you were wrong. I didn't even really call you out. I called it to your attention. And then you thought I was calling you out, so you turned it into calling me out, and we had a back and forth go, and then you're telling me how you plan your marketing 6 months in advance. Who the fuck did you learn modern era marketing from? Because I checked with numerous people at major advertising agencies about that. I was like, hey guys, did I miss a fucking meeting while in retirement? Are we planning social media out 6 months in advance? Every single person I talked to at Leo Burnett, DDB, were like, no, you don't plan a social media campaign out 6 months in advance. Your social media should be reactive. It should be spur of the moment. It's, we did this. Now, something like Ashes of Creation where they do a monthly live stream, sure, you know that some of the artifacts you're gonna put out. So you're gonna put out 6 monthly cosmetics a month. So that's 6 days worth of content. You're gonna put out a monthly live stream. That's going to be some content. You're going to put out a dev diary. You're going to put out a forum thread. Those are all things that you plan for. But you planned your social media out 6 months in advance. So you knew on July 27th that you were going to post a video on January 27th of a clip that didn't even exist. That wasn't even an itch in the ball sack of the engineering team, because they didn't even make the decision to go to Unreal Engine 5 until August, and you didn't even have the artifact until December. And you're gonna sit there with a straight face, with your fingers on the keyboard, and try to tell me that the mistake happened because you planned out 6 months in advance. And even if you did plan out six months in advance, do you as the community marketing not get a crib sheet for next week's social media posts? That's the problem. Because remember, marketing is every single piece of interaction with the public. Every single piece. At the end of the day, you just own it and you move on. I missed the dev diaries and the node info. I missed the dev diaries. I missed the node info. I missed the interviews with Steven. I miss Steven just hanging out on the Discord. I miss a lot of things. One of the biggest advantages. Oops, I forgot to switch over. Sorry, guys. One of the biggest advantages Intrepid had was Steven. Earlier today, I was having the debate with the person who said, Intrepid, I don't want Intrepid to lie to me. Okay, well, you don't want Intrepid to lie to you in this one particular instance, but you're making it so you don't want Intrepid to lie to you in this one particular instance, but it's okay that they've lied to you in all these other instances. I don't see that as making any damn bit of sense. But if it makes sense to you, if that's what you want, that's fine. I want to come. I don't. It's like Ben Affleck in Boiler Room. If Steven could take an action and make $10 million for the company, do you want him to not do that? Well, he asked me earlier, it's been floating around in my brain. Do I give a shit if they reopen the cosmetics for sale? You know what, at this point, no, I don't give a fuck. Do you need money? Are you doing it for profit like every other company, or are you doing it so that you can get this goddamn product out before I need to be Whistler and Blade and say, somebody get me a goddamn wheelchair? Can you reopen the cosmetic sales and make a fuck ton of money? Fine. Do it. Do it. Do it. Make all the money you need. But don't do no shit where you open up the cosmetics all for sale, sell a bunch of them, and then pull a Caspian and be like, oh, no, sorry, guys. We closed. So, and then here's the other thing. Fine. The Angel and Demon and the Fire and Ice skins. The 20,000 people that had access to those don't want those resold. Fine. Then make an alternative Demon and an alternative Angel. There's lots of demons. There's lots of classifications of demons. There's lots of levels of demons. So if you need to do that, then fucking do that. Sell more demon skins. Do it. I don't give a fuck. Do more necromancer skins. Do more edgy shit. Again, I don't understand. Like, I get Steven's perspective, right? I get Steven's perspective, but some of the shit that Intrepid says just boggles my mind. When they say shit like, I personally like the limited nature of sales for the higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice. The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue. They are part of the process of creating the world. And those who want to partake have the option. Those who want to partake don't have the option because you got that shit locked behind a paywall that a bunch of people can't fucking get. So, and then if it's not about fucking means of generating revenue, then I'm worried because I'm always worried about a business that's not in the business of making money. I'm not saying that every decision you make has to be the bottom line driven. So that you guys know what a bottom line driven company is that it's a single. You guys remember the movie Moneyball, where Brad Pitt I forgot the guy's fucking name, but anyway, Brad Pitt is the general manager of the Oakland A's, and they have all these metrics for players that they're trying to fill 3 key spots for on their team. And he goes and he has a conversation with a guy, and he comes back. He says, "We're boiling it down to one number: on base percentage. We're becoming card counters. All I care about is this one thing, on base percentage. That's all I give a shit about." That's a money-driven decision. I don't care about long-term customer satisfaction. I don't care about this. I don't care about X. I don't care about Y. I don't care about Z. I care about tomorrow's bottom line. That's all I care about. Tomorrow's bottom line. How do I make tomorrow's bottom line as big as possible? You can run your company that way. It's not smart, but that's a money-driven decision. Disney is such a large fucking behemoth that sometimes it is amazing how much they fuck up. The Genie Plus system. I have not seen one positive review of Genie Plus from anybody. Everything I've heard is it worked really well, but it was really expensive. Okay, remember, everything before the word "but" is a lie. It was really expensive is all I heard out of that. Disney did not need to squeeze more money out of people going to the Disney parks. But they did because they make money-driven decisions. Because they're a publicly traded company who, at the end of the day, they're beholden to the shareholders. Henry Ford said, "Oh no, guys, I pissed off people today. We dropped down to 89.99 followers. I'm now a sub 9K Twitch channel. I'm fucking ruined. I'm ruined." Henry Ford, a company that is dedicated to customer service, will have only one concern about their profits. They will be embarrassingly large. Make customer-driven decisions, not money-driven decisions. That's why I don't understand some of the decisions Intrepid makes. The term collector leads me to question that statement. Some collectors are completionists. I wonder how much it would cost to own the complete set of cosmetics they have sold. Tens of thousands. Thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands. Well, actually, to have every single cosmetic they've ever sold would actually, you'd have to have the highest Kickstarter pack and then everything else. So you'd be over 10,000, you'd be over like $12,000. But they've done, give or take, 26 sets. I'm just gonna call it 26 because it's a nice round number. So about $3,000. If you've bought every single cosmetic, you're in for about $3,000. That's a lot of money. That's a whole lot of money. That's big dollar. Big dollar. They should have made the cosmetics a la carte from the beginning. No, I disagree with you, Vale. They should have made the cosmetics a la carte in January of 2020 when they missed their, we're gonna publish by this date. Because it nowhere does... Some people say, well, what about the people who bought a pack only to buy the cosmetics? And again, what did they lose? You bought, like my wife bought a cosmetic pack she didn't like, right? She bought a cosmetic pack. 10K wasn't PI. There was only 5 of them sold. My wife ended up buying a cosmetic pack she didn't like because they said this is your last chance to buy Alpha 1. Tamir was looking at the game, enjoying the game. She saw me play Alpha 0. You know, she's excited. Tamir is a game tester as well. She's a game tester in her own right. She sometimes gets invited to test games I don't get invited to. She's a different demographic. She was like, well, fuck, it's the last call for Alpha 1 sales. And then people set Steven up for, people set Steven up for failure because Steven and I were having a discussion and they fed Steven his quotes from the live stream. And Steven has this really bad habit of wanting to be right at the cost of, he wants to win the engagement for the cost of losing the war. And the White Knights and the people who fucking White Knight, they were just bombarding me with quotes. At the end of the conversation, I was like, great, what about the letter you sent out? And then it was fucking crickets. Right, then it was fucking nobody wanted to say shit because all they were concerned about was the live stream that went to a limited number of people. Let's not talk about that direct mailer that you sent out to every single person, those 3 million people. Oh, fuck. We didn't remember the verbiage we put in our own newsletter. And then somebody came up with the last call doesn't mean the bar never reopens. Okay. Every single content creator also quotes that line, the monthly cosmetics aren't made to make money, but it's to populate the world. I still feel how the second part of that makes any sense to the first. Because it doesn't. Remember I said everything in your marketing profile are links of a chain, and they all link together? This is the problem. This is the problem. You have a statement that doesn't make a damn bit of sense, right? The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue. Then why the fuck do you incur the cost to do a new one every single month? Oh, so you're telling me that the month that you had ducks after Steven's ducks got eaten by the Falcons was planned 6 months in advance? Come on. I hold Steven and Intrepid to a higher standard because remember what happened with me was I was given a direction, a directive, a vision, and a mission statement of what Steven wanted. And I've talked to Steven multiple times as a content creator. Steven has never come to me. Steven has never ever come to me and said, I'm dissatisfied with your overall product. And if he did, we would sit down and talk. If Steven were to shoot me a PM tonight and say, I'm dissatisfied with the overall direction that Ashes 101 is going, I'll be like, okay, let's jump on a voice call. Because I'm going to tell you I'm dissatisfied with the direction Intrepid Studios is going, and we can hash out some shit. I've never been told by Steven said a couple of things hurt his feelings or hurt his staff, and I said, great, the truth hurts. The facts don't care about your feelings. Facts don't give a shit about your feelings. Let me know where I'm wrong. Let me know where I'm factually incorrect. So I don't think Intrepid has a solid external corporate message. And if they do, just show it to me. Have you never ordered a Falcon Swoop on your neighbor's pet? There's a 6-month waiting list. Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck. Real talk. We don't have falcons here. We don't have falcons here. We have giant ass owls. We have bats. We have hawks. And we have an eagle. We have a fucking full-size American eagle, right? There were some people that took a picture and posted it on Facebook, and they were like, there's an eagle, or I'm sorry, there's a hawk, a small-sized hawk that's been landing on my fence, eyeing up my dog, so make sure you keep an eye out. And I posted, I said, have you missed the fucking eagle that is soaring around? And people are like, what? I'm like, there's a giant-ass fucking eagle. You know what the eagle went after? The eagle went after, the eagle was hungry. You know what it went after? The fucking coyotes. There were 3 coyotes in the back. I'm 400 yards away from a river. And we have wolves back there. We had a bear back there. The bear died. We have coyotes back there. And now we have an eagle. Well, the 3 coyotes were going after a Doberman, and the guy got out there fast enough to, you know, help his Doberman. One guy and a Doberman versus coyotes. The coyotes are gonna fuck off. The fucking eagle came down and was just like, he tried in earnest. Swoop! Ah, missed. The coyote got fucked up though. So I told people, I was like, we have an eagle. And then one idiot posted, if that eagle tries to hurt my dogs, I'm gonna shoot him. Oh. That was the wrong fucking thing to say. Why is there a federal wildlife officer out here? Well, you fucking threatened an eagle. Not a wise fucking decision there, my friend. Was probably an immigrant from Norway. FBI was reading that comment. No, the federal wildlife was out here. Reminding the person that you can't shoot an eagle. So that was fucking good. People don't understand that you don't sugarcoat anything because you respect them enough to hand them the truth. This is exactly me, right? This is exactly me. I don't sugarcoat anything. I respect you enough to give it. I respect you enough to give it to you, player to player, pimp to pimp. I don't believe in hand-holding. I don't believe in sugarcoating it. I don't sugarcoat shit because I'm fat, and if I sugarcoat it, I might eat it. It's just that simple. I was nice at the beginning, and then I got talked down to. Well, go fuck yourself. Tell me where I'm wrong. Come on my show and fucking start shit with me. Talk. And by the way, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it so it can lay out there and make its way through the ether, whatever way it needs to make it. Never, ever, ever talk shit about people assuming every single person you work with has got your back and not the person's back that you're shit talking. This is huge. You know the old adage, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Don't ever shit talk people because you only know who you know. You don't know everybody the other person knows. You never know. You never, ever, ever know who the other person knows. Also, if you have to shit talk somebody, never, ever do it in writing. Fucking written words are not memories. They're evidence. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't shit talk people. You don't like somebody, keep your opinion to yourself. Now, I'll shit talk people, but then again, you guys know that I'll shit talk people because I'll say it to their face. When people say, I heard you're talking about me behind my back, yeah, that's just because I couldn't find you. What the fuck did I say about you? Oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I can't believe you said that to me. I can't believe you're fucking surprised. You can't sugarcoat it because it's bad for the environment to harvest sugar. You're doing your part of sustainability. If harvesting sugar is bad for the environment, then burn, baby, burn, because I can't live my life without sugar. I need sugar in my life. Like, when people from Europe, like, this is, you guys know that this is a medium. My European friends, this is, so for contrast, this is a bottle of water, and this is a medium soda. There are two sizes above this one. There is a large, and there's a damn. It's like just a fucking 5-gallon bucket. That's an extra large for the UK. I know. I know. That's a fucking extra large for the. That's an extra large for the UK. I know, man. Like popping over there, order. Hey, man, let me get a burger. Let me get a burger, chips, and a large Coke. Fucking little ass thing. What the fuck is this? Let me get a burger, chips, and 3 large Cokes. What? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Fucking don't get the fuck out of here. Medium is 44 ounces. I don't know if this one has the ounces on it. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna need to super size that. Wendy says the largest size medium I've ever seen. Yeah, why did I hold up that small cup? Hey, grumpy old man. Like when you walk into McDonald's and you're like, I need a vodka. And they say, sir, this is a McDonald's. Well, then give me a McVodka and supersize it. What's wrong with water? Drinking a gallon of syrup. Because syrup is fucking tasty. Bacon is good. Pork chops are good. Wendy's extra large drink is a 5-gallon gas can. Yep. You order an extra large at Wendy's, and that's your calories for the day. That's it. That's all you get. You get this is what you get. I order a large, I expect a big gulp from the corner gas station. Damn right. Thanks for your input. Hey, no problem. Enjoy. But yeah, and then it's in contrast, man. Hold on, I'll be right back. Um, 64 ounces regular cup, that's right. One of the big things for me is we go down to Universal Studios every year. We go down for Halloween Horror Nights. I love Halloween Horror Nights. I thought about probably not this year, but maybe next year, having like give people like a lot of notice, because I'm not 100% sure I'm gonna make it down there this year for Halloween Horror Nights. I'm gonna be really sad if I can't, even if I can't take my whole. This is how much I love Halloween Horror Nights. Even if I can't take my whole family down for our usual vacation, which I should be able to, I'm gonna fly down to Halloween Horror. I'm gonna fly to Orlando, get a cab or a fucking concierge from the airport to the resort. Not even the resort, the theme park. I'm gonna go into Halloween Horror Nights. I'm gonna hang out there for like 8 hours, and then I'm gonna have my concierge pick me up, and I'm gonna go back to the airport. I'm gonna fly home. So. By the way, for anybody ever traveling, I'm gonna let you guys know, I'm gonna clue you in on a little secret. A concierge is probably cheaper than your cab or your shuttle. Concierge is very, very cheap. There's lots of services that do it. They charge you flat rate. So, what's everyone think of the newly released dwarf? Visual proportions of the chest and arms seem a bit off for a dwarf. Maybe I'm thinking too much Gimli. The denier looked fine. I did, so just to look at the denier legs are like just a touch short, proportionally. The denier legs, let me see if I can get in there real quick. The denier legs are actually a touch short if you have somebody do like a if somebody does like a pixel analysis, if somebody does like a pixel analysis for you and like height, like what a normal person is, the denier is just a touch off, just like 2 pixels off. Oh, you're gonna do me like that, huh? So yeah, if you start lining this up, so face looks good, shoulders, neck, all looks good. If you look at his legs, like, now you could turn around and say, well, he's a dwarf, so he might not follow standard body proportions. But then I brought that up and people got mad at me. Like, I actually got heat for that. I actually got a little bit of heat for that. I said, well, if you're following dwarfism, they're like, we shouldn't be talking about dwarfism and dwarves. And I was like, well, when the fuck is the appropriate time to talk about dwarfism? If not with dwarves. I also said, make sure you look at Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. Dopey has a different body percentage or body proportion than Doc. So, but yeah, if you look at it, their legs are just a touch off. Now the females are fine. And it's also one thing somebody said was it could be the fact that the dwarf female has a bikini cut on and the male has a like a boxer brief cut. And I said, yeah, that's also probably true because it gets in the way of seeing exact. But I think at the end of the day, they look better than they did. Legs look 2/3 the torso length. You gotta line it up. It's the bicep, yeah. And plus the fact his legs are really like legs. But yeah, somebody was like anatomy and physiology person, like, was lining it all up, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. The person asked me not to share the pictures though, and I said that's cool. I'll never share something if people ask me not to. But they were like teaching me about all that, and I was like, okay, like you're kind of taking the fun out of it. So what's the biggest flaw in the Ashes of Creation system? And then I'm gonna grab these 2 things. I'll grab these. What's the biggest flaw in the Ashes of Creation game design so far? What's the weak point of the game? Right now, in the game, nothing. In the game, there are no weak points thus far. There's one little tiny problem in the corruption system, but overall, it's such a small problem in the corruption system, and it's easily fixable. That we have to test it, we have to get some data, but I don't think the game has any weak points. Sieges, I will hit on sieges. Sieges, if they don't get rid of those dragons in the castle sieges, that's gonna be a fucking shit show. But I think our feedback was useful. We got that to Steven, so they did talk about changing that. He did say, remember, that they talked about having maybe some of those 10-minute instanced fights. I think those are going to take the place of the dragons. I don't know, man. I'm hearing a lot of negativity lately about Ashes. I think you need to make sure that you take negativity and you remove your own personal bias from it. Concerns aren't negative. Concerns are concerns. I think a lot, like earlier today where I had to tell the guy, you need to stop using the words like cry, entitle, whine. These aren't good words to be using. When you say somebody with a complaint is crying, well, you're being a condescending fuck, which means you sitting up here, or you thinking you're up here looking down at people and saying you're crying, you don't realize to that person you're down here, they're up here, and you're an arrogant fuck. I'm not against the word, I'm not against profanity, but when it comes to somebody having a genuine concern, they have a genuine concern. Hear them out. Hear them out. Maybe there's a reason. Now, I will say you brought up siege board declaration and the level of the safety timer. That's not a problem. That isn't a problem. I think that the timers work fine. I think some people are going to be disappointed, but I don't think they're a problem. I think they work well. I think Ashes needs the negative shit happening right now because they need to wake the fuck up. I mean, this is not a bad statement. This is a powerful statement. If anybody thinks that I'm overly negative about Ashes of Creation, let me know where I'm factually incorrect. Because I tend to root everything that I have to say in a fact. So what you say negative, I say feedback. Yeah, exactly. It's like I've said many times. The idea of the gun that has the barrel facing backwards, and you're like, well, sometimes you need to see things implemented. No, I don't need to pull the trigger on a gun with the barrel facing towards me to know that that's a bad idea. Let's see. I think the combat is the weak point right now, but the drum has been beaten many times. I think the combat was the weak point, but because they put the combat back into redesign last November into prototyping, you can't say it's the weak point right now because they already know that. Won't be a problem that leveling takes a long time for the casuals at least? No, because 45 days of 4 to 6 hours a day, that's not a problem because Intrepid is making it so the journey is a adventure, not just endgame. Do you think them switching to Unreal Engine 5 was a good step mid-development? Yes, I do. If you want all of my reasons why Unreal Engine 5 was a good step, over on my YouTube, I have a video on the Unreal Engine 5 transition. The big part of that is, number one, Epic Games was eventually going to unsupport Unreal Engine 4 anyway. Number two, the unwashed and ignorant masses would have turned around and start saying, oh, you're releasing an Unreal Engine 4 game when Unreal Engine 5, because they don't understand when development starts. Number three, now is the right time to do the move, because although it sets you back 2 months, and you had to do some rework on the environmental art, because you basically have to take out all the third-party lower poly count images and just load in the ZBrush high quality stuff. Overall, it's going to speed up development time. And number four, they would have had to do the move eventually. Better to do it when you have less connections to find and remake. Better that the engineering team needs 2 months to make it, rather than you literally can't do any future development while you're doing what Blade and Soul did and do an Unreal Engine 3 to Unreal Engine 4 transition. If they aren't working in silent mode and not releasing it, they really need to start getting shit done. Yeah, I mean, that's... Unfortunately, that is something Intrepid needs to realize. You are very unreliable when it comes to hitting deadlines. And the problem with unreliable is unreliable and untrustworthy are unfortunately synonyms. So if you can't hit a deadline, right now they have the advantage of there's more people doing hype than there are people doing critiques. But that's only going to last for so long. And then at some point, what's going to happen is what's going to happen is people are going to say this is a joke. So is Tesla. Don't try to bring Tesla into video game conversation, because there's not 15 alternative versions of electric cars. There are 15 different MMOs. I've been kind of out of the loop for the last few months. Have they shown any of the archetypes? No. Because combat's in redesign. So since combat's in redesign, they're not going to show archetypes, because why are they working on archetypes if combat's in redesign? So it's really just that simple. It's a matter of we have to build the combat before we show off the archetypes, because the archetypes are just the embodiment of combat. With that said, guys, it's a extra stream week this week. Sunday is Stream Raiders, so I will be back on Sunday to cover. We'll be back here to do our 45 tickets. 3 o'clock Eastern. There's an event on my Discord. With that said, I'm always really happy to do my show. What I'm not happy about is that I have to ban people. That I have to ban people that just want to come in and be disingenuous. I have no problem with a dissenting opinion. Like the one guy's like, I can't believe you banned that guy for disagreeing with you. I didn't ban the guy for disagreeing with me. I banned the guy for being cute, clever, and wrong. The other guy that said, I don't have time for you. Yeah, because you're wrong. If I'm wrong, give me a link. But when I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and have people jump from cows to meat to fucking EV vehicles and then not want to hear the facts. And then it's always easy to tell the person who wants to have a genuine discussion versus the person that just wants their name to be coming up on the screen. Somebody who wants to have a genuine discussion is going to say, yeah, you know what? You're right. Let me go get some facts. Yeah, go get some facts. With that said, I'm back on Sunday. I got a steak downstairs. I got to get to the Eaton. And I will see you guys on Sunday.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?